Chapter 2063. Although he managed to dodge the first arrow with the reflexes he had honed in the past, he couldn't dodge the second arrow no matter how hard he tried. With a pu sound, the arrow created a finger-wide wound on his body. Blood flowed out uncontrollably from the wound. This was also a reaction that had been honed through years of killing. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been a simple wound that could have ended the battle. It was very likely that his heart would have been pierced through, and he would have become a corpse just like the pig boy below. Damn it, where did this woman come from? She actually mastered archery to such an extent. She is so difficult to deal with. Brother Yao, who had landed back on the ground, glared at Hui Mei, who had knocked another arrow on her exaggeratedly large bow, with a ruthless expression. This woman who uses a bow is so strong. The embroidered lieutenant sighed in his heart, similar to Brother Yao's. Pig boy. Yin Jumei first looked at the body of Pig boy on the ground with a trace of sadness on her face. Then she turned to look at GFA, who was in Ito Sei's hand with a flash of worry in her eyes. GFA. At the same time, Demon, who had finally suppressed her injuries, got up from the ground. Together with Yin Jumei and Brother Yao, they surrounded Suki Mei, Ito Sei, and Bai Chung, as well as the embroidered captain behind them. Then, the three of them suddenly moved and attacked Sei, Ito, and the others at the same time. Bi Charm was the first to attack. She used her Qin Gong and appeared behind Sei, Ito, Momo, and the embroidered captain like a cloud of black smoke. She opened her hands and shot out a rain of fine needles at Sei, Ito, and the others. It looked like she was trying to pin them down. Then came Yin Jumei and Brother Yao. Their Qin Gong was not any weaker than Bi Mei's. Instead, it was slightly better. They attacked Kimi from both sides at the same time. Hui Mei's expression did not change despite being in the middle of a pincer attack. She calmly fired an arrow at Brother Yao, forcing him to dodge and delay his attack to break the pincer attack between him and Yin Jumei. Then, she turned her right hand. He took out a shiny steel arrow from the quiver on his back and threw it at Yin Jumei's sword. In an instant, there was a crisp clang as the arrow in Hui Mei's hand was cut in half by Yin Jumei's sword. The arrow continued to fly towards Hui Mei without slowing down. Hui Mei didn't expect Yin Jumei's weapon to be so sharp. Her pupils shrank, and she nimbly dodged. She stretched out the longbow in her hand and wrapped it around the neck of Yin Jumei, who had just brushed past her. She twisted the bow and strangled Yin Jumei's throat. Ugh! Yin Jumei instantly felt that it was difficult to breathe. She groaned in pain. Let go of Jumei. But at this moment, Brother Yao, who had been blocked by Hui Mei's arrow, finally came to the side of the two. The mechanical claw on his left arm was spinning. It turned into a circle and swept towards Hui Mei's hand that was holding the bow. Hui Mei, who knew that she would lose her arm if she tried to block it, didn't hesitate. She immediately let go of her hand and used Yin Jumei's body as a support to move in front of her. As the daughter of the Devil Marshal, Yin Jumei, who had followed her father and brother everywhere and done many evil things, was not a good person. Therefore, when she saw Hui Mei in front of her, she didn't hesitate at all. She waved her arm and slashed towards Hui Mei's body. Although Hui Mei had lost her bow, it didn't mean that she didn't have any means to fight. She raised her arm and blocked Yin Jumei's sword. Then, she held an arrow in her left hand and stabbed it towards Yin Jumei's forehead like a dagger. Yin Jumei quickly tilted her head and dodged the attack by a hair's breadth. However, a thin wound still appeared on her cheek. Fortunately, the wound was very shallow. The healing medicine in this world was also very effective. She didn't have to worry about it, leaving a scar and disfiguring her face. Hui Mei, who saw that her attack had missed, twisted her wrist and stabbed the arrow towards Yin Jumei's temple again. But this time, Yin Jumei had nowhere to hide. Fortunately, when the arrow was about to hit Yin Jumei, a pale hand grabbed Hui Mei's wrist and stopped her movement. It was Brother Yao's hand. Then, a big foot kicked out from Yin Jumei's side and landed on Hui Mei's abdomen. Bang! She took a few steps back. As a result, Hui Mei had completely lost her weapon, the longbow. Umph. Yin Jiumei, who had Brother Yao's help, snorted coldly. She took the longbow from her neck and threw it on the ground. She didn't feel satisfied and stepped on it a few more times. She didn't stop until the originally clean longbow was dirty. Hui Meili, who had been expressionless all this time, frowned at Yin Jiumei's behavior. Her body emitted a strong, murderous aura. Clearly, she was really angry. Hui Meili flipped her hands, and an arrow appeared in each of her hands. However, when the three of them were about to fight again, a female scream that Brother Yao and Yin Jiumei were very familiar with echoed in the air. Bi Mei. Yin Jiumei's expression changed slightly when she heard the scream. She turned her head and looked at Bi Mei. Not far away, Bai Yin, who was dressed in a light-colored robe, barefoot, and had a beautiful face like an elf that had fallen into the mortal world, was looking at the bee demon that was struggling to get up from the ground with a smile on her face, but was unable to succeed. Then he walked to the side of the bee demon with light and beautiful steps. He waved his hand and chopped the bee demon's neck. In an instant, a muffled groan was heard. The bee charm finally stopped struggling and fell heavily to the ground. It was unknown whether it was dead or alive. Jiumei, Brother Yao shouted. Oh! Yin Jiumei quickly came back to her senses and refocused on Hui Meili. Do it. As soon as he finished speaking, Brother Yao immediately turned into a black shadow and rushed in front of Hui Meili. His flesh claws and mechanical claws attacked continuously, turning into a huge curtain formed by claws and trying to grab Hui Meili's body. Hui Meili's eyes shrunk. The arrows in her hands were also thrusting, dispelling Brother Yao's claw attacks. However, when the two of them were in a stalemate, Yin Jiumei appeared next to Hui Meili. She thrust her sword forward and aimed at Hui Meili's back. Hui Meili, who sensed the danger behind her, didn't change her expression. She slid her feet and turned sideways. While dodging the sword, she extended one of her arms and threw the arrow in her hand. The arrow turned into a black shadow and arrived in front of Yin Jiumei in an instant. Yin Jiumei was startled. She quickly fell flat on her back and dodged the arrow by a hair's breadth. However, a huge, bone-deep wound still appeared on Yin Jiumei's forehead. Blood gushed out and dyed Yin Jiumei's face red. Jiumei, taking advantage of Yin Jiumei's attack, Brother Yao tore off a piece of flesh from Hui Meili's arm and shoulder with his claws. He was shocked when he saw this and hurriedly yelled. As the son of Devil Commander, Brother Yao knew how important his sister was in his father's heart. She was the apple of his eye. He wouldn't allow anyone to hurt her. If she died in the enemy's hands, even if he killed the enemy in the end, he wouldn't be able to gain anything from his father. Thinking of this, Devil Commander didn't dare to hesitate. He quickly clenched his claws and attacked Hui Meili's vital points. Immediately, a large number of claw shadows landed on Hui Meili's body, tearing off pieces of flesh and blood from her body. It did not take long for Hui Meili to be covered in blood. Sigh, Hui Meili's close combat skills are still a bit weak. Seeing this, Ito couldn't help but sigh. Then, he raised his hand and pointed forward. Brother Yao, who was attacking Hui Meili, immediately stopped. He maintained his attacking posture like a statue and stopped in front of Hui Meili, who was covered in blood. Then, Ito shook his finger again and stopped Yin Jiumei, who was using a piece of cloth to cover the wound on her forehead. Then, he turned to Hui Meili and said, "Are you okay?" "I'm fine." Hui Meili, who backed away from Brother Yao, shook her head. Then, she walked to the side and bent down to pick up the big bough on the ground. "Come here. I'll send you back first," Ito said again. Hui Meili didn't say anything. She silently walked to Ito's side with the big bough. After checking Hui Meili's injuries, Ito turned his wrist and gathered an emerald green ball of light in his palm, which exuded a strong aura of life, and threw it into Hui Meili's body. The moment the ball of light entered Hui Meili's body, all the wounds on Hui Meili's body stopped bleeding and began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. Then, Ito sent Hui Meili, the unconscious Bei Mei, Brother Yao, and Yin Jiumei, who had been frozen by time stop, into the Rubik's Cube world. The embroidered lieutenant's pupils constricted when he saw this strange scene again. He could not help but ponder in his heart, guessing where those people who had disappeared had gone. "Husband, do you think Master Chanin will win, or do you think that monster-looking guy will win?" Tao Wu, who was leaning on Ito, asked curiously when she heard the sounds of explosions coming from not far away. "It's hard to say. It depends on whether the Devil Commander's senses are sharp enough. If it's sharp enough, he might be able to see through Mei Yun's attacks and win. If it's not sharp enough, he might lose to Mei Yun." Ito thought for a moment before replying, "But I think it'll be a draw." "Oh." Tao Wu let out a low moan with a surprised expression. "Let's see." Ito shook his head and didn't explain. He looked at the two people fighting not far away. Chapter 2064. The demon commander that was sent flying flipped over and landed on all fours on the ground. His 10 fingers were like hooks as he clawed at the ground. Only when 10 deep cracks appeared on the ground did he finally come to a stop. Fortunately, the demon commander's external cultivation had reached a certain level, and his body was tough enough. Otherwise, Tanabe Meiyun's palm wouldn't have just sent him flying. Instead, it would have shattered his backbones. "Damn bitch," the demon commander cursed. Demonic chi surged around his body as he used the heavenly demon god-slaying arts Yin absorption technique. In an instant, a large amount of green Yin chi emerged from the ground and surged toward the demon commander like lightning. At the same time, Mei Yun frowned as a sense of panic suddenly emerged from the bottom of her heart. It shattered her mirror state of mind, causing her to unconsciously stop in her tracks. However, at that moment, the demon commander, who had absorbed enough Yin Chi, stomped his foot and brought his hands together like a spear, thrusting them toward Mei Yun like lightning. The second technique of the heavenly demon god slaying art, Diaohun Pe. Tanabe Meiyun moved, leaving behind an illusion on the spot. She circled around and appeared beside the demon commander. Her right hand was half bent, and her 5 fingers formed a blade as she abruptly stabbed toward the demon commander's throat. The demon commander's expression did not change. He lowered his head and tried to use his chin and collarbone to clamp down on Tanabe Meiyun's hand. However, he only felt empty air. Then, Tanabe Meiyun's other hand suddenly appeared at his neck and chopped down like a knife. The demon commander's pupils contracted as he sensed the abnormality behind his neck. He hurriedly turned around and met the attack with the Jiaohun Pa. Slap! Meiyun's brows furrowed as she saw the Yuan Qi clash visible to the naked eye. His body left behind 2 illusions as he retreated. It was clear that Meiyun had suffered quite a bit from the demon commander's extremely condensed crafty soul break. "Slut, where do you think you're going?" The demon commander was unforgiving. With a loud roar, he immediately used his movement technique and chased after Fantam Meiyun. His hands turned into 2 large hammers and smashed towards Fantam Meiyun. Meiyun raised her palms in response. He used a small angle to block the goblin commander's 2 fists, and then leaned back, instantly dispersing the strength of the goblin commander's fists. Then, he held the goblin commander's fists with both hands, twisted his body, and threw the goblin commander fiercely to the ground. Bam! The fine gravel shot out in all directions like marbles. However, the demon commander was very unyielding and didn't even let out a groan. She raised her leg and kicked Tanabe Meiyun's chest. At this moment, Tanabe Meiyun's arms were still weak from the invasion of the heavenly Yao Qi into her meridians. She did not dare to take it head-on. She quickly retreated a distance away. At the same time, she circulated her qi to expel the heavenly Yao Qi from the heavenly Yao Qi. In the world of the strongest disciples in history, aside from practicing a certain skill to the extreme and increasing its power, the so-called experts were the same as ancient martial arts. They needed to develop their meridians, but because of the cultivation system, there wasn't a clear and systematic method. However, this wasn't a problem for Ito and the Rubik's Cube world. Therefore, as the #1 expert recruited by Ito, Meiyun naturally obtained this knowledge and used her wisdom to develop a method suitable for her meridians. Therefore, although the heavenly demon commander's aura was strange and difficult to deal with, it wasn't impossible for Mei Yun to expel it. Sure enough, in the next moment, accompanied by a muffled Piu, two streams of dark green Inchi shot out from Tanabe Mei Yun's hands. At the same time, Devil Commander-in-Chief took advantage of the time when Miyumo retreated and stood up again. He raised his head and stared coldly at Miyumo. Damn, this bitch is so fast. She's so good at confusing me too. If I can't break this, I won't be able to take her down. HM? That's right, this slut's knee gong shouldn't be that high. Otherwise, why would I fight her so many times? I also didn't see her use her knee gong to attack me. She only used her strength to fight me. Then, the demon commander's eyes lit up. Since that's the case, I'll use my strength to suppress her. After thinking, the demon commander's body moved and once again rushed in front of Mei Yun. His knee gong surged with knee gong's knee gong. Mei Yun knew that the demon commander's knee gong was powerful, so she didn't take it head on. She immediately dodged and created several illusions. Boom! The demonic commander's attack missed and landed heavily on the ground, sending a large amount of rocks flying in all directions. Coincidentally, they destroyed the illusion left behind by the beautiful clouds around them. Let's see where you can run. Noticing the effect of the broken rocks, the demon commander roared and swept his leg, creating a gust of demonic wind. Seitan Mei Yun, who was about to take advantage of the situation, leaped into the air. Then, he grabbed a handful of broken rocks from the ground and channeled energy into his palms. He raised his hands and threw the broken rocks at Seitan Mei Yun in the air. Under the knee gong's knee gong, the gravel turned into sharp arrows and quickly flew in front of Mei Yun. Tanabe Mei Yun spread open her arms and unleashed a barrage of palm shadows like 100-armed guanyin, knocking away all of the rocks that were flying toward her. However, in the next instant, a beam of dark green demonic chi rose up from the ground and hurtled toward her like a beam of light. It was the third move of the knee gong, knee gong, knee gong, knee gong, knee gong, knee gong, knee gong. Mei Yun's pupils shrank when she saw the knee gong, knee gong. Bright red stripes suddenly appeared on her exposed skin. She crossed her arms in front of her body. Boom! Yuan Qi vibrated violently as Fantan Mei Yun's figure was pushed a distance into the air. At the same time, Tanabe Mei Yun's sleeves were completely torn apart, revealing her fair arms that were covered with strange blood-red stripes. But other than that, there were no other changes. She did not look like she had suffered any serious injuries. The blood-red stripes on her arms were proof that she had activated her blood armor. And from the fact that she was completely unharmed, it was clear that she had activated a defensive equipment that was known for its defensive power, and not an offensive equipment that was known for its offensive power. Seeing that the lowly servant in his eyes was still uninjured, the demon commander coldly snorted. He used his movement technique and flew to Tanaka Mei Yun's side like a soaring crane. Demonic chi surged from his body as his hands continuously bombarded Tanaka Mei Yun. For a moment, a large number of dark green demonic shadows filled the sky. This was the fifth move of the heavenly fiend god slaughtering technique. Thousands of demons massacred the city. Tanabe Mei Yun didn't dare to be careless. She hurriedly let go of her hands and summoned a sky full of palm images to meet the attack. Bang, 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 bang. An intense muffled sound reverberated in the sky. Half a minute later, the demon commander and Tanabe Mei Yun fiercely clashed with their palms in the air. Then, they borrowed the strength of each other's palms to flip over and land on the ground. Ha! The demon commander and Tanabe Mei Yun landed on the ground at the same time. However, the former immediately stabilized himself after landing, while the latter took a step back with a pale face. Obviously, Tanabe Mei Yun had suffered quite a bit in the fight in the air. However, it was normal if one thought about it carefully. After all, although the blood armor had strong defense, it was mainly used against physical attacks. It wasn't very effective against attacks that directly penetrated the meridians. Tanabe Mei Yun still needed to use her chi to resist. However, Although Tanabe Meiyun had mastered the use of meridians, the quality of her chi was still not comparable to the heavenly fiend chi, which was close to the highest level of power in this world. Therefore, it was inevitable that she would suffer some losses in the fight. Seeing this, the demon commander was delighted. He used his movement technique again and rushed to Tanabe Meiyun, who was trying her best to suppress the heavenly fiend chi in her body. He swung his fist at her chest. Pa! Chi spread everywhere. A cloud of dust was blown up. The demon commander's pupils shrank. He immediately swung his left fist at the young man, who suddenly appeared in front of Tanabe Meiyun and blocked the attack for her. Back off! In an instant, there was a low roar. An indescribable force was used on the demon commander's body, causing his body to fly back like a cannonball. Then, the man ignored the demon commander who was sent flying and turned to look at Tanabe Meiyun. He raised his hand and patted her shoulder. In an instant, there were a few muffled sounds. Several green heavenly fiend chi flew out of Tanabe Meiyun's body like arrows, shooting to the surroundings and leaving a few holes of different sizes on the ground. Are you okay? The man, who was Sei Ito, asked softly. Phew, I'm fine. Tanabe Meiyun let out a long breath and said softly. Then, she looked at Sei Ito in front of her and asked, how many experts like him are there in this world? I don't know the exact number, but I'm sure there are a lot. Sei Ito replied. Tanabe Meiyun was silent. No one knew what she was thinking. Our next itinerary is to meet these experts and gain benefits from them. So, you will definitely have a lot of sparring partners in the future. Sei Ito retracted his hand and turned to look at the demon commander again with a smile. Where are my son and ninth sister? The demon commander broke free from the wall. His face was gloomy, and his body was overflowing with murderous intent. I have already sealed them, Sei Ito said softly. Hand over my son and ninth sister. The demon commander shouted. That depends on whether you have the ability. Sei Ito sneered. You're courting death. The demon commander roared. Dark green demon chi flames rose from his body and gathered between his palms. In the blink of an eye, it formed a ghastly ball with the souls and skeletons of the dead inside. Then, the ball came crashing down at Sei Ito along with the demon commander. On the other hand, Sei Ito didn't seem to have done anything, but the heaven-earth yuan chi around him quickly gathered in front of him and Tanabe Meiyun, forming a complete diagram of the Yin-Yang 8 gown that blocked in front of him and Tanabe Meiyun. Innate Shinkuan technique. The moment the 8 trigrams appeared, Xiaowei immediately exclaimed in shock. What? Seeing this pattern, the demon commander's expression immediately changed. Immediately after, he gathered his strength and fiercely smashed the demon ball in his hand towards the 8 trigrams. Boom! A thunderous explosion instantly reverberated in the field. Then, Yuan Qi surged in all directions, turning into a visible shockwave that spread rapidly in all directions, blowing away all the gravel and dust in its path. How is this possible? The demon commander exclaimed in disbelief as he stared at the undamaged 8 gowns painting. It seems like you won't be able to save your son and daughter from me. So scram. As soon as the words fell, the 8 trigrams in front of Ito, Sei exploded, turning into a powerful beam of primordial chi, fiercely bombarding the body of the demon commander, pushing him out with great force. Meiyun, do you want to go back into seclusion or continue traveling with me in the outside world? Sei Ito turned to Tanabe Meiyun and asked. Send me back first. Tanabe Meiyun pondered for a moment before making up her mind. Okay. Sei Ito nodded in agreement. But this guy is still useful for the time being, so I can't capture him immediately. But soon, I will capture a few guys who aren't weaker than him. So if you need them, you can practice on the guys I captured earlier. Got it. Tanabe Meiyun replied. Sei Ito didn't waste any more time and sent Tanabe Meiyun back to the Rubik's Cube world. After sending Tanabe Meiyun back, Sei Ito turned to Bai-in and said, Bai-in, bring the 2 of them. Let's go. Got it, husband. Bai-in replied with a smile. Then he stretched out his hands and lifted Xiaowei, whose acupoints were sealed, and Ji Fa, who was still unconscious, as if he was lifting two small objects. Then he used his Qin Gong and floated to the side of Ito Sei. "Where do you think you're going? Return my son and ninth sister to me." At this moment, the devil commander roared angrily and rushed to say Ito again with the devil cloud rolling around his body. He swung his fist at his head. "If you want to get your son and daughter back, then think of a way to become stronger, devil commander." Ito Sei raised his right hand and blocked the demon commander's fist with his index finger and said softly. Subsequently, the power in his body surged and the demon commander was sent flying again at an even faster speed. As a recipient, the demon commander could feel a weak but domineering power surging into his meridians at the same time. It fought against the sky demon chi from his sky demon god slaughtering technique, making it difficult for him to circulate his strength. "Damn it!" While flying, the devil commander shouted angrily as he watched Sei Ito and Bayan leave with Tanabe Meiyun and GFA. It was no wonder that he was like this. Perhaps it was because he had killed too many people. Although the demon commander had given birth to many children since he got married, only 3 of them survived. Among them, the demon commander's temperament was the most similar to his, and the one he doted on the most was his 9th sister. Therefore, this time, Ito Sei took both of them away. It was equivalent to directly cutting off his offspring. Coupled with the father-son relationship, it was no wonder that the demon commander was angry and resentful. "Bastard, don't let this daddy find you. Otherwise, this devil commander will tear you to pieces to vent my anger." The devil commander roared at the sky. Chapter 2065. On a wide dirt road, an ordinary-looking carriage was moving forward at a normal speed. "Where are we going next?" In the carriage, Bayan looked at Sei Ito, who was playing with a ruby, and asked. "Ethereal City," Sei Ito said calmly. "Ethereal City? What a fairy-like name. I wonder how strange this ethereal city is?" Bayan asked curiously. The embroidered lieutenant, who was looking after the second young master, GFA, also pricked up his ears to eavesdrop. Ethereal City is also known as the City of Evil. It is a power that lies between the Shang dynasty and the western regions. It covers a radius of nearly 100 miles. Ito Sei explained, at first, it was just a small mountain village. It was built by a group of barbarians who escaped from the western region. Because it was located in the middle of a snow mountain covered with snow all year round and was shrouded in mountain fog all year round, it was named Ethereal City. These people were uncivilized and worshipped the law of the jungle. Therefore, they were all fierce and barbaric. They often crossed the border into the Shang dynasty and robbed the nearby merchants. They became bandits. Later on, they became even more ruthless. They directly led the bandits into the border villages of the Shang dynasty, robbed women and treasures, and slaughtered civilians. Everything within a radius of 30 to 40 miles was harmed by them. Although the imperial court had sent out troops many times to suppress them, but because the terrain around Pyamyao City was closed off, there were many places like the One-Line Sky and the Two Zhang Gorge that were easy to defend but hard to attack. Therefore, relying on the geographical advantage, the army mostly rebelled without success. Therefore, the Hu people ran rampant, raping, pillaging, and committing all kinds of evil until about 30 years ago. "What?" Bayan asked curiously when he saw that Sei Ito had stopped talking. "Until 30 years ago, a martial arts master suddenly appeared out of nowhere. His martial arts were extremely high. He broke into the ethereal city alone and fought with more than 1,000 barbarians. After a day and a night, he killed nearly 1,000 barbarians. Everywhere in the city, corpses were piled up like mountains and blood flowed like rivers. The scene was like hell." Ito Sei smiled. He continued, "After this battle, the experts might have shaken the entire Misty City. The remaining Hu people and the abducted civilians all unanimously supported him as the new city lord. Now, the Misty City has officially changed masters. The city lord has just been appointed, and the Huan people in the city are scrambling to curry favor and flatter him. Gold, silver, and treasures swarmed in as tributes. Seeing this, the city lord issued an order that as long as everyone presents their treasures, all illegal activities can be done as they please without any restrictions. I didn't see it. This city lord has the demeanor of a member of our devil sect. Tao Wu lightly clapped her hands and said with a smile. As soon as the order was issued, not only were the remaining people in the Misty City excited, even the bandits and criminals in the Shang dynasty were attracted to join the Misty City. As a result, the Misty City's plundering range expanded once again to a radius of 100 miles. Seito ignored her. The sermon continued, and the city lord, who had obtained a large amount of gold, silver, treasures, and resources, started a large-scale construction, expanding the stronghold and building the entire Misty City into an impregnable fortress. He also gradually built an army, and his might shook the border. The city lord has great power and countless treasures. However, a tall tree attracts the wind, and naturally, it attracted many covetous people. Experts came to challenge him, but they were all seriously injured by the city lord in less than 10 moves. However, they were not killed. Instead, the city lord hung them and a group of disobedient people on the city wall, allowing the scorching sun to scorch them and the cold wind to blow them until they were on the verge of death. They would also attract vultures to peck at them until they breathed their last. Then, the city lord would lower the city wall and let the surrounding wild dogs eat wantonly. TSK. It seems that I was wrong. This city lord is more like a member of the devil sect than us. Tao Wu said with disgust. Other than being fond of gold, silver, and women, the city lord of Misty City is even better at torturing people. Just like the scorching sun torture from before, according to his mood, he will use other cruel tortures to deal with the offenders. Therefore, other than the city lord of Misty City's name, he is also called the city lord of torture by the outside world. Seito said. After more than 20 years of operation, the city lord of Misty City not only has countless gold, silver, treasures, and a majestic city, he has also nurtured 4 great experts under his command. They are called the Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Xian Beast, the 4 sacred beasts. They are in charge of 4 major armies, and they intimidate all the people from both the black and white sides within a radius of 100 miles. They can be considered as a feudal lord. Then, our trip this time is, Tao Wu said thoughtfully, to retrieve a treasure and to destroy Misty City. Ito flipped his wrist and took the red divine stone from GFA's belt and put it away as he said. After that, they did not speak for the rest of the journey. Everyone followed the carriage and went into the distance. After half a day, Ito, who was meditating with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes and looked out of the carriage. Looks like we've already entered the realm. Ito sneered. Yes, but I don't like this welcome method. Tao Wu smiled. Almost at the instant Tao Wu's words left her mouth, more than 10 men of different heights, fat and skinny, but all of them had a fierce look on their faces. Their eyes were filled with murderous intent, and they held sharp weapons in their hands. They rushed out from both sides and blocked the front of the carriage. The horse neighed and stopped, moving with its head tilted back and forth. Get out of the carriage. One of the short and fat men with big ears stepped forward and shouted. However, the only response he got was the carriage door that was still tightly shut. Mother asterisk Kerr, playing dead? Brothers, attack. Kill them. The short and fat man shouted angrily. Then, the bandits roared and rushed towards the carriage. You're courting death. In the next moment, along with an extremely cold and emotionless voice that sounded like the voice of a ninth heaven god, several lightning bolts appeared around the carriage and shot towards the bandits like arrows. Zap, zap. The lightning bolts were so fast that they surpassed the bandits' reaction. They watched helplessly as the lightning bolts pierced their chests and exploded, turning into tiny electric sparks that crawled all over their bodies. Shrill screams echoed between heaven and earth. Let's go. Soon after, the cold voice sounded again. The horse, which had no one to drive it, raised its hooves again and galloped forward with a clatter. Along the way, Sei Ito and the others encountered 2 more waves of bandits. However, just like the previous ones, they were immediately turned into charred corpses by Sei Ito's lightning. They became decorations in the wilderness, waiting for wild dogs or vultures to eat. At 10 o'clock in the evening, the carriage drove into a small but surprisingly prosperous town and finally stopped in front of a restaurant. Creak, Sei Ito opened the door and stepped out of the carriage, followed by Sichin. But as soon as she got out of the carriage, Momo frowned slightly. She glanced at the crowd around her, and then a soft and beautiful smile appeared on her face again. She stretched out her arm and held the arm of Ito Sei, who had walked out before her, and snuggled up to him. After Sichin, Captain Shio also helped the unconscious GFA out of the carriage. "Dear guests, what would you like to eat?" The attentive waiter trotted to them and asked with a fawning expression. "Just bring out your best dishes," Sei Ito ordered calmly. "All right, please take a seat. I'll inform the kitchen." The waiter led Sei Ito and the others to an empty seat and quickly wiped the short table with the linen cloth on his shoulder. He then bowed and invited them. Then he stepped back from the 4 of them and walked quickly to the kitchen. However, when no one was paying attention, the restaurant owner secretly signaled the waiter with his eyes. The waiter nodded slightly, as if he understood. Then, he quickly entered the door leading to the kitchen and was blocked by the curtain that fell down. "Husband, these guys around us are looking at us strangely," Sichin, who was leaning on Sei Ito, whispered. "There are no good people in Misty City. Although this is a bit absolute, it's not far from the truth. These guys around us are treating us as fat sheep and want to get some benefits from us. Especially you. With your beauty, you can be exchanged for a high price," Sei Ito said with a strange smile. I'm so scared." "Husband, you have to protect Sierra well later," Sichin said coquettishly, pretending to be scared. While the 2 of them were talking and laughing, the waiter who had left earlier returned to their side. He put the wine and 1 or 2 cold dishes that could be served immediately on the table and said, "Please enjoy." Sei Ito did not hold back. He grabbed the pot and poured a bowl of wine for himself and Sichin. Then, he put down the pot and picked up the wooden bowl to drink with Sichin. On the other side, the embroidered captain, who was also feeling a bit thirsty, hesitated for a moment before reaching for the pot and pouring a small mouthful of wine for himself. He lifted the bowl and drank. Seeing this, Sei Ito and Sichin looked at each other and saw a slight smile in each other's eyes. They did not say anything and continued to drink mouthful after mouthful. My head is so dizzy." After a moment, Sichin suddenly raised her hand and touched her forehead as if she could not handle the wine. Me too." Sei Ito frowned. "I don't. There's meow in the wine." Then, Sei Ito's expression changed, and he hurriedly said. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he and Sichin both fell on the low table with a bang. The embroidered captain's expression changed, and she became alert. However, before she could do anything, a similar feeling of dizziness surged up, causing her vision to become blurry. "Do it." At this moment, the somewhat hazy embroidered captain heard someone shout. Then, 7 or 8 burly men rushed out from all over the restaurant and surrounded the table where Sei Ito and the others were sitting. "What beautiful beauties! Boss, we've struck it big this time." A man looked at Sichin and the embroidered captain with lustful eyes and said, "Don't move your hands and feet, especially the barefoot woman. I'm going to offer her to Misty City and hand her over to Lord Azure Dragon." A fair and plump man who dressed like a rich man walked over and said, "Hiss, as expected of the boss. You think more than we do." Another person laughed strangely. As he spoke, he stepped forward and was about to pull Sei Ito up from the table. Chapter 2066. P.S. My phone is an old version, so I can't access Chidian's mobile network. That's why I know about the trouble that Chidian's mobile network has caused because of me transferring first and then modifying later. So, I apologize to everyone here. I'm sorry. From tomorrow onwards, I'll write in advance and try my best to finish writing before 12 o'clock so that this kind of situation won't happen again. Pon, accompanied by a sudden soft sound, The body of the man who was about to step forward immediately flew back like a cannonball. It wasn't until he hit the wall of the restaurant with a bang that he barely stopped. Old Five, who is it? The villains in the restaurant who saw the sudden change of events shouted one after another. However, at this moment, a pink figure flashed, and all the villains felt a pain in their chests. The scenery on both sides quickly slid away as their bodies flew backward rapidly like clouds. Bang, 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 bang. With a muffled sound, all the villains crashed into the walls and pillars of the restaurant. Their limbs were spread wide and embedded into the walls. You dare to drug and kidnap people with such little strength? A bunch of lowly things. You really overestimate yourselves. Pop, Iho said disdainfully as he clapped his hands to get rid of the non-existent dust in his palms. This kind of thing naturally can't be compared to your Ean's sunflower sect. However, it can't be said that it has no effect at all. Look, she fell for it. Seito gestured with his eyes to Xiao Wei, who was lying unconscious on the table, and said with a smile, "However, since that's the case, there's no need to stay in this town. We'll enter Ethereal City tonight." Seito stood up from the couch and waved his hand to put Xiao Wei and GFA into the Rubik's Cube world. "All right, it just so happens that I also want to see what kind of person this Ethereal City Lord is," Baiho said with a smile. After saying that, he waved his arm and used his supreme inner strength to move the several chopsticks on the table. They were used as hidden weapons and shot like arrows toward the villains who were embedded into the walls of the restaurant. PFFF, 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 PFFF. In an instant, the villains felt pain in their throats. The brown wooden chopsticks pierced into their throats and went straight through their cervical vertebrae before nailing into the wall behind them. It went straight in several inches. Seito did not mind Bayan's actions. He took her out of the restaurant and used his Qinggong to move like a ghost toward the huge mountain city not far from the town. With their outstanding Qinggong, it did not take long for them to arrive in front of the huge misty city. The first thing that entered their eyes was the huge city wall that was nearly 10 feet tall. The cave was 15 feet tall and 8 feet wide. The top of the cave was an arched door built in the middle of the city wall. The door was wide open, welcoming the men and women who wanted to enter the city. On the left side of the city wall, there was a flight of stone steps that led upwards. Under the thick layer of snow on the mountain wall, it led straight to the unknown. On the right was a tall building in the style of the western regions. It had a pointed roof and a round body. It was built in a picturesque disorder. Above it, there were rectangular holes similar to windows and square columns that should be chimneys. It was not difficult to guess that it should be a house for people to live in. Let's go to the snow protector at the top first. Itose looked around. He decided. Bayan naturally did not object to Sei Ito's decision. She then stretched her body and followed Sei Ito out of Misty City. They came to a snow-covered road not far away. Stepping on the white snow and braving the cold wind, they ran toward the building at the top of the mountain. 10 minutes later, a huge castle in the style of the western regions appeared in front of them. Boom! However, at this moment, a loud explosion came from the back of the castle. "Let's go and take a look," Sei Ito said, and moved toward the back of the castle. Bayan did not hesitate and followed closely. In a moment, the two bypassed the castle from the side and came to the place where the sound came from. It was an open flat ground covered in snow. 3 sides were suspended in the air. Only the direction leading to the castle was connected to the mountain, forming a unique area that was almost impossible to hide. A tall and majestic man stood in the wind and snow. He was more than 6 feet tall and only wore a pair of blue cloth pants. His burly upper body was naked, revealing his bulging muscles and thick chest hair. His gray hair was scattered casually. He looked a little sloppy. Red light bloomed all over his body like blood. With the movements of his arms, the red light gathered into balls and clouds from time to time and bombarded in all directions. Boom, boom. Obviously, the thunderous sound was made by this old man. What a strong cultivation. What a profound inner strength. Bayan's pupils shrank as she looked at the old man, who was practicing, and whispered, He is the city lord of Misty City, Danchon, Saito said lightly. Yes, he is indeed an expert. Bayan gasped. Wait for me here for a while. I will go to his castle and take the treasure. Saito whispered. Bayan nodded slightly and agreed. Then, Saito, who received the answer, did not hesitate and used his ability to escape into the void. He quickly sneaked to the side of the castle. Then, he changed to Earth Meld and went through the wall to invade the castle called the Snow Castle. I remember that it was in a study in the original work. Saito thought. Then, he spread out his divine sense and began to explore the entire castle. Almost instantly, a strange aura energy and an image appeared in his mind through his perception. There, Saito, who found the place, moved like a formless ghost and quickly passed through several walls in front of him. Finally, he stopped in a room. The room was very large, about 60 square meters. There were a pair of bamboo slips and cloth placed against the wall. There were also a dozen white animal bones engraved with words on the surface. In the middle of the room was a large stone platform with a diameter of more than 1 meter. There were 10 pillars of different colors, marked with a number of heavenly stems, and each engraved with a paragraph of secret text. They gave Saito a strange and mysterious feeling in his perception. Under the light emitted from the lamp in the room, they flickered with colorful light and were mesmerizing. These 10 crystals were nothing else. They were the main purpose of Saito's trip. It was the divine martial art created by this world's Nuwa, the Book of the Chaos. Saito took a deep breath. He gathered his spirit and then stepped in front of the stone platform. He reached out and grabbed the sky crystals on the stone platform. Let me see your ability, Nuwa. As soon as he finished speaking, Saito's palm grabbed one of the slender sky crystals. In an instant, Saito felt his primordial spirit move. A mysterious force took a trace of his mind and projected it into the sky crystal in his hand. In a blur, he appeared in a sea of clouds drifting with colorful clouds. When he came back to his senses, he narrowed his eyes and looked around. In the next moment, the sky moved. Amidst the sound of phoenix cries, a carriage with a refreshing fragrance came from the horizon. The carriage was a kind of single-seater carriage similar to a rickshaw, but it was more exquisite. It was not only inlaid with gold and silver. There were gemstone pendants and beautiful, colorful patterns around them. There was a stick at the back of the carriage. There was a golden cloth with a large number of ornaments hanging on it. It swayed slightly as the carriage moved. Pulling the carriage was a big bird with bright green feathers that looked like a peacock. When it flapped its wings, it brought about gusts of light wind. There were several beautiful fairies in silk clothes on both sides of the carriage. They held flower baskets in their hands. As the carriage moved, they would reach into the baskets from time to time and grab handfuls of colorful petals and scatter them into the sky. On the throne of the carriage, there was a woman wearing a noble robe with her hair tied up high. Her hair was covered in golden phoenix hair ornaments. Her face was graceful and luxurious. Just a glance at her would make one involuntarily think of one's mother. The beautiful woman sat upright with the corners of her mouth slightly raised. Her bright eyes seemed to be able to see through everything in the world as she calmly looked ahead. Nuwa, looking at the carriage that was gradually approaching, Saito secretly called out the woman's identity. After a while, the carriage stopped in front of Saito. You want to take the sky crystal? Nuwa looked down at Saito, who was standing in front of the carriage. Her tone was gentle, but full of majesty. Yes, Saito affirmed. Aren't you afraid that this god will erase your soul? Nuwa said faintly. This is only a strand of my will. Although it'll make me uncomfortable for a while, it won't hurt my foundation. Instead, it'll arouse my enmity afterwards. I don't think your ladyship would be so unwise. Saito smiled. That's not necessarily true. You're an extraterrestrial demon. Since this god has discovered you, this god will naturally exterminate you to prevent you from bringing disaster to the world. As soon as she finished speaking, the entire world of Cloud Realm suddenly turned violet. The originally colorful clouds were replaced by dark clouds. Thick bolts of lightning and wild gales began to wreak havoc in the world, making it seem like the end of the world had arrived. Seito remained unmoved by the scene before him. With a faint smile, his body began to emit an immeasurable amount of pure light that transformed into large, pure white lotuses that floated around him and suppressed the surrounding space. No matter how the lightning and wild gales surged, they couldn't destroy the lotuses. She stepped within 100 meters of Seito. Niwa couldn't help but widen her eyes at the changes and let out a soft cry of surprise. I didn't expect that this extraterrestrial demon would obtain immortal arts and have a chance of attaining the Tao. How strange, Niwa said. Seito ignored Niwa's words. He raised his right hand and used his internal energy to open a small wound on his skin, forcing out a trace of blood-colored aura from his fingertips. Niwa's expression grew even more astonished at the sight of the aura. Popularity? And it's the popularity of the 9 provinces of Huaxia. How do you have such a thing? Niwa asked in astonishment. Naturally, it's because I'm also a descendant of Huaxia. Seito chuckled. Without waiting for Niwa to speak, he continued. With your ladyship Niwa's abilities, you should know about the sky beyond heaven, right? Are you trying to say that you're from the sky beyond heaven? Niwa frowned. But as far as this god knows, the sky beyond heaven is a void of the universe. There's no life in it all. How could it possibly give birth to an extraterrestrial demon like you who possesses the popularity of the 9 provinces of Huaxia? Then does your ladyship know about the sky beyond heaven? Seito asked in return. I don't know about that. Niwa shook her head. The sky beyond heaven is another world outside the void of the universe. Like this world, it has resplendent literature and mysterious intelligent life forms. I come from one of the sky beyond heaven worlds, Seito explained. Chapter 2067. P.S. Thank you to Sacred Knight and Isaiah 1 for your precious monthly votes. You're saying that there's a Huaxia and a Jojo human clan outside the Empyrean? Niwa frowned. Obviously, even with her high realm, she was a little shocked and confused by the content of Ito Mori's words. Humans are the bell spirits of the heavenly axiom. They can naturally survive in the myriad of worlds. So, why can't there be a Huaxia and a Jojo human clan in other worlds? Even, Ito paused for a moment. Then he looked at Niwa with a deep gaze and continued. Even your majesty Niwa exists in other worlds. As soon as he said that, Niwa's expression changed slightly, revealing the shock in her heart. Is that true? Niwa asked in a deep voice. Of course. Seito confirmed. Niwa was silent. She frowned and pondered. Seito didn't disturb her. He quietly waited for Niwa to recover from her thoughts. If that's the case, why do you want to take the sky crystal I left outside? After a while, Niwa woke up from her thoughts. She looked at Seito and asked in a deep voice, Your Highness, although there are also you, Huaxia, and the human race of the 9 regions and other worlds, the development of civilization is not the same, and the orthodoxies left behind are also not the same. For example, of the 2 goddess Niwa that I still know, one of them left behind the celestial crystal sword that was created using her own life essence for 1,000,000 years, while the other one became a supreme saint and was indestructible. Compared to you and the goddess Niwa, who created the celestial crystal sword, she is many times stronger. So, the book of the chaos that your majesty left behind is still unique in a myriad of worlds. Naturally, I want to take it for myself. I want to comprehend the mysteries within it. Seito smiled. Sky crystal sword, saint? Niwa's eyes flashed. Niwa muttered to herself. All right, you can take the sky crystal away. But you have to promise me one thing. After a dozen seconds, Niwa regained her senses and said seriously, Please speak, Your Highness. Seito cupped his fists. This item was originally the foundation item I left for the current generation's destined person. Since you've taken it away, I naturally need to leave some compensation. Therefore, I need you to find the destined person after you take the heaven crystal and stay by his side for a year. Teach him the book of the chaos with all your heart, Nuwa said. All right. Seito thought for a moment, then agreed. Then he asked, even though he already knew the answer, may I know the name of the person that your highness mentioned? The person who will receive the fortune is surnamed G. He is the second son of the current Marquis of the West. Nuwa replied. This one will remember, Seito said. In that case, you can go now. I hope you won't use the Book of the Chaos to bring disaster to the world. Nuwa sighed softly. He did not wait for Seito to speak. The carriage turned on its own as if it was preparing to leave. Your Highness, please wait a moment. At this moment, Seito's voice rang out again. The carriage stopped turning, and Nuwa turned her head to look at Seito again. Seito's eyes flickered, and he asked with a smile, I wonder if your highness is willing to travel with me to see the different sceneries of the various worlds? You know the Book of the Chaos. You should know my current state. Why do you ask when you already know the answer? Nuwa was silent for a moment. Then, she looked at Seito with a deep gaze and sighed softly. The so-called Book of the Chaos was created after Nuwa mended the heavens. When she felt that she didn't have much time left, she created a technique based on what she had comprehended in her life. It was her sacrifice. Therefore, after she succeeded, she dispersed into the purest vital energy and dispersed into the heavens. She was compatible with all living things and nurtured all living things in the 9 continents. Therefore, even though Nuwa looked like a living being, she was actually borrowing the power of the heavenly crystal. She was relying on the power of the heavenly crystal and her aura to temporarily break away from the void and take a temporary form. As long as Seito's consciousness left the heavenly crystal, Nuwa would return to the world and become a world spirit like Mother Earth Gaia. She would invisibly pay attention to the changes in the world. Your Highness, you only need to tell me if you want to or not. Seito did not explain. Instead, he asked again, if this was in the past, when I still had a physical body, I might have followed you to take a look at the myriad worlds you spoke of. But now, Nuwa gently shook her head and sighed. In other words, Your Highness, you still want to see the world outside of this world with me? Seito asked with a smile. So what if I do? Nuwa asked in astonishment. She could faintly hear the meaning in Seito's expression and tone. As long as Your Highness is willing to help me, I have a way to make Your Highness travel the various worlds with me. Seito said with certainty. This is your true goal. Nuwa's eyes flashed as she said faintly. No, this idea suddenly came to me after I saw Your Highness. If Your Highness didn't appear, my main goal would still be the heavenly crystal. Seito shook his head slightly and replied, Oh, this god is curious. The carriage turned, and Nuwa looked at Seito again. Your Highness's current state can be said to be one with the heavens and the earth. You are the mother of all creation and the spirit of the heavenly Tao in this world. Although you are not as good as Your Highness Nuwa, who has already become a saint, as long as this world is not destroyed, Your Highness will have the capital to be indestructible. Thus, if I want Your Highness to regain your freedom, I have to start with this world. Seito exuded a strong sense of confidence as he spoke. At the same time, Nuwa's face also revealed a look of interest. My method is for Your Highness to help me refine and absorb this entire world and refine it into a heavenly abode world that can travel with me. In this way, Your Highness can regain your freedom and travel the various worlds with me. Seito smiled. You really are an extraterrestrial demon. You actually want to refine this world into a heavenly abode. What do you think of the people of this world? This god really should destroy your divine soul again. However, Nuwa's expression immediately darkened when she heard that. Her eyes were filled with anger as she abruptly stood up from the carriage. She pointed at Seito and shouted. Following Nuwa's anger, Cloud Realm World, which had just calmed down, once again became like the end of the world. Red lightning filled the sky as hurricanes wreaked havoc, tearing everything around them to pieces. Seito's expression didn't change as his body of consciousness once again blossomed with azure light. Pure white lotus flowers floated out from within and suppressed the space around him, preventing the lightning and hurricanes from approaching him. "Your Highness has misunderstood," Ito said next. "How has this god misunderstood?" Niwa laughed coldly. "Because of the heavenly abode I speak of. If your Highness doesn't understand a heavenly abode, it won't harm the people of this world in the slightest when refining it. Moreover, they will remain the same after the refinement. At most, they will have me as their manager. For example, the ancient celestial emperor, Ito explained. How can this god believe you?" Niwa asked mildly after hearing Ito's explanation. "I can swear an oath with your Highness to the heavenly Tao of this world," Ito replied without hesitation. Cultivators like Ito and Niwa wouldn't easily swear an oath. Moreover, they were swearing an oath to the heavenly Tao of this world. Thus, Niwa's expression calmed down as she somewhat believed Ito's words. "Allow me to consider this matter," Niwa said in a low voice as she sat back down on the carriage. "All right. However, if possible, your Highness, please give me an answer as soon as possible. This concerns my next decision. After all, my refinement method is different from ordinary heavenly abodes. There's a lot of preparation work involved, and it'll take a long time," Ito said. After hearing his words, Niwa's trust in him increased a little. "I understand. If there is a decision, please do not hesitate. If you decide, I'll contact you with the sky crystal," Niwa said. Then, Niwa's carriage moved again and made a half-turn. Following that, the giant bird flapped its wings and brought along a strong gust of wind as it flew towards the horizon with Niwa and the flower-scattering fairies. Not long after, they completely disappeared. Then, the space changed, and Ito's consciousness returned to his body. "Phew," Ito, who had regained his senses, gently exhaled. Then, he moved his arm and pulled out the sky crystal he was holding from the stone platform. He casually put it into his clothes. Then, with a thought, he put the remaining 9 sky crystals into the Rubik's Cube world. "This way, I won't have to worry about Niwa not being able to contact me." Then, after putting away the sky crystal, Ito didn't hesitate. With a thought, he moved all the bamboo slips, beast bones, and silk books in the room into the Rubik's Cube world. Almost instantly, the entire room became empty. "It's time to deal with the Misty City's city lord," Ito muttered softly. After saying that, Ito's figure flashed and disappeared from the room. In the blink of an eye, he appeared beside Tao Wu, who was hiding in the snow. "Husband," Tao Wu called out. "How about it? Do you want to fight with this world's top expert?" Ito smiled at Tao Wu and signaled with his eyes to the Misty City's city lord, who was madly practicing martial arts in the snow. "All right, let Tao Wu see the difference between me and this world's top expert." Tao Wu's beautiful eyes flashed as she smiled tenderly. Then, without needing Ito's instructions, she immediately used the sky demon body technique. Like a fairy descending from the 9 heavens, she flashed out from the snow and flew gracefully to the Misty City's city lord's side. Then, she threw out a palm strike that contained 80% of her strength. "Who's there?" The Misty City's city lord, who was practicing martial arts, suddenly changed his expression and shouted coldly. At the same time, he quickly turned around and used his big hand that was filled with blood-red chi to meet Tao Wu's palm. "Oh!" With a light sound, the chi exploded and turned into a shock wave that could be seen with the naked eye. With the two of them as the center, it pushed away the thick snow around them and formed a tall snow curtain that faintly wrapped around the two of them. "Oomph!" Then a tender snort sounded. Tao Wu, whose face was pale and blood was flowing out from the corner of her mouth, flew out from the snow curtain. "I didn't expect you to be a beautiful girl. Just nice. I haven't been close to a woman for a long time. Today, I'll use you as an appetizer." After saying that, the Misty City's city lord immediately rushed forward and caught up with Tao Wu, who was flying backward with his outstanding qigong. At the same time, he stretched out his hands and stimulated a force. In an instant, blood and chi surged and turned into a wave of scarlet chi tide that was like a sea wolf. It quickly covered Tao Wu's body and trapped her. This was one of the chi force application moves in the Book of the Chaos, cocoon trapping force. Tao Wu's expression changed. She couldn't care less about the strange qi in her body that had not been completely suppressed. A grayish-black light flashed around her body and supported the sky demon force field. The force field had a shifting force that dissolved the power of the cocoon trapping force. However, Tao Wu, who was fighting with a strange martial art like the Book of the Chaos for the first time, did not know that the cocoon trapping force was best at shifting force. Therefore, it was very difficult to get out of the cocoon trapping force other than using force to destroy it. Therefore, no matter how she used the sky demon force field to dissolve the cocoon trapping force, she would eventually be pushed away by the cocoon trapping force. She was unable to break free from the cocoon trapping force. Moreover, as the sky demon force field operated, it became more and more difficult for Tao Wu to suppress the strange qi in her body. Blood flowed out from the corner of her mouth involuntarily again. Is this the top expert of this world? The gap is so big. I can't even take a blow. Tao Wu's eyes flickered, and her heart was filled with unwillingness. As expected, there's always someone better than you. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in the air behind the Misty City's city lord. He kicked out with one leg, and the yuan qi under his feet turned into a picture of 8 gowns, pressing down on the Misty City's city lord. It was Sei Ito, so there's still a little bug here. The Misty City's city lord sneered. Then, she condensed the qi in her hand into a ball and threw it towards the picture of 8 gowns. Boom! Amidst the violent explosion, the Misty City's city lord was sent flying backwards like a cannonball. At the same time, as the Misty City's city lord was sent flying, the cocoon trapping force field that was pressing down on Tao Wu's body dissipated, allowing Tao Wu to regain her freedom. Wah! Almost at the same moment when she broke free, Tao Wu immediately opened her mouth and spat out a big mouthful of dark blood. Sei Ito, who had just landed on the ground, flashed and came to Tao Wu's side. He stretched out his hand and pressed on her back, sending a surge of pure, innate energy into her body to help heal her internal injuries. Are you all right? Sei Ito asked concernedly. I'm fine. It's just that I didn't expect that old man to be so strong. Tao Wu raised her hand to wipe off the blood at the corner of her mouth and said hatefully, It's good that you're fine. Step aside first and let your husband help you vent your anger. Seeing that Tao Wu's face had regained its color, Sei Ito withdrew his hand and raised his head to look at the Misty City's city lord who was surrounded by blood-red qi. Tao Wu replied softly and obediently stepped aside. Innate universe technique. Who are you? The Misty City's city lord asked coldly. The person who's here to deal with you. Sei Ito sneered. What a boastful brat. You actually dare to talk to me like that. Let's see how I'll deal with you. The Misty City's city lord said loudly. Then, the qi in his body surged, and the blood-red qi around him swelled into a ball. Chapter 2068. The effect seems to be quite eye-catching. I wonder how long you can last. Sei Ito, who was standing still, chuckled. The Misty City Lord, who was circulating his energy, paused when he heard this. His expression became gloomy. Could it be that this brat knows about this old man's illness? Impossible. Other than this old man, even Longer, Vermilion Bird, and the others don't know about it. How can anyone else know? This brat is tricking me. Thinking of this, the Misty City Lord, who thought that he had seen through Sei Ito's scheme, made up his mind. He fiercely circulated the blood-colored energy on his body to his hands, forming 2 blood-colored balloons. Then, he rushed forward and punched towards Sei Ito's chest with his fists that were protected by the blood-colored balloons. Watch me break you. Seeing that the Misty City Lord's fists were about to land, Sei Ito laughed out loud. He fiercely circulated the first technique of the innate universe technique, indefinite universe. He used his hands that appeared like a gown to block the Misty City Lord's fists. Then, he moved his body to the side and took a step closer to the left side of the Misty City Lord's body. Then, his left foot slid out, causing his body to completely rotate and send the Misty City Lord's body out. In an instant, The Misty City's city lord only felt that the space in front of him was empty. His body involuntarily rushed forward, but before he could regain his footing, he felt an extremely ferocious force blasting towards his back. Not good. The Misty City lord's expression changed. He hurriedly circulated the blood firmament technique and turned the blood-colored energy around his body into a hard armor. Boom! With a loud explosion, the Misty City lord's body immediately flew forward. Firmament blood armor. Seeing that his casual attack did not injure the Misty City lord, Ito raised his eyebrows and said, "Then I'll add more strength." "Forget it." Ito stomped his foot and suddenly appeared behind the Misty City lord like a ghost. Once again, he sent a palm strike at his back. Sensing the attack from behind, Misty City's city lord's expression changed. He hurriedly twisted his body in midair and swung his fist, which was still stuck in the blood-colored balloon, towards Ito's face. He looked as if he wanted to injure both of them. However, the Misty City lord's fist was only halfway through when it was caught by Ito Seiji's other hand with a pa sound. Then, Ito Seiji's palm moved forward and landed on the Misty City lord's back without any hindrance. Pa! Instantly, the Misty City's city lord's expression changed. The blood chi all over his body was like a piece of cloth that had been torn apart by a strong force. It rapidly flew out in all directions, revealing the Misty City's city lord, who had a normal complexion. Wah! Misty City's city lord, whose cultivation had been broken, could not help but spit out a large mouthful of blood. On the other hand, Ito did not show any mercy. He gently pushed up the palm that landed on the Misty City's city lord's back. A surge of chi then entered the Misty City's city lord's body from his palm and quickly flowed through the governing meridian on the Misty City's city lord's back. It suppressed the power of the Book of the Chaos in the Misty City's city lord's body back into his dantian. Affected by this, Misty City's city lord only felt pain in his body. He could no longer exert any strength in his body. Like a soft worm, he fell onto the snow with Ito's arm loosening. Bang! Husband's strength is really getting stronger and stronger. Seeing the Misty City's city lord defeated, Tao Wu, who was walking over, could not help but sigh. As long as you are willing to train properly and stop being lazy, you can also become very strong. Ito Sei stretched out his hand and pulled Bien into his arms, chuckling. "When did I slack off?" Tao Wu twisted her body slightly and said unwillingly, "You really didn't? Then who was the one who reduced your daily training time by 2 hours?" Ito asked with a faint smile. Tao Wu's face turned red when she heard this. She turned her head to the side in embarrassment and said coquettishly, "Okay, I know I was wrong. I will definitely train hard in the future. I won't slack off anymore." Ito smiled non-committally and did not say anything. Seeing this, Tao Wu wrinkled her nose playfully and snorted. She buried her head in Ito's chest and did not say anything. "Who are you people?" At this time, Misty City's city lord, who had recovered some of his strength, asked in a deep voice. "You don't need to know this. You only need to know that from now on, you are our captive," Ito said indifferently. After he finished speaking, he did not give Misty City's city lord a chance to speak. He flicked his finger and hit the back of Misty City's city lord's head, knocking him out instantly. Then, he waved his hand and put Misty City's city lord into the Rubik's Cube world. "Let's go and deal with the guys in the castle. Then, we will stay for the night. Tomorrow, we will go down and meet the 4 great generals of Misty City," Ito said as he let go of Tao Wu. "As long as my husband makes the decision," Tao Wu said with a smile. Then, the two of them rushed into the snow castle without any concealment. As the private residence of Misty City's city lord, the snow castle's defensive power was not weak. However, that was only relatively speaking. It might be invincible to the outside world, but against Ito and Tao Wu, it was far inferior. Therefore, it did not take long for the hundreds of defensive powers similar to Xiao Wei and Yin Jume to be cleared out. Only the maids and ordinary people in the snow castle remained. Seeing this, Seito did not waste any time. He directly called for the maids and ordinary people in the snow castle, opened a Rubik's Cube, and transferred them into the Rubik's Cube world. He placed them on the Qin continent and handed them over to Zhaoya. As a result, the entire castle immediately became empty. Coupled with the smell of blood in the castle and the sound made by the whistling cold wind outside the castle, the entire snow castle looked like a ghost town. Forget it, let's go back and live. Looking at the empty castle, Seito said to Tao Wu beside him. That's right, Tao Wu agreed. Then, the two of them flashed and returned to the Rubik's Cube world. After a night of romance, they were incomparably happy. The next morning, Seito's figure reappeared from the void. As for Tao Wu, who was supposed to come out with him, because he was stimulated by the defeat of the Misty City's city lord in the battle, he decided to stay in the palace and cultivate properly. Therefore, he did not come out with him to the outside world. Then, Seito's figure flashed and disappeared from the empty snow castle. The next moment, he appeared in front of the Misty City's gate halfway up the mountain. He moved forward bit by bit with the crowd entering the city. Fortunately, the line was not long. In just over 2 minutes, it was Seito's turn to be checked. Boy, where's your waist token? One of the guards shouted. However, the answer he got was a pitch-black fish shadow. Bang! In an instant, the guard's facial bones caved in. As he flew backward, he opened his mouth and let out a miserable howl. F***CK. Someone's causing trouble. Kill him. Stop him. Hearing his companion scream, the other guards hurriedly ran over and shouted angrily. However, as soon as they finished speaking, a natural 8 trigrams pattern that suddenly appeared in front of them exploded violently. It caused an endless surge of yuan qi and blasted them into the square behind the gate. Clang, 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 clang. Someone's breaking into the city. Someone's breaking into the city. Immediately after, the hurried sound of a gong and a man's urgent roar rang out in the Misty City. Seito ignored the guard's warning and smiled lightly. He walked through the gate of the Misty City and arrived at the square in the middle of the Misty City. Then, the figures of 2 men, one fat and one thin, one tall and one short, with sinister expressions, appeared in front of him and blocked his path. Just the 2 of you? Seito stopped and raised his eyebrows. The 2 of us are enough. The tall and thin man in a yellow robe replied. It's a pity that such a good young man wants to break into the city. His white youth is going to be ruined just like that. What a big idiot. The short and fat man in a blue robe pretended to be regretful and sighed as he shook his head. Forget it. 2 it is. I'll deal with you first and then find the others. Seito chuckled. Ridiculous. Just you? You want to defeat us? The tall and thin man sneered. Seito didn't have the mood to talk nonsense with the 2 of them. With a flick of his finger, he shot a strong wind toward the tall and thin man. The strong wind was fast and couldn't be seen with the naked eye. Therefore, in the next moment, the tall and thin man, who was completely unprepared, immediately groaned in pain and took 2 steps back with a painful expression. Senior brother? The short man beside him was surprised. Damn it, this guy dares to sneak attack. Junior brother, kill him. The tall and thin man said angrily. Okay. The short and fat man replied and rushed in front of Seito. He clenched his right hand into a fist. Because of the surging energy, a turtle shell pattern faintly appeared on his fist. He quickly punched towards Seito's chest. Seito slightly moved his body to the side and dodged the short and fat man's attack. At the same time, he bent his knee and lifted his leg, ruthlessly kicking the short and fat man's fat stomach. Bang! In an instant, the short and fat man's eyes bulged and his body shot into the distance like a cannonball. At the same time, the tall and thin man flew above Seito and kicked out with his left leg. Shadows of kicks covered Seito's head and upper body. Seito's body didn't move. He grabbed forward with one hand. With a paw sound, the shadows of kicks covering the sky immediately disappeared, revealing the tall and thin man's long leg that had been caught by Seito. Seito then swung his arm and threw the tall and thin man away with boundless strength. "Kid, give me your life." At this moment, accompanied by a deafening roar, a green figure instantly appeared in the air in front of Seito. His hands were like awls, rapidly stabbing towards Seito's head. Seito, who was still motionless under his feet, leaned back and dodged the attack. At the same time, both of his hands blasted upwards, ruthlessly hitting the opponent's chest. Bang! With a loud explosion, the person's body flew backwards at a speed faster than when he came. He flew 7 to 8 meters before heavily falling on the ground of Pyongyang City Square. Chapter 2069. Wah! The moment he landed on the ground, the man, who was wearing armor that looked like a shrimp general, had a slender figure and had a bald head with only a small braid of hair in the middle, spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing the man spit out blood, the Misty City citizens and guards on both sides were dumbfounded. "You're Black Tortoise, right?" Seito looked at the man who was on all fours with a calm expression, as if he had just done something insignificant. "That's me," Black Tortoise replied coldly. "Looks like I haven't taught you enough of a lesson." Hearing Black Tortoise's reply, Seito frowned as a cold light flashed in his eyes. Then he suddenly took a step forward, and a force instantly surged into the ground and passed straight to Black Tortoise's abdomen, who was on all fours like a wild beast. With a bang, it broke through the ground and slammed into Black Tortoise's abdomen. Black Tortoise's expression changed as his abdomen was attacked again. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Black Tortoise, who had suffered another internal injury, could no longer support his body and fell to the ground with a plop. Master Black Tortoise lost. Seeing this, the Misty City's citizens and guards on both sides of the street murmured in disbelief. "Someone, go and call out the remaining Misty City's law enforcement officers." Seito reached out his hand and grabbed Black Tortoise, who was lying on the ground. With a shake of his palm, he knocked out the heavily injured Black Tortoise and put him into the Rubik's Cube world. He then opened his mouth and ordered the Misty City citizens and guards who were shocked by his method of making people alive. After his reminder, the crowd who had regained their senses immediately scattered from the square in a panic. At the same time, several guards ran into the depths of Misty City as if they were fleeing. After dealing with Black Tortoise General, Seito did not stay in the same place. He casually killed Black Tortoise's subordinates with 2 fingers. He also walked towards the depths of Misty City. After traveling for about 5 to 6 minutes, a beautiful woman wearing yellow satin pants, black armor, and a golden helmet appeared. Her limbs and head were covered with armor and a golden helmet. She was accompanied by 4 men wearing black tight-fitting leather clothes that looked like swimsuits. Their thighs were exposed, and each of them held a bell in their hands. A woman with a strange weapon connected to a long chain appeared in front of Seito. Upon seeing this person, Seito immediately recognized her identity. She was the daughter of Misty City's city lord, the commander of one of Misty City's 4 great armies, the Vermilion Bird Legion. "You're the guy who broke into the city?" Vermilion Bird's expression was arrogant as she sized up Seito in front of her. "I didn't think that there would be a woman like you in Misty City." "This is an unexpected gain." Seito followed suit. He sized up the beautiful figure under the tight-fitting armor and teased. "You're courting death. As the daughter of Misty City's city lord, which man dared to be so impudent in front of her?" She immediately became angry and shouted, "Fourth guard, kill him." "Yes." The 4 women next to Vermilion Bird complied, and, at the same time, they shot the strange weapons in their hands towards Ito-sei. The weapon spun. A cold, sharp blade was thrown out, cutting through the air and making a buzzing sound. It's similar to the flying guillotine created by Yongzheng. Seito leaned to the side and dodged a spinning copper shield. Immediately after, another copper shield came crashing towards him, and then a third. The fourth, and the first one that was pulled back and thrown out by the woman in black layer upon layer. They interacted continuously, forming a large net that covered Seito's head from different directions. It's better for women to be gentle. If you're too fierce, You won't be able to get married. At this time, Ito-sei, who seemed to be unavoidable in the eyes of others, chuckled. He raised his right hand and flicked the copper shield in front of him. With a crisp dang sound, the copper shield immediately flew out of the black-clothed woman's control and collided with the copper shield that was flying from the other side. Bang! Then, both shields flew into the distance. Immediately after, Seito lowered his head and dodged the attacks of the other two copper shields. Then, he flicked his finger again and hit one of the copper shields, causing it to collide with the other copper shield. In just an instant, the large net formed by the four copper shields was completely destroyed by Seito. All of you stand down. Seeing that the four women's shields were broken, the vermilion bird said, Yes. The four women replied and retreated behind the vermilion bird. You do have some skills, but it's not enough to challenge my ethereal city. As the vermilion bird's voice fell, a fiery aura that was visible to the naked eye emerged from the vermilion bird's body. Sister Vermilion Bird, wait. This little rascal isn't worth your time. Leave it to me. Just as the vermilion bird was about to launch an attack, a heroic voice came from the depths of ethereal city. Brother who? The vermilion bird was stunned at first. She withdrew the mysterious art in her body and turned to look in the direction of the voice. On Ethereal City's western-style dome, a vigorous figure accompanied by three men with sinister faces flew over like fur ghosts. In the blink of an eye, they landed beside the vermilion bird and the others. The person who came was tall, probably more than 6 feet. He had the back of a man and the waist of tiger. He wore a sleeveless golden armor on his upper body. On his back, he wore a tiger pelt made from a white tiger's body. His face was square, but the red lines on his forehead that looked like eyes and the ominous glint in his eyes from time to time made him appear exceptionally ferocious. It was as if he really was a ferocious tiger in the world, making people feel a chill in their hearts. The person who came had a head of gray hair that was combed very neatly. It naturally spread from the bottom of his neck to his back. The person who came was none other than the White Tiger Star General of Ethereal City's 4-star generals. As for the 3 people who came with him, they were his trusted subordinates who worked for him. Brother Tiger, why have you come? The vermilion bird looked at the white tiger beside her and asked. Just like you, I heard the report from the guards and came to see which guy is so daring to actually dare to provoke my ethereal city. The white tiger's eyes released a cold glint. He looked straight at Seito in front of him and said in a deep voice, It's you, right? Then, the white tiger said coldly. Although he used a questioning tone, his voice was full of certainty. That's right, it's me. Seito chuckled. Then, he looked past the white tiger, looked behind him, and continued, Don't Ethereal City have 4 great generals? Besides the black tortoise that I took down, and you too. Where's the other one? Why didn't he come? Against you. This lord is enough. The white tiger's voice was full of confidence. Lord White Tiger, there's no need for you to personally deal with such a small fry. Just leave it to us. Without waiting for Seito to speak, the 3 men who came with the white tiger opened their mouths and said, Very well, you can test his ability and see if he's worthy of me taking action. The white tiger nodded and agreed. Then, he folded his arms and entered into spectator mode. Brat, prepare to die. Among the 3, the man with the most perfect figure and the most impressive one looked at Seito with a cold gaze and said coldly, This again. Forget it. All of you can come together to save time. Seito sighed helplessly. Arrogant. Brat, you're courting death. The 3 of them cursed in unison. However, although they cursed, the 3 of them did not hesitate to attack. They immediately used their Qin Gong to appear in front of Seito and attack Seito. The first to attack was the rather handsome man. He spread his arms, and the image of a large eagle vaguely appeared on his body. His 5 fingers were like hooks and turned into a sky full of claw shadows that clawed at Seito. Obviously, this person was an expert in eagle claw arts. Then, the wretched man and the ugly man appeared behind Seito and used eagle claw arts to attack Seito's vital points on his back. However, Ito-sei's expression didn't change at all. Instead, a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. His body spun as if he had turned into a spinning top. Then he attacked from all directions, colliding fiercely with the claws of the three eagles. In an instant, there was a muffled pong sound. The expressions of the three eagles changed at the same time. Their faces were filled with disbelief as they were sent flying. It wasn't until they flew 7 to 8 meters away that they heavily fell to the ground. Bang! How is this possible? The somewhat handsome man spat out blood and said with difficulty. Then his eyes rolled back and he lost all signs of life like the other two and died on the spot. You have some skills. White Tiger frowned when he saw his trusted subordinate killed by Seito. His body emitted a cold, murderous aura. Brother Tiger is angry. Vermilion Bird noticed the change in White Tiger's aura. I hope your skills are enough to let you survive because I don't want you to die so easily in my hands. As White Tiger walked, the image of a huge, multicolored white tiger appeared behind him. It emitted the overbearing aura of the king of beasts. It suppressed the surroundings, especially Seito's body. Out of nowhere, the already low temperature dropped a lot. Don't worry, you can't kill me. So, go ahead and let me see your value. Let me see if there's a need to keep you alive. Seito was not affected by White Tiger's aura at all. Humph! White Tiger coldly snorted. He circulated the energy in his body and rushed in front of Seito. His fists were like tiger claws as he attacked Seito's head and chest. Seito's feet flashed. He circled around White Tiger and used his palm as a knife to chop White Tiger's neck. White Tiger twisted his body and the cloak behind him turned into a barrier, blocking Seito's attack. Bang! Chapter 2070. Tiger Turn Around. White Tiger, who had used his cloak to block Seito's palm blade, suddenly twisted his body and used his elbow like a spear to strike Seito's side ribs. Seito calmly flipped his left hand down and blocked White Tiger's elbow. Then he raised his leg and bent his knee towards White Tiger's chest and abdomen. White Tiger quickly pressed his palm down and blocked Seito's knee strike. However, at this moment, a majestic force surged from the knee to White Tiger's arm, causing him to involuntarily pull back his palm and finally collide with his own chest. Bang! Under the impact of the huge force, White Tiger's body uncontrollably bounced up. White Tiger's expression changed slightly as his body rose up. His left hand immediately turned into a claw and his elbow turned downwards, very sneakily grabbing towards Seito's vital part in the lower body. Noticing White Tiger's attack, Seito didn't dodge. Instead, he quickly grabbed White Tiger's cloak and threw it. White Tiger, who only needed an instant to complete the sneaky attack, immediately felt his neck tighten and his body uncontrollably flew into the distance. Bang! In the blink of an eye, White Tiger heavily crashed into the wall of a nearby building, creating a human-shaped dent in the wall. A large number of fine cracks of varying length spread out from the center of the dent. Seito, who had succeeded in one strike, didn't show any mercy. He took a step forward and instantly appeared in front of White Tiger, as if he had shrunk the ground into an inch. He attacked White Tiger's chest with one arm. White Tiger, who was on high alert, narrowed his eyes and no longer cared about anything else. He hurriedly gathered all of his power into his palm and struck out to meet the attack. The wind from the palm whistled. It stirred up the free vitality in the air, causing the faint trace of a tiger's claw to appear on the outside of his palm. In the blink of an eye, the two palms collided. Boom! The vitality surged, turning into a shock wave visible to the naked eye that quickly spread out in all directions. Kacha hua! In an instant, only a soft sound was heard. White Tiger's arm was visibly twisted and sharp white bones protruded from his forearm. At the same time, the wall behind White Tiger shattered and collapsed. This caused White Tiger to involuntarily fly back a distance until he hit the wall on the other side of the building. Just as Seito was about to completely take down White Tiger, a shockingly hot wind attacked his body. Itose raised his eyebrows and half-turned his body. He raised his left arm and formed an innate 8-gallon pattern on his palm. Bang! A's energy collided and stirred up a burst of hot wind. A large cloud of dust was dust. The attacker was none other than the vermilion bird who was supposed to be watching from the sidelines. Hey, I said that girls should be gentle, otherwise it's easy to not be able to get married. Itose sighed helplessly. Then, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly as he circulated his chi and shattered the 8 trigrams in his hand. It formed a shock wave that blew away the saber-wielding vermilion bird. At this moment, the vermilion bird that had been blown away spread out its arms and fused its yuan chi to form a crimson firebird with clear feathers. Then, with a flap of its arms, a hot tornado surged toward Seito. Koen, on the 6th day of the Lunar New Year. Seeing the attack coming, Itose's expression didn't change, and he said in a low voice. In an instant, the surrounding cold wind stopped, and a large number of ice crystals appeared out of thin air. They quickly gathered in front of Seito, forming a thick ice wall in front of him in the blink of an eye. Boom! The hot wind arrived and heavily collided with the ice wall. Seito repeated, "Can upper 6 tie emblem hang on the thistle?" Immediately, the ice in front of him melted, turning into black water ropes that shot towards the vermilion bird like snakes, wrapping around her limbs, waist, abdomen, and neck. The vermilion bird's expression changed drastically when she saw this. She quickly waved her saber and slashed out with it. The saber was as hot as fire as it slashed towards the black water snakes. Although she reacted quickly, she wasn't able to cut through all of them. In the end, a black water snake wrapped around her ankle and pulled her to the ground. Bang! Trapping by rock, occupying by caltrops. At the same time, Seito's voice sounded again. Then, the ground around the vermilion bird surged and cracked open. It was like a large mouth that bit the struggling vermilion bird's limbs and waist, pulling her to the ground. Young miss, seeing the vermilion bird being restrained, the expressions of the 4 flying girls changed. Bastard, let go of the young miss. Then 2 of the flying girls in black threw out their flying guillotines again and shouted angrily. Seito didn't dodge. He flicked his right index and middle fingers, and 2 invisible gusts of wind shot out, hitting the flying guillotines. Then, with 2 muffled bangs, the 2 flying guillotines seemed to have been hit by a powerful force. They were sent flying back at high speed, and even the 2 flying girls who used the flying guillotines couldn't help but take a few steps back. You'd best behave yourselves. Otherwise, you'll lose my patience, and I won't show you any mercy, Seito said indifferently after knocking away the flying girls' flying guillotines. Then, he ignored them and turned to walk into the house behind him. However, at this moment, accompanied by a tiger's roar that sounded like the king of beasts, the white tiger charged out from the wall to the side with wind and thunder. It reached out to grab Seito's head. Oh! As expected of a guy who could tear a tiger apart at a young age. I underestimated your physique. You actually didn't faint, Seito said with interest. It was strange. The white tiger's attack was clearly fast, as if it would immediately land on Seito's head. However, even after he finished speaking, the white tiger's attack still didn't land. It was as if that short moment had been stretched into several seconds. This made the vermilion bird who was watching from the side feel very strange and uncomfortable. Then, Seito leaned to the side and calmly dodged the white tiger's attack. He raised his hand and slammed it down. The palm landed on the white tiger's neck. Bang! The white tiger, whose neck was struck, only felt its vision darken. Driven by its body's instincts, it took 2 steps forward. Its body fell heavily to the ground. Plop! With a thought, Seito stored the unconscious white tiger into the Rubik's Cube world. Seito chuckled. Seeing the white tiger disappear from her sight without leaving a trace, the vermilion bird's expression changed, and she let out a cry of surprise, as if she had seen a ghost. Still not coming out? Seito didn't care about the vermilion bird's feelings. He raised his head and looked at a certain high-rise building in front of him. under the leadership of two men, one thin and the other fat, who were wearing exquisite silk clothes. They surrounded Ito Sei, trying to use human wave tactics. Sei Ito glanced at the surrounding Misty City soldiers and sneered. In this world, although there were experts who could defeat tens of thousands of soldiers, they were still in the minority. Most people were the same as other worlds. They could be killed by an army. The only difference was that the price to pay in this world was much higher than in Jin Yong and Huang Yi's world. Then, in the next moment, a black shadow stepped on the side of the house and rushed over. In the blink of an eye, it jumped onto the roof near Sei Ito and looked down at everyone. The person who came was a young man. He was about 1.8 meters tall and had a well-proportioned and muscular body. He was wearing a tight black leather suit. The well-defined muscles on his body were highlighted. He had a rectangular face and deep facial features. His expression contained arrogance and indifference. Coupled with the short buzz cut that resembled a soldier in the future, he looked very resolute. The person who came was none other than Sei Ito. It was Vermilion Bird's half-brother, the eldest son of the Misty City's city lord, Song Long. Evil dragon. Mad dragon. Song Long suddenly shouted. Yes. The two fat and thin men in the crowd who were dressed like rich men responded in unison. They immediately rushed in front of Sei Ito with light attacks. They stretched out their big hands and attacked Sei Ito's vital points together. At the same time, Song Long, who had just revealed himself, moved again and landed on the field. He appeared beside Vermilion Bird and reached out his hands, breaking the layer of soil that imprisoned Vermilion Bird in a series of muffled bangs, allowing Vermilion Bird to regain her freedom. Song Long then reached out and grabbed Vermilion Bird's arm, turned around, and quickly jumped back to the roof. Is this attacking way to save Zhao? Sei Ito sneered in his heart as he used a method similar to the Heaven and Earth Great Shift and deflected the attacks of Evil Dragon and Mad Dragon. Then, his hands drew a semicircle and went behind Evil Dragon and Mad Dragon, who were barely able to dodge each other's attacks. His hands slapped heavily on their backs. Pa! In the crisp sound, Evil Dragon and Mad Dragon's faces immediately turned pale. They both spat out a mouthful of blood. But in the next moment, Evil Dragon and Mad Dragon both became ruthless. Their eyes revealed a crazy light. They turned around at the same time and poured all their strength into their palms to hit Sei Ito's chest. Bang! Sei Ito didn't dodge and took the two's palms. However, just as the two of them were rejoicing over the success of their attacks, a cracking sound rang out. A huge yin and yang diagram suddenly appeared on the ground beneath their feet. As if it had been struck by some kind of powerful force, dozens of pitch-black cracks appeared and spread out in all directions. The sixth move of the innate Qian Kuan method, reverse Qian Kuan. Go in peace. Soon, there will be more people to accompany you. Looking at Evil Dragon and Mad Dragon, whose faces were full of disbelief, Sei Ito said calmly. Then, his hands grabbed the backs of the two people. With a kacha sound, the two people's spines were immediately pulled in two. Sei Ito grabbed them and used them as a handle. Then he used the strength in his arms and threw the two people at Song Long like throwing cloth bags. Seeing the corpses flying over, Song Long didn't hesitate. He stretched out his hands and met the weapons formed by Evil Dragon and Mad Dragon's corpses. In an instant, there was a muffled bang sound, and the corpses of the two flood dragons suddenly burst into pieces, turning into scarlet flesh and blood all over the sky, splashing in all directions like rain. Song Long activated the strength in his body and blocked the flesh and blood that was about to land on his body. He shouted loudly, "Kill! Kill!" The Misty City soldiers who received the order shouted in unison and rushed towards Sei Ito in the middle. Sei Ito, who was looking at Song Long on the roof with an indifferent expression, suddenly opened his mouth and chanted, "Wind rises, clouds soar." Then, as if responding to him, the cold wind that was blowing in Piaomiao City became even more violent. Almost in the blink of an eye, it turned into a tornado that connected the sky and the earth. With Ito as the center, it flew out at high speed and spread out in all directions. Wherever the wind blew, the soldiers of Misty City would be blown into the air like rootless duckweeds. They would be thrown far away by the wind. In just a moment, only Azure Dragon and Vermilion Bird, who were nailed in place by their skills, and Ito Sei, who had created all this, were left on the field that was originally filled with people. As for the others, they had completely disappeared. Seeing this, even the cold Song Long couldn't help but change his expression, not to mention the more emotional Vermilion Bird. Her face turned pale and looked at Sei Ito with eyes full of fear. "Who exactly are you?" Song Long cupped his fists and asked in a deep voice. "Why are you making things difficult for my Misty City? But what is wrong with my Misty City? Please tell us clearly. As long as it is true, Song Long will definitely give you an explanation." Obviously, he had recognized the gap between himself and Sei Ito. He knew that if he fought head-on, there was no chance of winning. Instead, he would be like White Tiger who was mysteriously made disappear by Sei Ito. Therefore, he chose to endure and retreat. "There is nothing wrong with your Misty City," Sei Ito said indifferently. Hearing Sei Ito's words, Song Long frowned and said, "If that is the case, then why are you making things difficult for my Misty City?" "Because I feel that your Misty City should change its master, so I am here." Sei Ito sneered. As soon as he said this, Song Long and Vermilion Bird's expressions immediately changed, and their hearts became heavy. "All right, I have said what needs to be said. Now, it is time to send you to see your father." Then, Sei Ito didn't wait for Vermilion Bird and Song Long to respond, and said again. Then, his figure flashed and suddenly appeared behind Song Long, whose expression had changed greatly because of his words. With a wave of his hand, he chopped Song Long's neck. Bang! Song Long felt his head go dizzy, and his body weakly fell to the ground. "Sir, please spare my life. Vermilion Bird is willing to surrender." At this moment, Vermilion Bird's heart tightened when she saw Sei Ito looking at her. She hurriedly knelt on one knee and lowered her head to beg. "Are you really willing to surrender?" Sei Ito asked with a faint smile. Chapter 2071. P.S. Thank you to Million Meter Lion for your precious monthly votes. Yes. Zhu Kei's forehead was covered in sweat, and her face was full of fear as she replied. "All right then, go and arrange for the ceremony to be prepared. I want everyone in Misty City to know that I am their city lord." Sei Ito's body exuded a faint imperial aura, attacking Zhu Kei's heart that had already been planted with the seed of fear. Yes, under the impact of the momentum, Vermilion Bird, who was more and more afraid of Ito Mori, quickly responded. "I will wait for you in your room. Don't think about running away. I have already left a spiritual imprint on your body. Even if you run to the ends of the earth, as long as I want to, I can capture you." Sei Ito said again. "Zhu Kei doesn't dare." Zhu Kei's body trembled slightly as she said in a trembling voice. Just now, she really wanted to use the time when the people were preparing for the ceremony to escape from Misty City on horseback. She wanted to get as far away from Sei Ito as possible. But who knew that as soon as this idea appeared, Sei Ito would immediately see through it. This made Zhu Kei even more terrified of Sei Ito. As for the spiritual imprint on her body, regardless of whether it was true or not, Zhu Kei didn't want to try it again. "Go," Sei Ito said lightly. Then with a thought, he put the unconscious Song Long into the Rubik's Cube and disappeared in front of Zhu Quebec Few. What a scary man. A cold wind blew past. Zhu Kei suddenly felt a chill all over her body, and her entire body went limp. She let out a long breath and whispered to herself with lingering fear. After a while, she stood up on the roof and used her qigong to rush to the square. She went to prepare for Sei Ito's City Lord Ascension ceremony. Of course, during this process, Zhu Kei didn't forget to ask people to ride horses to the snow castle to take a look. She wanted to ask the city lord's father for help, but when she heard that the city lord had disappeared and that all the guards in the snow castle were dead, she completely gave up on that idea and calmly commanded the people in the city. After half a day, the entire ceremony was finished. The vermilion bird left everyone and returned to her room alone. Finally, she stopped in front of her bedroom door. Creak! Vermilion bird reached out and pushed the door open. He walked into the room and knelt down on one knee in front of the bed on the left side of the room. He lowered his head and reported, "Sir, the ceremony is ready. Let's go." Seito put down his legs and stood up from the bed. "Yes." Vermilion bird nodded, got up, and led Seito to the location of the ceremony. About 5 or 6 minutes later, the two of them arrived at the so-called location of the ceremony. It was a tall building that overlooked the entire Misty City's plaza. In the square below the platform, there was a large crowd of people. Hundreds of people were squeezed together, and all of them had nervous expressions on their faces. Obviously, they were worried about Seito, the so-called new city lord. Everyone was a little unsure in their hearts. The city lord has arrived. At this time, the vermilion bird walked to the front of the parapet wall in front of the platform. That crisp and high-pitched voice instantly suppressed the chaotic buzzing in the square. At the same time, Seito walked forward. His face appeared in front of everyone in the city. "From today onwards, I'm the city lord of Misty City. Your new city lord," Seito announced loudly. As soon as his voice fell, no matter how nervous they were before, after seeing their new city lord, Seito, everyone in the square knelt down and shouted in unison, "Greetings, city lord." Vermilion bird. Then Seito called out, "Your subordinate is here." The vermilion bird replied while kneeling on one knee, "I hereby appoint you as the deputy city lord. You will be in charge of everything in Misty City. You will be in charge of the Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise Legions." Seito appointed. The Vermilion Bird, who didn't expect to receive so many benefits as a surrendered general, was stunned. She subconsciously raised her head to look at Seito in front of her and made a sound of disbelief. Seito frowned slightly and glanced at the Vermilion Bird beside him. Feeling Seito's gaze, the Vermilion Bird immediately came back to her senses. She quickly suppressed the excitement and complicated emotions in her heart and shouted loudly, "Yes." Then, Seito said a few simple words to the people and soldiers in the city. After that, he ended the ceremony and brought the Vermilion Bird back to the city lord's mansion in the depths of Misty City. "Vermilion Bird," Seito called out. "Yes." The Vermilion Bird replied. "You will accompany me tonight," Seito said lightly. "Yes." The Vermilion Bird's expression changed slightly, and a touch of bitterness emerged in her heart. She lowered her head and replied with a sad expression. Then, she raised her hands and slowly took off the armor and clothes on her body one by one. Not long after, a beautiful body with fair and delicate skin appeared in front of Seito. It didn't look like the skin of a woman who had lived in a bitter cold place for a long time. Her figure was slender and well-proportioned, without a trace of excess fat. Instead, it was full of firmness and beauty. Seeing this, Seito, whose eyes were full of admiration, beckoned with his hand. The Vermilion Bird walked in front of him and let Seito take her into his arms and place her on the bed. Her lips were sealed by Seito's lips. Their tongues were entangled, and a strange feeling that she had never felt before began to gradually rise in Vermilion Bird's heart, causing her to gradually relax her body subconsciously, and from the initial passive acceptance, she took the initiative to welcome Itocii. A moment later, accompanied by a sudden muffled groan, the Vermilion Bird completed the transformation from a young girl to a married woman. I have already passed in the mental cultivation method of the 6th layer of the Book of the Chaos, the Indigo Ocean. Stay here today and properly digest the essence I left in your body. As for the matters outside, we will deal with them later. The next morning, Seito got off the wooden bed and changed into a clean set of clothes with the help of several beautiful maids. Yes, the Vermilion Bird reluctantly sat up on the bed and pulled the blanket over her chest with one hand. Her face was filled with a different kind of radiance as she replied. After that, Seito didn't say anything else and left the room under the gaze of the vermilion bird, disappearing behind the door that the maids had closed. Could this be considered a blessing in disguise? The vermilion bird, who was left alone in the room, couldn't help but bitterly smile with a complicated expression as she felt the boundless power contained in her body and the indigo ocean mental cultivation method of the sixth layer of the Book of the Chaos that she had always yearned for. Then, she sat up properly and assumed a posture on the bed with her palms facing the sky. Following the newly obtained indigo ocean mental cultivation method, she began to digest the power in her body. After digesting the power in my body, I should gain 10 years of strength, right? The vermilion bird thought as she circulated her energy. On the other side, Seito, who had left the bedroom, came to the study of the city lord's mansion and sat cross-legged on a large praying mat placed inside. Then, with a thought, he released the embroidered captain and her second son, GFA, who had been locked up by him for almost 2 days. Where's this place? GFA, who suddenly discovered that his surroundings had changed, asked in puzzlement. Greetings, mister. The embroidered captain, on the other hand, relied on her many years of battle experience and keen eyesight to instantly discover Seito sitting cross-legged at the side. She cupped her fists respectfully and greeted him. Sister Shio, who is he? GFA, who had also discovered Seito because of the embroidered captain, asked in puzzlement. You can call me teacher. Without waiting for the embroidered captain to reply, Seito spoke first. The embroidered captain was shocked when she heard this. Her eyes were filled with disbelief as she looked at Seito. She couldn't understand it all. He was clearly the person who had robbed her second son in exchange for benefits. Why would he suddenly want to take her second son as a student? Why? GFA asked in puzzlement. Because I made a promise with someone to teach you for a year, so I can't be considered your master. However, because I'm teaching you, you have to call me teacher. Seito calmly explained. May I ask who that person is, mister? The embroidered captain asked curiously. Niwa. Seito glanced at the embroidered captain indifferently and replied. The embroidered captain couldn't help but let out a cry of shock when she heard this. However, a look of ecstasy immediately appeared on the embroidered captain's face. She hurriedly pulled GFA aside and bowed to Seito. Second young master, quickly pay your respects to Mr. When GFA heard this, he knew what was good for him and obediently knelt down and bowed to Seito. GFA pays his respects to Mr. The moment GFA knelt down, a surge of 9-5 dragon chi suddenly emanated from GFA's body and surged towards Seito. Seito, who was sitting upright on the praying mat, didn't dodge. He flipped his palm and took out the Imperial Jade Seal, the Jade Annulus of clan. He shook it with his strength, and a gentle white light surged out, absorbing the 9-5 dragon chi emanating from GFA's body. This is... The embroidered captain, who couldn't understand what was happening, looked at Seito in shock. This change didn't last long. In less than half a minute, it calmed down, and Seito's figure was revealed once again. Seito didn't explain to the embroidered captain's confusion. He flipped his palm and put away the Imperial Jade Seal. Then, he pointed at GFA and shot out a bright stream of light that instantly disappeared into GFA's forehead. GFA immediately felt his head swell as if something had been forcefully stuffed into it. It gave him a splitting headache, and he couldn't help but groan in pain. Second young master, the embroidered captain called out worriedly. I'm fine, big sister Shio. After a while, GFA felt that his head no longer hurt, and he comforted her. At this moment, Seito, who hadn't spoken since GFA's headache, spoke again. I've already imparted the 10 levels of the Book of the Chaos to you. From tomorrow onwards, come to me for 2 hours every day. I'll guide you on how to cultivate the Book of the Chaos. Yes, master. GFA agreed. Chapter 2072. But The embroidered captain hesitated after hearing Sei Ito's words. What? Sei Ito asked. Second young master still has orders from the king. He needs to go to Zhaoga within 2 months to see King Zhou. I wonder. The embroidered captain voiced his concerns. That's fine. I saw spirit energy appear on GFA's forehead. It's the sign of a spirit descending from the heavens. Furthermore, he's very talented. I think he should be very perceptive. I believe it won't take long for him to roughly learn the martial arts in the Book of the Chaos. Sei Ito's gaze turned to GFA's face and said, Also, I can promise you that I will let GFA leave this place and go to Zhaoga in the east, regardless of how he learns it. The embroidered captain apologized sincerely after hearing Sei Ito's explanation. So, sir has already considered it. I spoke too much. Sir, may I know where we are? After discussing GFA, the embroidered captain began to care about where he was. This is Ethereal City. Sei Ito smiled. Then, as the embroidered captain's expression changed slightly, he continued. However, the original city lord and the experts in the city have all been taken down. I have taken over as the new city lord. Therefore, this is a safe place for us to stay. Phew, I see. Then, congratulations, sir. The embroidered captain let out a light breath and then cupped his fist to congratulate him. Men, Sei Ito nodded slightly and accepted the embroidered captain's congratulations. Then, he shouted at the door. Creak. Then, the door opened with the sound of a wooden shaft turning. A pretty maid dressed in green walked in from outside the door. City Lord. The maid bowed and called out. Take second young master down and find a room for him to rest. Also, get someone to prepare another room, Sei Ito ordered. Yes, the maid replied. GFA, you go out with her first. Sei Ito's gaze landed on GFA again. GFA turned his head and looked at the embroidered captain, who was also looking at him. Then, the latter nodded slightly and bowed. Yes, master. Then, he stood up from the ground and followed the maid out of the room. Creak. Bang. After the two of them left the room, the door was closed again by the maid who had fallen behind. Sir, what advice do you have for us? The embroidered captain asked cautiously. Have you forgotten what we talked about at the angry general meeting? Sei Ito said. But the embroidered captain opened his mouth, but he was immediately interrupted by Ito Sei. He said, although I promised Niwa to teach GFA for a year, that is that. You are still my captives, so if you can't give me something that satisfies me, I'll give you everything I want. I still won't let you go. Are you going to go back on your word? The embroidered officer's expression changed slightly when he heard this. Are you talking about the 1-month promise? When the time comes, I will let him go. But do you think GFA can stop me with his skills? Sei Ito asked slowly with a smile. The embroidered captain's face turned pale and was speechless. Write the book. Ito Sei waved his hand and sent a piece of silk cloth, pen, and ink to the embroidered captain and said in a light voice. She looked at the silk cloth, brush, and ink in front of her. The embroidered captain's expression changed a few times. Then, she sighed and reached out her slender hand to pick up the brush in front of her. She touched the ink and placed it on the silk cloth. Sir, please speak. The embroidered captain said, Marquis of the West Count Chongli. I am the city lord of Western Pyamyao City, Chun. I have heard that the Marquis of the West Count is unparalleled in righteousness and loves his people like his own children. You treat your subordinates like your own children. Today, I am untalented and have saved your wife, Captain Xiao, and your second son, GFA, on the New River. I am very happy and want to return it. However, I have a strange hobby. No matter what, I like to exchange it for the same price. I can only regret leaving my son, Captain, in the city to treat him well. Sei Ito began to speak eloquently, learning the rhetoric of the nobles of this era. Now that the city is peaceful, I have time to think about the Marquis' son, Captain. I know that it is impolite to stay for too long. Therefore, Captain Shoito waved the brush and told Chun of my intentions. F.A., the Marquis' second son, I see that he has the mandate of heaven and is exceptionally noble. Ordinary things cannot be exchanged for him. However, I have heard of the Marquis' origin and know that he is of the immortal Guanxing lineage. I know that his lineage has a scroll of the river diagram. Xiao, the Marquis captain. She is beautiful and beautiful. I see that she is very happy. I want to keep her by my side to take care of Lianli. I hope that the Marquis will allow this. As soon as the words were spoken, Xiao Ito's cheeks immediately became rosy. Her phoenix eyes widened and her face was filled with shock. Sei Ito acted as if he didn't see it. He ignored her and indifferently said the last sentence. These two rules cannot be changed. I hope that the Marquis will be careful and not do anything that will harm the friendship between our two families. After her initial shock, Xiao Ito wrote the last sentence on the silk cloth with a face full of shame and indignation. After she finished writing, Xiao Ito glared at Sei Ito and said, "Teacher, no matter what, I will not marry you. I won't see that. They say that love grows with time. Who knows when you will change your mind?" Sei Ito said with a non-committal expression. Then he stretched out his hand and took the silk cloth in front of Xiao Ito. After briefly looking at the contents of the silk cloth in his hand, Sei Ito once again raised his voice and shouted, "Servant!" Creak. The door opened and a maid walked in. "City Lord." The servant girl bowed. "Find a capable person and send this silk cloth to the Marquis of the West." Sei Ito handed the silk cloth in his hand to the servant girl and said, "Yes." The servant girl stepped forward and respectfully took the silk cloth with both hands. She responded softly and left the room. "All right, you can leave as well. Enjoy your time in floating Mist City." Sei Ito looked at Xiao Ito and said with a smile. Xiao Ito didn't say anything. She pretended to bow to Sei Ito, stood up, and left the room with the servant girl. He too, Luo Shu. I hope that you won't disappoint me. Sei Ito watched Xiao Ito leave and said to himself with narrowed eyes. 2 days later, in front of the Marquis of the West in Shichi City, accompanied by the sound of hurried horse hooves, a horse rushed to the front of the Marquis of the West. "Who's there?" Seeing the horses, the guards immediately shouted sternly. Nay, the person hurriedly pulled on the reins and pulled the horse into a standing position. Then, as the horse neighed fiercely, the horse came to a stop. "I'm from Floating Mist City. I'm here to deliver a letter to the Marquis of the West on behalf of my city lord. Please help me pass on the message." The person got off the horse and said with a smile on his face, "Wait here." The guards looked at each other and said in a warning tone. Then, one of them ran into the mansion to pass on the message. It wasn't until 4 to 5 minutes later that they returned to the mansion gate. "Come with me." The guard who came back called the messenger. "Okay." The messenger answered with a smile and hurriedly followed the guard into the Marquis Shi's mansion. Under the fierce gaze of the guards who passed by the mansion from time to time, they passed through the courtyard and crossed the long corridor before finally stopping in a spacious room. "Marquis, this is the messenger who claims to be from Floating Mist City." The guard reported to the handsome, middle-aged man, Ji Chong, who was sitting on the main seat in the room. "I'm Ma-san. Greetings, Marquis of the West." On the side, knowing that the person in front of him was the messenger of the Marquis of the West, Ji Chong, he quickly knelt on the ground and kowtowed. "You said you're from Floating Mist City?" Ji Chong asked in a dignified voice. "Yes, Marquis." Ma-san replied. "Where's the letter?" Ji Chong looked at Ma-san indifferently until he broke out in a cold sweat. Then he spoke again. "It's here." Hearing Ji Chang's words, Ma-san's body trembled. He quickly took out a roll of silk cloth from his arms and held it in front of his head respectfully. On the side, the captain of ceremonies, who had been following Ji Chong, walked to Ma-san and took the scroll. Then, he returned to Ji Chang's side and handed the scroll to him respectfully. The latter took it, opened it, and read it with his head lowered. However, the more he read, the tighter Ji Chang's brows furrowed. Even his eyes showed uncontrollable anger. The captain of ceremonies, and captain of ceremonies looked at each other and couldn't help but be curious about the contents of the book. Then at this moment, there was a muffled bang. Ji Chong fiercely slammed the scroll in his hand on the table and shouted angrily, "You've gone too far." "Marquis, why are you so angry?" the oldest captain of ceremonies asked. "You guys should also take a look." After getting angry, Ji Chong, who had calmed down his anger with his many years of temperament, picked up the silk cloth on the table and handed it to the captain of ceremonies. The latter bowed and took it. He lowered his head and looked at it. The result was the same as Ji Chong. After a while, anger appeared in his eyes. Then, it was the captain of ceremonies and captain of ceremonies. "Marquis, what are your plans?" the oldest captain of ceremonies asked. "Ma-san." Ji Chong didn't immediately answer the captain of ceremonies. Instead, he looked at Ma-san kneeling in the room and called out, "I'm here." Ma-san hurriedly kowtowed and replied, "Tell me about the situation of your Misty City." Ji Chong said faintly, "This." When Ma-san heard this, he couldn't help but hesitate. Seeing Ma-san hesitate, Ji Chong frowned and let out a low voice in a dignified manner. "Yes." Ma-san, who suddenly felt a heavy pressure, trembled and hurriedly narrated the situation of Misty City. In other words, other than the new city lord, there is only one expert left in Misty City. The Vermilion Bird? The captain of ceremonies asked. Should be. Ma-san's forehead was sweating nervously as he stammered. "Guards." Ji Chong nodded and shouted at the door. "Marquis." A guard walked in and cupped his fists in response. "Take him down to the accounting room to receive his reward." Ji Chong waved his hand. "Yes." The guard replied. "Thank you, Marquis." "Thank you, Marquis." Ma-san, who originally thought he was going to die, was shocked. He hurriedly kowtowed and thanked with tears of gratitude. Then, he stood up and left the hall with the guard. "Marquis, this may be an opportunity." After the two left, the captain of ceremonies said with bright eyes, Chapter 2073. It had to be said that GFA was indeed worthy of being the child of the world. With the main character halo around him, his talent in martial arts was without a doubt. In just 3 days, he had mastered the first layer of the Book of the Chaos, White Cloud Mist, and started to cultivate the Rosy Afterglow Swing. In just 5 days, he had also mastered it and cultivated the Kunlun Earth. Seito was speechless. But fortunately, while teaching GFA, Seito had also gained something. Every time GFA's cultivation improved and the 9-5 dragon chi in his body surged, Seito would take the opportunity to take out the Jade Annulus of Clan and extract the 9-5 dragon chi in his body, subtly influencing the progress of his fated star and earning the world energy that leaked out to strengthen the Jade Annulus of Clan. In the afternoon, accompanied by a strange creaking sound, the Vermilion Bird, who was still dressed strangely, pushed open the door and walked into the room. "City Lord, the Marquis of the West has arrived," the Vermilion Bird reported. "How many people have come?" Seito asked. "In addition to the Marquis of the West himself, there are 5,000 soldiers accompanying him," the Vermilion Bird replied. "Treat them according to the rules," Seito said indifferently. "Yes," the Vermilion Bird replied. Then, the Vermilion Bird bowed to Seito and left the room. "I wonder what choice that Ji Chong will make. I don't think he will compromise." Seito watched the Vermilion Bird leave and looked forward. His gaze seemed to be able to see through everything as he softly muttered to himself. On the other side, at the gate of Misty City, 2 elite troops stood facing each other. One of the teams was neatly armored and led by a handsome middle-aged man with a face full of righteousness. Several men in ordinary clothes with bright eyes followed closely behind him. They were obviously strong internal energy and were driven by a team of bodyguards. It was the Marquis of the West, Ji Chong, and his men. "Lord Marquis, this is our Misty City's Vice City Lord, Lord Vermilion Bird." At this time, a bald man dressed like a citizen of Misty City pointed at the Vermilion Bird who was sitting high on a horse in front of the other troop and introduced. "Lord Marquis, welcome." It was all because there was not enough space in the city. Due to our lack of hospitality, we can only welcome 500 soldiers into the city. As for the rest of you, please stay outside the city and set up camp. We will provide you with the best food, Vermilion Bird said while cupping her fists. Seeing that the person who came to greet him was a woman, even though she had the title of Deputy City Lord, it still did not match his identity as the Marquis of the West. Thus, even though he did not do anything, the gloomy expression on his face clearly expressed the displeasure in his heart. This arrangement is not a last resort. Please forgive us, Marquis. The bald man at the side saw the opportunity to explain. Umph. Ji Chong snorted inwardly. He turned to the Yu Jiang beside him and said, Yu Jiang, arrange for 4,500 men to set up camp outside the city. Yes. Lu Jiang cupped his fists and replied, Thank you for your understanding, Your Highness, the Vermilion Bird said, then turned her horse around and spread her arms in invitation. Your Highness, please. Immediately, the Misty City's troops that were blocking the entrance quickly split into two, forming a human wall that stood on the left and right sides of the city gate. The Vermilion Bird took the lead and led the Marquis of the West, Ji Chong, and the generals behind him. There was also another stout man in a Taoist robe and 500 soldiers that entered the Misty City. On both sides of the square in the city, a large number of men and women gathered there, fighting to be the first to look at the Marquis of the West and his group, making noisy discussions. It was very lively. Wow, the Marquis of the West looks very handsome. He's so manly. He's so charming. The two sides were originally in a life and death relationship. Who would have thought that there would be such a day? Things change constantly. What's so strange about it? Just like that, under the crowd's gaze, the Marquis of the West and his group came to the depths of the square. Here, another group of soldiers appeared on the battlefield. Halberd Dazzling Sun's troops were in formation. Greetings, Deputy City Lord, Marquis of the West. At this moment, a man who looked like the leader stepped forward and cupped his fists. This is the manager of the Misty City. He will be in charge of the 500 soldiers that followed the Marquis into the city, the Vermilion Bird introduced. Thank you. Ji Chong cupped his fists and said politely, Not at all. The Marquis's fame is like thunder in my ears. You are indeed as graceful as a god. It is my great honor to be able to entertain the Marquis. The manager hurriedly said politely. His attitude was very humble. Marquis and his trusted subordinates, please enter the palace to rest. The military room of your subordinates, please set up camp in the drill ground, the manager said again. Then, the Marquis of the West, the ceremonial general, several generals, and the short and fat Taoist followed the instructions and walked into an empty room with the Vermilion Bird and a few other new higher-ups of the Misty City. Marquis, please rest first. The City Lord will host a banquet to entertain the Marquis later. Please wait patiently, the Vermilion Bird said after settling the Marquis of the West and the others down. Deputy City Lord Vermilion Bird, are my son GFA and Xiuwei doing well? Can you let us meet them? GFA cupped his fists and asked. Don't worry, Marquis. The second young master and Xiuwei are the City Lord's honored guests. We don't dare to neglect them at all. Therefore, other than not being able to leave the city without permission, everything is the same as usual. I guarantee that when the Marquis sees the two of them again in the future, you will see two healthy people, the Vermilion Bird said with a smile. Although she didn't explicitly answer the latter question, the meaning was very clear. She couldn't see them for the time being. Umph. Hearing this, the short and fat man let out a cold snort with a face full of displeasure. Sorry to trouble everyone in the Misty City, Ji Chong said politely. Marquis, you are too kind. The Vermilion Bird returned the greeting. Marquis, please rest. We will take our leave first. After saying that, she bowed to Ji Chong again and led everyone out of the room. How dare you? You are clearly imprisoning them, but you actually said that you're taking care of them. You are really shameless. After the Vermilion Bird left, the short and fat young man said loudly with a face full of anger, Senior brother, please calm down. No matter what, things have already come to this. If City Lord Chun really wants to stubbornly resist to the end, I will teach him a lesson. At the same time, I will also remove the city of all evil from the border and return a paradise to the local people. After hearing the short and fat Taoist words, Ji Chang couldn't help but persuade him. However, when he said the last part, his words also revealed his resolute attitude toward the Misty City. And from Ji Chang's words, it wasn't difficult to guess that this short and fat Taoist was none other than the current sect master of the Guang City Immortal Sect. Ji Chang's senior brother, Yuzi. After the battle at Nujiang, because of Sei Ito's intervention, Yuzi didn't suffer any injuries. As a result, Yuzi didn't have to succumb to the Lightning General and the Demon Commander's attacks like in the original novel. Instead, he recovered from his injuries very smoothly. After returning to Shichi City, he told his junior brother Ji Chang about the matter at Nujiang. Of course, it also included the matter of replacing GFA with the river diagram proposed by Sei Ito. However, on the point of whether to agree to the other party's request, Yuzi, who cared about the sect, seemed a little hesitant. After all, although the river diagram was important, a successor who could carry forward the sect was also not bad. Not to mention GFA, who was said to be his nephew, was no different from a direct disciple. On the contrary, Ji Chang, who was full of righteousness, rejected this proposal without hesitation. Then, the matter was temporarily put aside like this. Yuzi also left the Ho's mansion and returned to the Guang Chung Immortal Sect's encampment in the Hidden Treasure Mountain to continue to heal his injuries. He waited for the news from Sei Ito's side. However, who knew that this wait would be almost a week? Fortunately, the news came after all. After Ji Chang discussed the general plan with Generals Li, Shu, and Lu, he rushed to the Hidden Treasure Mountain overnight and told the news about GFA to Yuzi. At the same time, he also wanted to ask his senior brother to come out of the mountain and add some protection for his next action. The result was very gratifying. For GFA, who had been chosen by him as the future head of the Guang Chung Immortal Sect, Yuzi happily agreed to Ji Chang's request. He followed the team to Pyongyang City. My lord, the city lord deliberately scattered our forces. It is very likely that he has bad intentions. We have to guard against this. After seeing Ji Chang persuade Yuzi, Li Jiang reminded him, if he thinks that he can destroy our army like this, then he is really delusional. Ji Chang snorted coldly, just as Ji Chang and the others were privately discussing. 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye. Then, at this moment, Zhu Kei's voice clearly came from outside the closed door. Marquis Shibo, Zhu Kei has something to discuss with you. Ji Chang, his senior brother, and the third lieutenant looked at each other and then said to the soldiers guarding outside the door, Please. Creak, then. The door opened, and Zhu Kei's figure appeared from the doorway. My lord, the banquet is ready. The city lord is waiting for you in the hall. Please come with me, Zhu Kei said with a fist salute. I dare not make the city lord wait for so long. Please lead the way. Vice City Lord Zhu Quebec, Ji Chang returned the salute. My lord, please. Zhu Kei turned sideways and invited. Ji Chang and the others also hesitated. Then, they followed Zhu Kei and left the room provided for them to rest. Facing the cold wind at the top of the mountain, they walked toward the residence deep in Pyongyang City. Not long after, the group of people arrived at the hall of the city lord's residence that was used to hold the banquet. The first thing that Ji Chang and the others saw was a huge hall with an area of about 200 square meters. The ceiling was supported by 4 square stone pillars that were built on opposite sides. The floor was covered with smooth and shiny marble. There were 3 short tables placed on the left and right sides of the hall. 9 bright yellow praying mats were placed behind the short tables in pairs. There was also a short table on the main seat at the very front of the room. A handsome young man, wearing a close-fitting robe made of Shishan brocade, sat behind the table. He was looking at them with interest. There was a row of soldiers standing on both sides of the table. They were holding bright daggers and standing by the side with solemn expressions. They exuded a faint, murderous aura of the military, which set off their master's extraordinary temperament. Ha, distinguished guests. Welcome, welcome. Sei Ito leaped lightly and landed in front of Ji Chang and the others like a feather. he said with a fist salute. As expected of the Marquis Shibo, you are wise and extraordinary. Your presence really brings light to my humble residence. City Lord Chun, you flatter me. City Lord Chun, you can achieve such a high position at such a young age. You are a talent of the age. When I was your age, I was not as good as you. Ji Chong said modestly. Marquis Shibo, you flatter me. I just rely on my strength. I can't compare with you. Marquis Shibo, you are unparalleled in wisdom and courage. You have governed Shichi so well with your own ability. Seito also said modestly and politely. City Lord, Marquis, and second young master haven't seen each other for a long time. Can you invite him out for a gathering? Seeing that Seito and Ji Chong were about to flatter each other, the captain of Li couldn't help but interrupt. Ha ha ha, this is a banquet. It's not suitable for second young master's age. Let's invite them out after the banquet. Seito said with a hollow laugh. Then he spread his arms and continued. Everyone, please take a seat. Let's talk while eating. Then Seito ignored them, turned back to his main seat, and sat down cross-legged. Ji Chong and others had no choice but to sit down behind a short table next to him. Soon after, the sound of footsteps could be heard. Beautiful and voluptuous maids dressed in purple walked out from the side door of the hall, carrying plates of food and placing them on the table in front of Ji Chong and the others. My lord, please enjoy. Ji Chang's expression didn't change. He opened his palm and pinched a slender silver needle with his fingers. Under the cover of his palm, he put into the food in front of him to check if there was poison in it. Everyone, please, Seito said with a smile. Please, Ji Chong and others said. Then they each picked up the chopsticks in front of them and picked up the food on the plate to eat. Oh, it smells so good. Then the beautiful and provocative maid came out again, bringing another delicious dish to the table. Then the third, the fourth, the fifth. Am I narrow-minded? Does City Governor Chun really just want to treat us to a banquet? Ji Chong, who didn't find anything unusual while eating one dish after another, couldn't help but wonder. No matter what, it's better to be careful. After a long while, the banquet ended. City Governor, now that the banquet is over, I wonder if you can ask the second young master and the embroidered guard to come out? At this time, the ceremonial guard asked again. Of course, Seito said with a faint smile. However, before Ji Chong and others could rejoice, Seito suddenly changed the topic and asked, but the premise is that the deal between us can be completed smoothly. Marquis Shibo, I wonder if you have brought the thing I mentioned in the letter? The river map is the most precious treasure of Guangqing. How can I give it to others? City Governor, please give me a request. As long as I can do it, I will not refuse. Ji Chong said seriously. Really? Seito asked with a faint smile. Of course. Ji Chong said with certainty. Well, I am not an unreasonable person. As long as you give Shichi City to me, I will return the second young master to you. Seito said with a smile. What? Wishful thinking. Arrogant. As soon as he said this, the ceremonial guard, and Iyuzi beside him all scolded before Ji Chong could say anything. Forgive me for not being able to comply. Ji Chong said in a firm and solemn tone. Shichi was given to my Ji clan by the king. Shichi is the territory of the Shang dynasty and not the private property of the Ji clan. I have no right and am unwilling to give it to you. Chapter 2074. In other words, there's no room for negotiation? Seito narrowed his eyes and said indifferently, Sir, please change your request. GFA said, you won't give me the Hichu, and you won't give me the Shichi. Marquis Shibo, do you really think I'm easy to bully? Seito sneered. Apart from these two things, sir, please make your request clear. If I can do it, I won't go back on my words. Ji Chong finally argued. Forget it. Zhu Ke, see the guests out. Seito turned his head and ordered Zhu Ke beside him. Yes, Zhu Ke replied, then turned to look at Marquis Shibo and the others and said, Marquis Shibo, everyone please. In that case, what are we waiting for? Let's just take down this lousy mayor. I don't believe that he won't hand over Fair. Iyuzi, who had turned into a short and fat man, slammed the short table in front of him, stood up, and shouted angrily. Then, without waiting for Ji Chong and the others to respond, he rushed to Sei Ito and reached out his hand to grab Sei Ito's chest. Do it. Seeing his senior brother like this, Ji Chong didn't hesitate anymore. He immediately ordered and attacked Zhu Kei and the surrounding soldiers of Piaomiao City with the captain of ceremonies and the captain of ceremonies. How dare you? Zhu Kei shouted angrily and faced Ji Chong. Bang! When the two palms collided, Ji Chong and Zhu Kei involuntarily took a step back. This girl has such a strong inner force cultivation. Ji Chong exclaimed in surprise as he looked at the vermilion bird. As expected of the Marquis Shibo. Such strong strength. If it weren't for the increase in strength from the dual cultivation with the mayor and the newly learned Indigo Sea technique, I would have been defeated. Zhu Kei, who felt Ji Chang's powerful palm power, also secretly said in her heart, but I, Zhu Kei, am not the same Zhu Kei as before. After thinking, Zhu Kei's figure flashed. The surging vitality made the image of a firebird appear behind her. She waved her hands. Like two long blades with wings, she slashed at Ji Chong with a strong pressure. Ji Chang's expression did not change. He raised his hand and unleashed a move, indefinite universe. What was the meaning of heaven and earth being indefinite? It was the meaning of the endless changes of heaven and earth. Therefore, after Ji Chong received the vermilion bird's two palms, his right hand suddenly stretched forward and struck the vermilion bird's chest and abdomen through the gap created by the vermilion bird's attack. Bang! Ji Chong felt that something was amiss. His palm force was like a clay ox in the sea. There was no tangible feeling at all. On the other hand, the vermilion bird, after using the indigo azure sea, abyssal force to resolve the crisis, she did not hesitate and blasted another wave of force towards Ji Chong. The Qi force connected with the Yuan Qi and turned into a surging wave that pushed Ji Chong away from the vermilion bird. Book of the Chaos, huh? Ji Chong muttered as he recalled the information about the former Misty City's city lord and the four-star underground generals. At this time, the aura around the vermilion bird changed, faintly evolving into the image of a huge whale. It opened its mouth wide, revealing sharp teeth that shone with cold light as it bombarded Ji Chong. Indigo Sea, whale swallowing power. Ji Chang's expression changed slightly, but he knew that no matter how powerful a large-scale attack was, there was bound to be a flaw. Therefore, he did not panic and immediately moved his mind. He gathered his power on his palms and put his palms together to form the tip of a spear. He used an explosive move to attack the vermilion bird. It was just as he had expected. As soon as the two came into contact, the whale formed by Yuan Qi immediately shattered from the middle. This allowed him to appear in front of the vermilion bird without any obstruction and break her protective Qi force. However, just as his attack was about to land on the vermilion bird's body, Ji Chong suddenly changed his hands, changing from a stab to a palm, and slapped the vermilion bird's chest. Bang! Immediately, the vermilion bird felt a pain in her chest. Her body involuntarily flew backwards. Rashly getting angry is not something a cultivator should do. Sei Ito, who was sitting behind the short table, stretched out his right hand. His index and middle fingers formed a sword and stabbed towards Iyuzi's palm. A clear, muffled sound rang out. Iyuzi frowned and withdrew his right hand. His left hand formed a fist and once again punched towards Sei Ito's cheek. This Taoist master wants to subdue demons and eliminate devils right now. I don't care if I'm angry or not, Iyuzi said fiercely. Then Taoist Master Ming, your mental state cultivation is not enough. No wonder you've been cultivating for so long, but still haven't been able to ascend to the immortal realm. Sei Ito flipped his right hand and moved it next to Iyuzi's fist. He pressed a finger against Iyuzi's meridian. Iyuzi instantly felt his arm ache and become powerless. Without any threat, his fist brushed past Sei Ito's ear and hit empty air. How dare you talk about immortals when you're an evil cultivator? Iyuzi snorted coldly and sneered. At the same time, the innate yuan qi in his body trembled and broke through the seal meridian on his wrist. He flipped his palms vertically and sent 2 gusts of wind toward Seito. Taoist Master Ming, you're too extreme. Seito's body quickly moved back and brushed past Iyuzi's palm wind to dodge the attack. Then, he formed 4 fingers into a spear and thrust his arm towards Iyuzi's chest. Iyuzi quickly retracted his right arm and struck out horizontally. He slapped Seito's forearm and pushed it away. At the same time, he turned his body sideways and used his leg to release the 5th move of the innate Chinquin method, Thunderclap, 9th Heaven. In an instant, more than a dozen kicks, and thrusts were aimed at Ito-Sei's body, shrouding him. Seito didn't panic. He waved his left hand and also created palm shadows that blocked Iyuzi's attacks one by one. In the end, with a muffled bang, he and Iyuzi were both pushed back. At this moment, the figure of Zhu Kei, who was sent flying by Ji Chong, flew to Seito's side. Seito's left palm moved forward and pressed against Zhu Kei's back. He bent his arm slightly and quickly transferred the power transmitted from Zhu Kei's body to his feet. In an instant, a kacha crisp sound was heard, and fine cracks spread from under Ito-Sei's feet. Then, Seito flipped his arm and gently placed Zhu Kei on the ground. At the same time, Iyuzi and Ji Chong, as well as the captain of Li and the captain of Shu who had finished off the 2 Misty City guards, all stood in front of Seito. "City Lord," Zhu Kei called out in a low voice. "Step aside," Seito said indifferently. "Yes," Zhu Kei responded, then turned around and retreated to the side of the hall. "Let this city lord play with you guys. Just treat it as a game in this boring time." Seito looked at Iyuzi, Ji Chong, captain of Li, and captain of Shu Shuang, and smiled. "Extremely arrogant," Iyuzi snorted. "Whether I'm arrogant or not, you'll know in a moment." Seito chuckled. "However, I still hope that you guys can show me your true abilities. Otherwise, I can only bear the pain of leaving you guys here and then send troops to take over Shichi City." As soon as these words came out, Ji Chong, captain of Li, and captain of Shu Shuang's expression immediately changed. Shichi City was their foundation, and they couldn't allow others to touch it, not to mention this group of vicious people from Misty City. When the time came, the Shichi City that they had painstakingly managed might be destroyed by this group of evil people. This was something they absolutely couldn't allow. Therefore, Ji Chong, captain of Li, and captain of Shu Shuang all had the intention to kill Seito, the new Misty City Lord who dared to directly take over Shichi City. For a moment, the atmosphere in the entire hall became somber. However, just as the 2 groups were about to start fighting, a loud cry full of surprise rang out in the hall. "Father, Fa!" Ji Chong was shocked when he heard this. He turned his head to look in the direction of the gate and said in surprise, "That's right, the person who came was GFA. As early as when Shichi City's army arrived at Misty City, GFA learned from the surrounding maids that his father, Marquis of the West, Ji Chong, was coming. He thought that he could finally see his father this time. However, what he didn't expect was that every time he wanted to see Ji Chong, there would always be maids or guards who would dissuade him, not allowing him to see Ji Chong. If this was any other place, GFA might have already made a scene. Unfortunately, this was Misty City, the place where his nominal teacher, Seito, lived. Even if he didn't give face to the monk, he couldn't be presumptuous here. Therefore, he could only return to his room sullenly. However, he was unwilling to just stay there like this. Thus, he thought of his own martial arts. Then, while the maids and guards were unprepared, he used his qigong to run out of the room. First, he found the embroidered lieutenant, who was also not sent out. Then, he brought her with him to the place where the banquet was being held. "Father!" Seeing Ji Chong, GFA could no longer control the longing in his heart and hurriedly ran towards Ji Chong. Ji Chong was the same. "This won't do." Seeing that the 2 of them were about to hug each other, Ito-Sei couldn't help but shake his head. Then he raised his hand and pointed forward. There was no strange light, but GFA's figure was like a statue. He stopped abruptly in the middle of his movement. FA. Ji Chang's expression changed drastically. Second young master, captain of Shu Shuang, who was a step slower, also exclaimed, "Bastard, what'd you do to Fa? Iyuzi, who had also noticed GFA's change, said angrily, "Don't worry, he's still alive. However, if I don't get what I want, you can forget about taking him away." Seito said indifferently, "My lord, don't worry. The city lord and goddess Nuwa have an agreement to teach second young master for a year and teach him the martial arts from the Book of the Chaos. Therefore, second young master's life won't be in danger for a year." Seeing that Ji Chang was worried about the child, the captain of Shu Shuang hurriedly explained, "What?" Hearing this, Ji Chang, Iyuzi, Heli, and captain of Shu Shuang all had expressions of shock and disbelief. Seeing Ji Chang and the others' expressions, captain of Shu Shuang could only nod with a bitter smile to confirm that they hadn't heard wrong. Then he paused and said, "Furthermore, the city lord has promised this subject that no matter what, he will release second young master after a month. Second young master can go to the capital to see his majesty. However, this subject isn't sure if he will capture second young master after that." Chapter 2075. If Ji Chang had wanted to kill Sei Ito before, after hearing the embroidered captain's words and learning that Sei Ito had become his child's teacher, that was no longer possible. With his famous benevolence and righteousness, he was probably thinking about how to persuade Sei Ito to leave and reconcile the two families. At the same time, Iyuzi, Li Wei, number captain, and Iyuzi's hostility towards Sei Ito immediately decreased. You don't need to hesitate. This city lord can guarantee that if you don't give this city lord what he wants, this city lord will definitely not let you go. As for the 1-year agreement between this city lord and Yuhua, this city lord can wait a year before dealing with GFA. Seeing the change in Ji Chang and the others, Sei Ito calmly stated, "My lord," Li Wei called out, "City lord, do you really have to do this?" Knowing that his son was fine for now, Ji Chang released GFA and turned to look at Sei Ito with a serious expression. "It's only a matter of time. It won't make a difference." Sei Ito smiled faintly. "In that case, Chang will offend you." Ji Chang cupped his fists. "Go ahead. This is your last chance." Sei Ito calmly said, "Embroidered captain, I'll have to trouble you to take Fr to the side." Ji Chang ordered. "Yes, my lord." Embroidered captain respectfully replied, then stepped forward to support GFA's arm. He exerted force with his arm and moved GFA to the side. Soon, only Sei Ito, Iyuzi, Ji Chang, Li Wei, and number captain remained in the center of the hall. A murderous aura began to spread in the hall. "You're not going to make a move? Then I'll go first." Sei Ito chuckled when he saw that Ji Chang and the others were still not making a move. With that, Sei Ito's figure flashed, and he suddenly appeared in front of the bald old man. His right hand's index and middle fingers formed a sword and stabbed toward the captain's forehead. His finger chi was sharp. It pierced through the air with a puff-puff sound. The expression of the lieutenant, who bore the brunt of the attack, changed, and he quickly tapped the ground with the tip of his foot. He leaped back and retreated some distance. At the same time, Ji Chang and Li Wei also made their moves, using their iron fans and palms to attack Sei Ito's neck and ribs. Although it was a battle of life and death, other than the captain of Li's ruthless attacks, Ji Chang had held back against Sei Ito. Clearly, he was taking into account GFA's identity as GFA's teacher. Iyuzi, on the other hand, didn't care about that. He flashed behind Sei Ito, and an image appeared in his palms. He blasted toward his back. Sei Ito was completely unmoved by the combined attacks of the three people. He smiled slightly, bent his right elbow, and fiercely struck toward Ji Chang's palms. Because he took the initiative to meet them, the collision of palms and elbows happened a step before the captain of Li and Iyuzi's attacks. In an instant, There was a muffled bang. Sei Ito's body suddenly spun, his back facing Iyuzi to face him head-on. At the same time, he raised his right hand high. He slapped his palm onto the captain of Lee's iron fan, sending it flying towards Iyuzi's face. Only then did he raise his left hand to meet Iyuzi's palms. Bo primordial chi surged, turning into a transparent ripple that spread out in all directions. Iyuzi tilted his body. He brushed the iron fan's ribs and dodged the captain of Lee's involuntary attack. But in contrast to Iyuzi, who was still standing in place, Sei Ito's body seemed to be unable to withstand the impact of Iyuzi's power and quickly floated back. In the blink of an eye, he retreated to the side of the captain of Lee who had previously retreated. The eyes of the captain of Lee, who happened to be waiting here, lit up, two fingers of his right hand forming a sword. He used a technique called the seven-star finger to stab at Sei Ito's back. But the moment the captain of Lee's attack was about to hit, the retreating Sei Ito suddenly turned his body in midair. He turned to face the captain of Lee, and then grabbed with one hand, catching the captain of Lee's finger. At the same time, his left hand slapped forward, striking the captain of Lee's forehead. The captain of Lee's expression changed, and he hurriedly blocked the iron bamboo tube in front of his forehead. Bang! The palm and tube collided. The iron bamboo tube was pushed by Sei Ito and smashed into the captain of Lee's wide forehead. Bang! The captain of Lee immediately felt dizzy, and his vision blurred. But before he could recover from this brief dizziness, another wave of pain quickly transmitted from his neck to his consciousness, causing his vision to turn black, and he lost consciousness. Sei Ito, who had finished off the captain of Lee in one round, stomped his foot and fiercely turned around. He swung his hand and threw the unconscious captain of Lee to Iyuzi, who was rushing towards him. The captain of Lee transformed into a hidden weapon, and with a clear whistling sound, he flew in front of Iyuzi. Despicable! Iyuzi angrily shouted. But although he said this, he was not satisfied with his actions. He hurriedly used the innate Chienkuin method to receive the captain of Lee's attack, and then used his Chienkuin method to skillfully send the captain of Lee's attack to the side. And while he was dealing with the captain of Lee's attack, Sei Ito flicked his fingers and shot out several blurry and transparent sword chi at Ji Chong. Ji Chong did not dare to be careless in the face of these sword chi. He hurriedly stopped rushing forward and stretched out his hands in front of him. His Chienkuin method formed an innate 8 trigrams pattern in his palms to block in front of him. In the next moment, a series of muffled bangs rang out as the innate 8 gowns painting blocked all of the sword chi that shot toward Lin Huang. But even so, Ji Chong did not feel good. He only felt the meridians in his arms stinging, and his muscles were numb. For a moment, his hands could not exert any strength. But fortunately, this situation did not last long. With the circulation of his Chienkuin method, this feeling was eliminated. Then, Ji Chong moved and once again rushed towards Sei Ito, who was fighting with the captain of Lee. Sensing Ji Chang's arrival, Sei Ito did not immediately give up on attacking the captain of Lee. He extended his hand and snatched the iron fan from the captain of Lee's hand. He unfurled it and used his Chienkuin method to make it spin in his palm. It was like a high-speed spinning blade, and he slashed it towards the captain of Lee's face. The captain of Lee was startled. He hurriedly swung his hand upwards and slapped the fan from below, sending it flying. Then, he raised his leg and bent his knee, kicking at Sei Ito. Sei Ito did not dodge. He raised his leg and met the captain of Lee's attack head-on. Bang! The captain of Lee immediately felt like he had kicked an indestructible rock. The bottom of his foot hurt, and his entire leg became numb. However, before he could make a new reaction, a strange smile quickly entered his eyes, causing him to have an ominous feeling. As expected, the captain of Lee felt like the foot that collided with Sei Ito did not belong to him. Under the guidance of Sei Ito's leg, the captain of Lee uncontrollably kicked at the charging Ji Chong. Seeing this, Ji Chong had no choice but to forcefully twist his body and dodge the captain of Lee's kick. At the same time, he extended his hand and slapped at Sei Ito, as if he was going to do his best and leave everything to fate. Sei Ito did not disappoint him. He raised his left hand and met the attack. In the blink of an eye, the two palms collided. Bo! In an instant, Ji Chang's expression changed. His eyes were full of disbelief as he looked at the young Ito, Sei in front of him. Then his body flew backward like a cannonball under the impact of the huge force that surged on his body like a tidal wave. After that, Sei Ito, who had sent Ji Chang flying, reached out and grabbed the falling iron fan back into his hand. He closed it and turned it into a short stick. He waved his hand and hit the captain of Li's chest. In an instant, there was a crisp crack. The captain of Li screamed as he flew into the distance. It was obvious that several of the captain of Li's ribs had been broken by Sei Ito's attack. Even if he did not faint on the spot, he would have lost the ability to fight like the captain of Li. However, at this moment, a pressure that was not inferior to Ji Chang's earlier, or even stronger, blasted at Sei Ito from midair. It was Yuzi. And it was the Chinquin 7 ultimate techniques that were launched with his feet. Sei Ito did not take it head-on. He tapped the tip of his foot and took a small step back. Bang! Yuzi's attack immediately landed on the ground, blasting out a series of uneven cracks on the hard marble floor. At this moment, Sei Ito, who had just landed on the ground, stomped his foot and rushed in front of Yuzi again. The sword fingers on his right hand carried a sharp sword chi that turned into sword shadows that filled the sky. They pierced towards Yuzi from a tricky angle. Yuzi did not dare to be negligent. He quickly used the fourth ultimate technique of the innate Chinquin technique, Heavenly Way Circulation. He used a seemingly endless rotating force to break Sei Ito's attack. Sei Ito raised his eyebrows when he saw this. He clenched his left hand into a fist and suddenly punched towards the center of the vortex. In an instant, there was a muffled bang. A violent yuan chi suddenly exploded in front of Sei Ito and Yuzi. It forcefully broke Yuzi's Heavenly Way circulation and forced him to take 2 steps back. Then Sei Ito did not show any mercy. He immediately stepped forward and came in front of Yuzi. He slapped out with both palms like countless phantoms towards Yuzi. Although Yuzi tried his best to resist during this process, because the cycle of the heavenly Tao had been broken, he was unable to deal with it perfectly. Therefore, after a short while, several palms broke through Yuzi's blockade and hit his body. Pa 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 pa. Then Yuzi's body was uncontrollably thrown back. However, just as Sei Ito was about to pursue again, another fierce palm force bombarded towards Sei Ito. It was Ji Chang. Sei Ito had no choice but to temporarily stop his pursuit. He turned around and raised his palm to meet the attack. Boom! Yuan Chi vibrated, forming countless air turbulence that quickly spread in all directions. Ji Chang fought with all his might and did not retreat. He entered the internal force competition mode with Ito Sei. Chapter 2076. Why do you have to do this? Sei Ito shook his head and sighed as he looked at Ji Chang, whose face had turned red in an instant. His forehead was covered with blue veins, his facial features were protruding, and blood was flowing from the corner of his mouth. At the next moment, Ji Chang suddenly opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. His body flew backward uncontrollably as if he had been hit by a high-speed car. Obviously, Ji Chang was instantly defeated by Sei Ito in this so-called competition of internal strength. But thinking about it, even if Sei Ito was just playing, the quality, purity, and majesty of the energy in his body was not something that Ji Chang, who had practiced the innate Chinquin method for decades, could compare with. Therefore, it was natural for him to be defeated instantly. My lord! Seeing Ji Chang's miserable state, Xiuwei immediately exclaimed with a face full of worry. Damn it, Yuzi said angrily. Yuzi, show me your full strength. Let me see how strong the martial arts passed down by Guangqing Immortal Sect are. Otherwise, you can only stay here as I said before. Sei Ito, who had defeated Ji-chang with one blow, turned around and looked at Iyuzi. Iyuzi did not speak. He looked back at Seito with a gloomy face. However, a burst of bone dislocation and cracking sound came from Iyuzi's body. Then, spots of golden light bloomed from Iyuzi's body. During this process, Iyuzi's short and fat body changed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Solid muscles replaced the fat on his body, and his head, which seemed to be leaking, was also filled with thick, pitch-black hair. His height increased rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, he became a tall and valiant man who was 7 feet tall. A ferocious figure that looked like a Vajra guard from the immortal world appeared behind Iyuzi. Vajra true body. Seito looked at Iyuzi, who had recovered his true body, with interest and said softly. Then, Iyuzi moved and rushed in front of Seito. His 5 fingers formed a blade and slashed down at Seito's body with a whistling wind. Seito closed the iron fan in his hand that he had snatched from the captain of ceremonies. Infusing his strength into the fan, Zhang Xian waved the fan forward. Ha! In an instant, the iron fan shook as if it was unable to withstand the impact of the 2 huge forces. It suddenly exploded into pieces and shot out in all directions. Relying on his golden body defense, Iyuzi didn't care about the flying fragments at all. He swung his hand again and slashed at Seito's exposed right side. That's not what I want to see. Seito shook his head. Then, he raised his right foot and kicked Iyuzi's lower abdomen, where his dantian was located, releasing a bit of force. Iyuzi's body was sent flying. Iyuzi turned into a golden cannonball and quickly flew to the front of the wall on one side of the hall. With a bang, he crashed into the wall, creating a large area of uneven cracks. Daoist priest, the embroidered captain, who was doing nothing, shouted, "Vermilion bird." At this time, Seito suddenly called out, "City Lord." Vermilion bird cupped her hands and responded, "Go and take Ji-chang down. Then use him as a hostage and let the soldiers in the city capture the Shichi soldiers outside." Seito ordered in a low voice. "Yes." Vermilion bird responded. Then, with a movement of her body, she moved to the front of Ji-chang, who was silently healing himself. Her right-hand sword fingers shot out and hit several major acupoints on Ji-chang's body. His ability to move was sealed. Then, she grabbed Ji-chang with one hand and rushed out of the hall with her lightness skill. "Stop the marquis." The embroidered captain was shocked and didn't care that his internal strength was sealed. He was still an ordinary person. He quickly shouted and rushed toward Vermilion Bird. "Humph!" Vermilion Bird snorted disdainfully and waved her free arm. A blazing wind blasted toward the embroidered captain who was rushing over. In an instant, there was a painful cry. The embroidered captain's body was sent flying like a rubber ball. At the same time, Vermilion Bird, who was no longer obstructed, flashed out of the hall. She disappeared into the cold wind outside. Despicable! Iyuzi, who had broken free from the wall, cursed loudly. "You still have one more chance. That is to use the 7th ultimate of the Chinkoan art, or admit defeat and hand over the river diagram in exchange for the safety of all of you in Shichi City," Seito said in a low voice. Iyuzi frowned when he heard this, his eyes flashing slightly. Just like Seito's evaluation of him, Iyuzi was a person who was cold on the outside, but warm on the inside. His heart was filled with a sense of justice. So he would never be like the demon commander and the demon lord, who selfishly disregarded the safety of the common people and did things that went against the harmony of the world. For example, using the 7th ultimate of the innate Shinkoan art could cause chaos in the natural vitality and cause disasters. It seems that you're still hesitating. Since that's the case, I'll give you a little more bargaining chip, Seito said with a low laugh. After he finished speaking, he pressed his palm forward and used the innate Shinkoan art to create an innate 8 trigrams diagram in his palm. Sure enough, once the diagram appeared, Iyuzi's face immediately changed color. "You recognize it?" "That's right. It's the innate Shinkoan art passed down by your Guang City immortal sect," Seito said with a chuckle. How do you know my Guangcheng sect's innate Chinquan art? Iyuzi asked in a low voice. It's very simple. I stole it from you. Seito said with a smile. Impossible, Iyuzi said in disbelief. It's true. When you used the rebirth technique to save GFA, I stole it from you when you were teaching him the secret, including the first 3 strikes of the 7th art of heaven and earth, as well as the secret of using the innate Chinquan art to increase the power of your feet. Seito said indifferently. After a pause, he continued as if the fire wasn't strong enough. Oh, right. Also, I raided your Guangcheng immortal sect's old home in the hidden treasure mountain. I also took away your sect's treasure, the 1,000-year-old immortal lotus. You should know this if you have returned to the hidden treasure mountain. It's a pity that there's nothing in the hidden treasure mountain. Not only are there no books accumulated by your sect, there's also no river diagram that I want. It's a pity. Bastard. Iyuzi's resolute face faintly showed blue veins as he cursed. Obviously, he was angered by everything Seito said. So, take out your ultimate move. A simple innate Chinquan art can't hurt me, Seito said with a smile. However, in Iyuzi's eyes, this smile was incomparably hateful no matter how he looked at it. All right, since you want to see it, then I'll fulfill your wish. The provocation had even risen to the level of hostility between the sections. If he did not retaliate with the strongest force, then he, Iyuzi, would not be worthy of being the current sect leader of the Guangcheng immortal sect. Moreover, this was the Misty City, and there were many vicious criminals in the city. No matter how many of them died, it would be considered as enforcing justice on behalf of heaven. It did not affect his mind at all. Therefore, Iyuzi agreed without hesitation this time. However, although he agreed, Iyuzi did not immediately take action. Instead, he turned his head and shouted at the embroidered captain beside him, Embroidered captain. Master, the embroidered captain who raised his hand to wipe off the blood flowing from the corner of his mouth responded. Bring the lead captain, the number captain, and Effer out of here. I can't take care of all of you in the battle later, Iyuzi said calmly. Yes. The embroidered captain opened his mouth. He cupped his fist and agreed. Then, he stepped forward and walked to the side of the lead captain and the number captain. He dragged them out of the main hall one by one, followed by GFA. During this process, Seito did not stop him at all. He allowed the embroidered captain to take them out of the main hall. After the embroidered captain and the others completely disappeared, Seito looked at Iyuzi and said calmly, All right, now that everyone is left, you can make your move. Iyuzi snorted coldly. However, he did not hesitate. He immediately followed the cultivation method passed down by the ancestral master and absorbed the 9 heavens and 9 earths chi from the outside world. The wind began to howl, and the earth began to shake. Almost instantly, a huge tornado broke through the roof of the main hall and landed on Iyuzi's body. It was like a protective shield that revolved around him at high speed. It was as if an earthquake of magnitude 5 or above was produced within the Misty City. Earthquake! The Misty City soldiers outside who did not know what was going on exclaimed in shock. Wind breaks the earth. Amidst the tiger's roar, Iyuzi's body suddenly leaped up from the ground and into the air. Then he spun at high speed like a top. Together with the tornado that enveloped him, it turned into a huge tornado drill that rapidly drilled towards Seito. Interesting. Let me see how powerful this attack is. Looking at the rapidly approaching wind drill, Seito's expression did not change. Instead, a faint smile appeared on his face. Then, he stretched his left arm forward. His palm was vertical in the air, and he took the initiative to meet the wind drill formed by Iyuzi. Bang! In an instant, the two collided. However, what made Iyuzi's expression change was that no matter how the tornado drill attacked, Seito, who was under the attack of the storm, was like an indestructible rock. Other than his clothes being torn, there was no change to his body at all, especially the palm that reached out to collide with the tip of his foot. It was sparkling and translucent like jade, steadily stopping in front of the tip of his foot. How is this possible? Iyuzi's face was full of disbelief as he exclaimed in his heart. Although it was said that because he was afraid of causing a disaster, he did not use all his strength to absorb the chi of ninth heaven and ninth earth and launch a full blow of wind breaks the enemy. However, with the current power, it was enough to crush the first-rate master of the world into pieces. How could there be a person who was not injured? Moreover, it was in a state where there seemed to be no resistance at all. Could it be that the opponent was really an immortal demon? Just SOSO. Just when Iyuko's face was uncertain, Ito Sei, who had felt enough of foam Shi's earth-shattering blow, suddenly said faintly. Then his arm shook, and a majestic force suddenly rushed into Iyuko's body from the place where the two people's hands and feet collided, knocking him out fiercely. Boom! His yuan chi surged and exploded the whirlwind, creating a large amount of spatial turbulence that shot out in all directions. Wherever it passed, whether it was the people, the tables, chairs, or the simple decorations in the hall, everything was blown away. Water monster Scott, hearing Sei Ito's words, Iyuzi, who had just landed on the ground, couldn't bear it. He immediately roared again and blasted at Sei Ito with a monstrous wave formed by the vitality. Sei Ito still didn't dodge. He stretched out his hands and collided with Iyuzi's palms. Bang! The surging power, like a monstrous wave, immediately surged into Sei Ito's body through the connected palms of the two people. Not bad. The power is much stronger than before. It's a bit like this, but it's still not enough. Feeling the vitality and internal strength oppressing him from both inside and outside, Sei Ito couldn't help but laugh. Then, the pure round force in his body rushed out and broke through the monstrous surging power that Iyuzi blasted into his body, and it rushed back into Iyuzi's body without any reduction. Humph! Immediately, Iyuzi, who felt the pain of his tendons and meridians, groaned and flew back at high speed with a pale face. Then, Sei Ito, who had freed his hands, swung his arm and calmed down the surging water origin chi around him with his comprehension of the water element power. However, although the vitality was calmed down, the water made by the monstrous water still flowed all over the ground, creating a shallow pool on the ground, submerging Sei Ito and Iyuzi's feet in the distance. You're not human. Iyuzi looked at Sei Ito, whose body was still intact, and said with a shocked heart, Of course I'm human. Sei Ito chuckled. It's just that my level is a little higher. Immortal, Iyuzi said with a complicated expression. Iyuzi had cultivated his whole life, and his goal was nothing more than to ascend to the immortal world. Now, seeing a living immortal appear in front of him and show such exaggerated power, Iyuzi, who thought about how he had to wait 30 years to ascend to Tian-K for GFA, had a complicated feeling in his heart. Next should be wildfire burning, right? Sei Ito didn't answer Iyuzi's question and said, Humph. Hearing Sei Ito's words and thinking about how Sei Ito secretly learned his family's inherited martial arts, Iyuzi snorted coldly with an ugly expression. Can you still use it? Or are you ready to admit defeat? Sei Ito said with a smile. You want me to admit defeat? In your dreams. Iyuzi shouted angrily. Then, the vitality around him surged and turned into a scarlet flame. At the same time, he raised his hands and used the breathing technique to draw down a real, heavenly fire from the ninth heaven. Together with the vitality fire around him, he waved it at Sei Ito. Wildfire burning. Heavenly fire. It's a bit of a threat to me, but it's not enough. Sei Ito chuckled. Then he stretched out his right hand and pointed his index finger at the air in front of him. An undetectable ripple instantly spread out. Like a gust of wind, it immediately scattered the flames in front of Sei Ito into countless small fireballs. The fireballs quickly melted into the air, leaving only the pure chaotic vitality roaring in the broken and wet hall. How can this be? Iyuzi murmured in disbelief when he saw his ultimate move being broken so easily. Chapter 2077. Unfortunately, your body can't completely withstand the fourth strike. So let's end it here today. Sei Ito's eyes were deep, and his gaze seemed to be able to see through everything. He looked up and down at Iyuzi, whose face was full of disbelief, and said indifferently. After saying that, his figure moved and suddenly appeared beside Iyuzi. The moment the latter was about to react, a palm blade chopped at his neck. Bang! Immediately, Iyuzi felt dizzy and lost all consciousness. Then his unconscious body fell heavily to the ground. Plop! The innate Shinkuin technique is indeed worthy of being an immortal's martial art. Although the first 6 forms can only be regarded as a treasure technique, from the 7th form onwards, it has truly stepped into the realm of superhumans. If Iyuzi can use it with all his strength, its power is truly earth-shattering, and it can make ordinary immortals and Buddhas flee. Sei Ito lowered his head and looked at Iyuzi at his feet. Then, with a thought, he put Iyuzi into the Rubik's Cube world. Recalling the fate of Iyuzi in the original work, Sei Ito couldn't help but chuckle and mutter to himself, "I can be considered to have saved your life, right?" Then, he didn't stay in the heavily damaged hall any longer. He walked out of the hall and came to Pyamiao City. Almost as soon as he walked out of the hall, the embroidered captain with a worried face, GFA who couldn't move, the captain who had fainted, and the captain who was sitting cross-legged on the ground and healing internal and external injuries appeared in Sei Ito's eyes. Correspondingly, Sei Ito's figure also fell into the eyes of the embroidered captain who was observing the direction of the hall from time to time. She couldn't help but change slightly, and a hint of heaviness flashed in her eyes. Seeing this, Sei Ito smiled and walked in front of the embroidered captain and the others. "To be able to see you guys again in the city, I am very happy." Sei Ito, who stood in front of the embroidered captain and the others, chuckled. "Where's the Taoist priest?" The embroidered captain asked in a deep voice. "Naturally, I caught him just like this," Sei Ito said. As soon as he finished speaking, he didn't seem to make any movements, but the unconscious lieutenant's figure suddenly appeared in the eyes of the embroidered lieutenant and the Li lieutenant, who had broken free from the state of circulating his chi to heal himself when he heard Sei Ito's voice. "Captain!" the captain of the ceremony exclaimed. On the other hand, because it wasn't the first time the embroidered captain had seen such a situation, other than a little worry, he wasn't as surprised as the ceremonial captain. "Since you care so much about him, I'll send you over too," Sei Ito said as he looked at the captain of ceremonies. Then, with a flick of his finger, an invisible gust of strong wind shot out and hit the captain of Li's forehead. Ugh! The latter felt a sudden pain in his ancestral aperture. He immediately lost all consciousness, and his head drooped down weakly. "Captain Li!" the embroidered captain exclaimed. However, at the next moment, the Li captain's figure flashed, and he disappeared into the air abruptly like the number captain. "You!" The embroidered captain glared angrily at Sei Ito and shouted. From the looks of it, if she didn't know that she was no match for the person in front of her and that she had to take care of the second young master, she would have risked her life to fight for the Li captain, the number captain, and Sei Ito. Sei Ito smiled gently and didn't care about the embroidered captain's anger. Instead, he moved his mind. He removed the time-stop spell on GFA. "Father!" GFA, whose consciousness was still at the moment when time was stopped, shouted subconsciously. However, he immediately realized that the surrounding environment was not right. He looked around with a puzzled expression and asked the embroidered captain, "Sister Xiao, where are father and martial uncle?" "Second young master." The embroidered captain opened her mouth. She didn't know if she should tell GFA what had happened. "Teacher, where are my father and martial uncle? Why did they suddenly disappear?" GFA, who didn't get an answer from the embroidered captain, looked at Sei Ito in front of him and asked. "They had a conflict with me, and I captured them." "Naturally, you won't be able to see them," Sei Ito said calmly. "What?" GFA exclaimed in disbelief. Then, he turned his head to look at the embroidered captain beside him, wanting to get an answer from her. The embroidered captain nodded with a bitter expression. She admitted everything that Saito said. Why, teacher? GFA asked loudly. There's no why. If it weren't for the fact that you're still my student, they might not even be alive, Saito said coldly. Teacher. GFA's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Saito in front of him in shock. Saito looked at GFA calmly for a while and then ignored him. He turned around and walked slowly toward the gate of Floating City. GFA looked at Saito's back as he walked away with a complicated expression. He clenched his fists and looked like he wanted to fight, but couldn't. The embroidered captain beside him felt sorry for him. Second young master. The embroidered captain called out softly. Sister Shio, what should I do? GFA turned his head and asked with confusion in his eyes. The embroidered captain was speechless. According to their relationship, GFA should save Ji-Chang. However, putting aside whether GFA's martial arts were better than Saito's, the fact that Saito was still GFA's teacher meant that GFA couldn't do anything to him. Otherwise, even if Confucius didn't come up with the 5 principles of ethics, it would still be a disgraceful thing. If word got out, GFA would definitely be looked down upon and slandered by the world. This was something that the embroidered captain didn't want to see. In the end, the embroidered captain, who was also in a dilemma, sighed helplessly. Sighed. If only my martial arts were still here. The embroidered captain thought to herself. On the other side, Saito came to the city gate leisurely and saw Zhu Kei leading a group of Piamiao City soldiers to escort Lu Wei, Ji-Chang, whose acupuncture points were sealed, and many Shichi soldiers back to Piamiao City. At the same time, Saito's figure, which was like a light in the dark night and a lighthouse in the sea, also came into Zhu Kei's eyes. Seeing Saito appear, Zhu Kei didn't dare to hesitate. She quickly stopped her horse in front of Saito, dismounted, and saluted, Castellan. Have you taken them all? Saito looked at the Shichi soldiers who were being escorted by the Piamiao City soldiers and asked. Yes, Castellan. Vermilion Bird raised her head and turned to look at the Shichi soldiers. It's just that, what? Saito raised his eyebrows and asked. It's just that the prison in the city may not be enough, and there are a lot of captives this time, so the food in the city may not be enough. Zhu Kei replied. There's no need to worry about this, because this Castellan doesn't intend to imprison them for too long. Saito said with a mysterious smile. Then there's no problem. Zhu Kei said, go and bring Lu Wei and Ji-Chang here. After a pause, Saito ordered again. Yes. Vermilion Bird responded, and then used his lightness skill to move to the side of the team that was being escorted. He ordered his soldiers to separate Ji-Chang and Lu Wei, and then escorted them back to the location of Ito-sei. A moment later, Ji-Chang and Lu Wei were escorted to Saito by Zhu Kei and the Piamiao City soldiers. My lord, have you considered it? Are you willing to hand over the river map in exchange for the safety of your 5,000 soldiers and Shichi City, as well as the freedom of the second young master? Saito asked with a smile, as if he was meeting a good friend. Ji-Chang's face was solemn, and he didn't say a word. It was unknown if he was thinking or if he didn't want to answer at all. Despicable and shameless. You dare to threaten my lord's life. If you have the ability, then fight us fair and square. Lu Wei on the side struggled while shouting loudly. There's obviously a way to solve the problem without people dying, so why do I have to use a way that will kill people to solve the problem? Or is it that for your so-called fair and square, the lives of those Shichi soldiers are no longer lives and can be directly ignored by you? Saito looked at Lu Wei with a mocking expression. Lu Wei choked on his words and couldn't say a word. Saito, who had stunned Lu Wei with one sentence, ignored him and looked at Ji-Chang again. It seems that my lord hasn't thought it through yet. But it doesn't matter. This city lord has plenty of time to wait. But before that, I can only inconvenience my lord for a while. After saying that, without waiting for Lu Wei and Ji-Chang to respond, he stretched out his hands and chopped Ji-Chang and Lu Wei's necks respectively, knocking them out. Then, with a thought, He put Lu Wei and Ji Chong into the Rubik's Cube world. This was the first time the Misty City's escort soldiers had seen such a drastic change. They were startled and subconsciously retreated. I'll leave the rest to you. Say Ito didn't care about the soldiers' mood and said to Zhu Kei beside him. Then, without waiting for Zhu Kei to answer, he turned and walked back to the city lord's mansion where he lived. Yes. The next day, Sei Ito came to the study of the city lord's mansion as usual and saw the haggard GFA, who looked like he didn't sleep well. Teacher. Seeing Sei Ito, GFA stood up and greeted politely. Yes. Sei Ito replied faintly and sat down on the main seat. Let's begin, Sei Ito said faintly. Yes. GFA opened his mouth and swallowed the words that he wanted to say. With a dejected expression, he agreed in a low voice. Then he sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes. He began to cultivate the Book of the Chaos according to the progress. In an instant, a layer of faint, icy mist gradually enveloped GFA. This was the cultivation scene of the 4th level of the Book of the Chaos, Jade Frost. Under the influence of this cold air, traces of ice crystals gradually appeared on the surface of GFA's body. His face turned pale, and the blood flow and heartbeat in his body began to slow down. He was like an ordinary person who was gradually frozen into an ice statue by the cold air. Of course, this was a normal phenomenon when cultivating the Book of the Chaos. However, as time passed, a strange aura was emitted from GFA's body. He's actually going mad. Chapter 2078. Chi Deviation. Sei Ito said in surprise when he noticed the change in GFA's chi. Without hesitation, he appeared behind GFA in a flash and pressed one hand on GFA's head. At the same time, he turned his left hand and took out the sky crystal that recorded the 4th level of the Azure Snow formula. He held it in his hand and silently operated the mysterious skill. He used the stellar transposition to instill the Azure Snow energy absorbed from the sky crystal into GFA's body. He relied on the same source of energy to stabilize GFA's violent internal chi. Looking at the heart from the inside, the heart does not have the heart. Looking at the outside, the form does not have the form. Looking at the outside, the form does not have the form. Looking at the emptiness is the emptiness. The emptiness is the emptiness. The nothingness is the nothingness. The nothingness is the nothingness. The nothingness is the nothingness. If the nothingness is the nothingness, how could desire be born? If desire is not born, then it is the nothingness. The nothingness 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 is the nothingness of the nothingness. Sei Ito then used his spiritual sense to send a passage of the nothingness into GFA's mind to help him calm down his chaotic heart. Soon, GFA's chi deviation calmed down. Phew! GFA then circulated his chi a few times and retracted it into his dantian. He exhaled deeply and came out of his meditative state. Thank you for your help, Master. GFA, who woke up, quickly stood up from the futon and bowed to Sei Ito respectfully. How can you cultivate if your mind is not calm? If you want to die, just say it. I can fulfill your wish. Sei Ito looked coldly at GFA and scolded him coldly. Master, please calm down. It is my fault. Please punish me. Hearing the scolding, GFA quickly knelt down and admitted his mistake. You want to punish me? All right, you will go to the peak of the back mountain and stay there for 8 hours. You're not allowed to come down until the time is up. Sei Ito sneered. The so-called top of the back mountain was the original private residence of the Misty City's city lord, the Snow Castle. However, since Ito Sei became the city lord, it had been left unused. It had become a pure snow peak without any human habitation. Only some cold-resistant small animals would appear there from time to time. Yes, Master. GFA accepted the order. However, he didn't leave immediately. Instead, he kowtowed again and said sincerely, But teacher, if there's one thing that can't be solved, I'll give it to you. GFA's mind's mind. Even if I can survive this time. Next time, I might even go berserk and die. Therefore, I beg teacher to help me. You want to plead for your father, uncle, and others? Ito-say, who knew what GFA was talking about, sneered. Master. Teacher, please be magnanimous. GFA replied without raising his head. As long as they are willing to hand over what I want, I won't make things difficult for them. Unfortunately, they are stubborn. I can only imprison them and wait for them to think it through. Seito said. This. GFA, who had heard from the embroidered captain what Seito wanted, was speechless. If it was something else, he might be able to get it with his identity as the second son of the Marquis of the West. But for the he-too and she-chi, unless he wanted to betray his master, it was impossible. However, this city lord can guarantee the safety of your father, martial uncle, and the others. When the time comes, they will naturally be released. After a pause, Seito comforted GFA. He did not want GFA to die from chi deviation. Then when is the time that master is talking about? GFA asked. You will know when the time comes. Seito said. All right, you can leave. Then, without giving GFA a chance to speak, he said again. Yes. GFA had no choice but to bow and accept the order. Then he stood up from the ground and walked out of the room. After this day, Itakuni didn't know if it was because he thought it through or because the embroidered captain persuaded him again, but GFA's face was still sullen, but his mind was a lot more correct. During the period of cultivation, there were no incidents of chi deviation, which made Itakuni feel a lot more at ease. In this way, GFA's progress was very fast. In the blink of an eye, he broke through the Baibingshui and Purple Star River and entered the Indigo Sea realm. At this time, 8 days had passed. Adding the days that had passed before, more than half a month had passed since the 1-month departure date. It was almost time apart. Of course, in the process of teaching GFA, Seito was not idle. Almost every day after teaching GFA, Seito would go to the prison and hypnotize and brainwash the soldiers of Shichi to make them loyal to him. Today, all the hypnosis had been completed. He only needed the right time to release them back to Shichi and mix into the army of Shichi. They would become powerful spies that he might not need in the future. That evening, Sir City Lord, a girl's pleasant voice came from outside the door. What's the matter? Seito, who was lying on the couch and being served by the maid around him, asked faintly. Miss Shio said that she has something to ask you. She hopes that you can go over and lie down. The maid replied, Miss Shio? I got it. Tell her that I will be there in a moment. Seito said in surprise. Yes. The maid replied, and then disappeared into the corridor outside the house amidst a series of light footsteps that gradually faded away. I didn't think that she would take the initiative to see me. Ito-say, who exerted strength from his waist, sat up from the couch and stood up with the momentum, muttered with interest. He then raised his hand to tidy his clothes and walked out of the room, moving towards the room where Miss Shio was. A few minutes later, Seito arrived in front of the room where Miss Shio was and unceremoniously pushed the door open and walked in. In an instant, Miss Shio was sitting on the bed in a daze. She was wearing a pink brocade dress. Her face was smooth and her eyes were clear. She was emitting a faint heroic spirit from head to toe. You want to see me? Seito asked. Creak bang. At the same time, the maid guarding the door tactfully closed the door. Yes. Miss Shio sighed slightly and looked at Seito with a serious expression. Oh. Seito looked at her with interest after hearing Miss Shio. Ito admitted. I agree to that matter. Miss Shio Ito said faintly. What? Seito didn't understand what she was talking about. He couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Are you asking the obvious? Miss Shio Ito's face was slightly red, and her expression was filled with embarrassment and anger. Oh, you're talking about that. Seito suddenly understood. The matter Miss Shio Ito was talking about was none other than the matter that Seito casually mentioned when he asked Miss Shio Ito to blackmail the Marquis of the West, Jichong, for the river map. He wanted to marry Miss Shioito. However, at that time, he just casually mentioned it and didn't really take it to heart. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gone to see her during the period when he imprisoned her and GFA. After all, in terms of beauty, Miss Shioito wasn't in the top group and wouldn't be able to move Sei Ito at first glance. Why? Have you thought it through? Sei Ito asked in surprise. I want to use my body in exchange for the Marquis freedom, Miss Shioito said firmly. Sei Ito immediately frowned, and his expression became somewhat displeased. Although you're not bad-looking, it's not to the point where the city lord has to give up certain things for you. Moreover, this city lord doesn't like this kind of transaction that involves me sacrificing myself for another man. So let's end it here today. Sei Ito's eyes were emotionless as he spoke. Miss Shioito's face paled when she heard this, and she couldn't help but reveal a miserable expression. Miss Shioito had always been pure and honest, and her heart should only be filled with Miss Shu, who had died in the Battle of the Nine Cauldrons. However, for the Marquis of the West, who she had always been loyal to, she had no choice but to go against her will and offer her body to the enemy in exchange for the Marquis freedom, so that the second young master wouldn't be so miserable. Who would have thought that in the end, she would be heartlessly rejected and even ridiculed? How could she feel good? There was even a moment when Miss Shioito wanted to die. Fortunately, she still had her reason and her heart was firm enough, so she didn't pull out her weapon and commit suicide on the spot. However, if you're willing to give yourself to this city lord one day, this city lord will be very happy. At this moment, Sei Ito had already walked to the door and placed his hands on the door handle as he spoke with his back facing Miss Shioito. Miss Shioito was speechless and silently lowered her head. Creak! Sei Ito didn't expect Miss Shioito to reply. He reached out and opened the door, leaving the room in a flash. He walked along the corridor and returned to his city lord's residence. And this matter was like a small ripple in a pool of water that was instantly blown away by the cold wind that blew all year round on top of the mountain. Time continued as usual, and another dozen or so days passed peacefully as usual. A month's time is up. You could be on your way. On this day, just as GFA was withdrawing the indigo ocean technique that he had just cultivated, Sei Ito's voice rang in his ears. Thank you, teacher, for your teachings this month. GFA will remember it in my heart. If there is a chance in the future, I will definitely repay teacher's teachings. GFA stood up and bowed respectfully to Sei Ito. Report, I'm looking forward to it, Sei Ito said with a faint smile. GFA raised his head and looked at Sei Ito in confusion. He didn't know why his teacher had such an expression. All right, go and find Miss Shioito. She probably has a lot to say to you. Sei Ito put away his expression and waved his hand. Yes, GFA will take his leave first. GFA bowed. Then, he turned around and left the room, disappearing behind the wooden door that was once again closed. It's time for me to continue my journey and find Jiangxia to obtain the Book of Luo. Sei Ito muttered to himself as he watched GFA leave. His gaze seemed to be able to pierce through time and space as he looked into the distance. Chapter 2079. The next day, in the morning, in front of the gate of Misty City. Second young master, be careful on the road, the embroidered captain said to GFA gently, as if she was his elder sister. Yes, Sister Shio too. Be careful in Misty City, GFA said with red eyes. If possible, please think of a way to ask the Misty City's lord to release the lord as well. Lu Wei, who was released because he had to find a nanny for GFA, who was less than 2.5 years old and had no experience in the Jianghu side. He probably felt ashamed and embarrassed to give such an important task to a woman. Don't worry, Lu Wei. I will do my best to find a way to ask the lord to release the lord, the embroidered captain said seriously. Second young master, let's go. Lu Wei bowed to the embroidered captain solemnly and said to GFA, Yes, Uncle Lu. GFA nodded and said. He then looked up at the embroidered captain and said, Sister Xiao, take care. Second young master too. The embroidered captain said. GFA and Lu Wei did not stay any longer. They walked to the side of the western region's precious horses and got on the horses. They shook the reins and galloped away. At the same time, in the Misty City's Lord's mansion. Lord, GFA has left. Zhu Ke came to report. In that case, there's no need to keep those Shi-Chi soldiers locked up. Arrange for them to be released later. Sei Ito said lightly. Yes, Zhu Ke replied. Then the light changed slightly, and the ceremonial captain of the Marquis of Shi Bo's 6 lieutenants appeared in the room. Greetings, Lord Mayor. The ceremonial captain bowed respectfully. It was not hard to tell from his behavior and expression. He had been hypnotized by Sei Ito to change his consciousness and become his subordinate. Seeing the ceremonial captain like this, Vermilion Bird's face revealed a hint of astonishment. It was very obvious. He was a little surprised by the captain's change in attitude, followed by disdain. After all, even in the future, people who betrayed their masters for glory would not be treated well by others, let alone in the Shang and Zhou dynasties, where people valued honor and loyalty. I've decided to release the 5,000 soldiers that came with the Marquis of the West. However, I still lack a leader, so I've decided to let you lead them back to Shichi. Sei Ito looked at the Li Wei and said, Yes, the captain replied. Sei Ito continued, I don't think I need to teach you what to say or do when you return to Shichi, right? I understand. I won't let you down. The captain lowered his upper body even more. He replied respectfully. Hearing the captain's reply, Sei Ito nodded slightly and stood up from the praying mat. Without seeing him do anything, another figure suddenly appeared in the room of the city lord's mansion. It was a young man with white skin, red lips, and eyes like stars. He was wearing a blue robe. Even if he simply stood there without doing anything, people would involuntarily look at him. However, what shocked Zhu Ke and the captain the most was that he looked exactly the same as Sei Ito. It was Sei Ito's shadow clone. Seeing this figure, the Vermilion Bird's face was full of astonishment as she let out a cry of alarm. This is my clone, one with my heart and 2 bodies. After I leave, he will be in charge of overseeing Misty City. If anything happens, he will be in charge. You can report to him. Sei Ito pointed at the clone beside him. Oh yes, Lord Mayor, Zhu Ke replied in a daze. All right, you can go do your work. Sei Ito said indifferently. Yes, Zhu Ke and the captain replied in unison. They turned around and left Sei Ito's room. I'll leave this to you. After the two left, Sei Ito turned his head and said to his clone, All right. The shadow clone smiled. Sei Ito also smiled when he heard the reply. He activated his spatial ability and disappeared from the room. He followed the spiritual imprints he left on GFA and Lu Wei and moved into the distance. Because they weren't imprisoned in Misty City for a long time like the original novel, GFA and Lu Wei didn't have to constantly gallop like GFA and the white-haired tiger in the original novel. Instead, they were like ordinary passers-by who were rushing to get some rest. 7 or 8 days passed like this. Dark clouds are gathering. It seems like a thunderstorm is coming. On this day, Lu Wei, who was galloping on his horse, looked up at the dark sky with flashes of lightning from time to time. He then turned his head and reminded GFA beside him. Second young master, looking at the sky, this rain might be very fierce. The mountain roads are muddy. It's very dangerous to travel in the rain. Let's find a place to hide. Okay, we'll do as Uncle has said. GFA also looked up at the sky and nodded. Then the two changed their route slightly and continued to gallop. Not long after, a mountain farmhouse surrounded by what appeared in front of them. Haha, there's a house in the Bear Mountains. What good luck. GFA laughed when he saw the farmhouse. Our luck is indeed good. Second young master is indeed blessed by the heavens. A rare smile appeared on Lu Wei's rigid face. Not long after, the two rode their horses to the farmhouse. GFA and Lu Wei dismounted from their horses. As they led their horses into the yard, they asked loudly, Is anyone here? Creak, who is it? Accompanied by a strange sound, a gray-haired old man with a hunchback walked out from the open door and asked, "Elder, sorry to disturb you. We're just pedestrians. It's going to rain soon. I wonder if we can take shelter here?" Lu Wei went up and cupped his fist and asked politely, "Oh, sure, sure. The mountain roads are slippery. It's indeed not suitable to travel in the rain. Come in quickly." The old man nodded and said, "Thank you so much." Lu Wei thanked him. GFA also quickly cupped his fist and bowed to the old man to express his gratitude. Then, the two led their horses to the side and tied the ropes. They entered the house together with the old man. Almost immediately after they entered the house, there was an explosive kacha sound. The heavy rain poured down like a heavenly waterfall. Rustle, rustle, rustle. The sound of raindrops hitting the ground was heard. However, at this moment, a black shadow flashed on a huge rock not far from the farmhouse. Seito's figure suddenly appeared on top of the rock. He didn't do anything, but the rain that fell from the sky seemed to have a consciousness. It couldn't bear to rain on him and spontaneously flew 3 inches above his head. It drew an arc and landed on the ground around him. It made him look sacred. Sure enough, he's the lucky one. Even if I intervene, I will still meet him. Seito whispered to himself as he looked at the lights in the farmhouse not far away. But this is good. It saves me the trouble of figuring out his whereabouts. After that, Seito's figure flashed again and disappeared in the torrential rain. The heavy rain continued for a long time. It didn't stop until it was almost midnight. The dark clouds dispersed and the crescent moon was revealed again. But at this moment, accompanied by a slight whistling sound, a short, dark figure dashed out of the mountain as fast as an arrow leaving the bow. He jumped up and down a few times and landed in the courtyard of the farmhouse. It was also at this time, only then did his true appearance completely reveal itself. The dark figure was very small, about the size of a 7 or 8-year-old child, but his skin was green. His bones were tightly wrapped, and the ribs on his chest were clearly visible. It was unknown whether he was malnourished or hungry, or he was born this way. However, there were some muscles on his legs and arms, so he wasn't as weak as he looked. Green eyebrows, green hair, red eyes, and sharp ears. Coupled with the protruding rooster beak, he really looked no different from the monsters in the legends. The newcomer didn't stop. Very familiar with the place, he dashed straight into the pigsty where the old couple kept pigs. His small arms reached out and grabbed a fat pig that was about the same size as him, or even bigger than him, and pressed it to the ground. Ow! The fat pig let out a sharp howl in pain. However, the green-skinned man was already used to the sound of pigs. He also knew that the old couple was not a threat, so he didn't panic. Instead, he started to cook the fat pig in his hands. "Silly boy, why aren't you running? Are you waiting to be caught?" However, just as he was about to kill the pig to eat, a mocking voice suddenly rang in his ears. The green-skinned man was shocked. He quickly let go of the fat pig in his hands and jumped to the side like lightning. He happened to see GFA and Lu Wei, who had rushed out of the house after hearing the noise. "Come!" At this moment, the green-skinned man's expression turned fierce. He suddenly let out a strange cry that sounded like a crow's caw. He opened his mouth and pounced toward GFA. "Second young master, be careful," Lu Wei hurriedly reminded when he saw this. "Haha, little monster, you actually have the guts to attack me. Don't be impatient." GFA's expression didn't change. Instead, his expression was filled with eagerness as he spoke loudly. Then, he reached out his hands and accurately grabbed the green-skinned man's claws. He exerted strength in his arms and slammed the green-skinned man to the ground. "First, I'll prostrate myself in front of you." Bang! "Ka!" The green-skinned man cried out in pain. However, in the next moment, a large amount of bright yellow electric light bloomed from the green-skinned man's body. It quickly climbed up GFA's body and launched a violent electric shock on GFA, who couldn't defend himself in time. "Ah!" GFA involuntarily cried out in pain. "Monster, let go of second young master." Lu Wei, who saw the sudden change in the situation, was shocked. He hurriedly leaped to the green-skinned man's side and thrust the copper flute in his hand forward, stabbing it at the green-skinned man. The green-skinned man, who had already sensed that these two guys weren't easy to deal with, did not dare to take it head-on. He quickly let go of GFA, who was numb from the electric shock, and jumped away, dodging Lil Wei's attack. Then, he jumped out of the farmhouse without looking back. "Io, it really is a monster," GFA cried out in pain. "Second young master, are you all right?" Lil Wei, who was worried about GFA, didn't chase after him. Instead, he hurriedly went to GFA's side and asked with concern, "I'm fine. However, I'm going to teach that monster a lesson." GFA stood up and said, after circulating his inner power, and instantly dispelled the electric shock. Then, without waiting for Lil Wei's reply, he used his Qigong to chase after the green-skinned man. "Second young master," Lil Wei cried out in shock. Then, he didn't dare to hesitate and hurriedly chased after him. However, no matter how fast the two of them chased, they couldn't find any trace of the green-skinned man. It was as if the green-skinned man had disappeared into thin air. Damn it! After chasing for a while, GFA, who still couldn't find any trace of the monster, could only give up helplessly in the end. He stopped in his tracks and said hatefully, "Second young master, let's go back." Lil Wei, who had chased after him, heaved a sigh of relief and said, "Okay, Uncle Lil," GFA said helplessly. Then, together with Lil Wei, he used his Qigong to return to the farmhouse they were staying at. Is this considered atavism? At the top of the mountain, Ito, who was observing the green-skinned man who had fainted in his hands, who is also this world's Leijianzi, clicked his tongue and said, "It seems like the humans in this world are just like the legends say. They are the product of the union of immortals and monsters. Otherwise, how could the green-hair ancestor and the woman he had forcefully taken give birth to such a strange species when they were both humans?" Then, with a thought, he threw Leijianzi into the Rubik's Cube world. Next is Jiangxia, the jade knife in his hands, and the Book of Luo. Ito muttered to himself as he looked up at the starry night sky. On the morning of the second day, GFA and Lil Wei bid farewell to the old man and his wife and continued to ride their horses in the direction of Zhaoga. Naturally, Ito continued to follow behind the two of them, following the direction they were heading in. After traveling for about 100 miles, Ito stopped and used his spiritual eye to observe the surrounding wind and clouds. He thought to himself, "It should be around here." Indeed, not long after, a pillar of air shot up into the sky and entered Ito's eyes. There! Then, Ito's figure flashed and disappeared from the spot. At the same time, Jiangxia, who was fishing by the river, frowned and raised his hand to silently calculate. "Strange, I can't calculate it? Could it be referring to immortals?" With Jiangxia's current cultivation realm and skills, there was almost no existence in the world that he could not calculate. Even if it was someone who was also proficient in the art of divination, he could not do so. The only thing he could not calculate was immortals. He did not know if he could succeed, so he made such a guess. "What are you calculating?" Just as Jiangxia was puzzled and did not know what the tide just now meant, an unfamiliar voice suddenly sounded in his ears. Jiangxia was shocked and turned his head to look at the person who spoke. What a handsome young master! The person who spoke was Ito. Jiangxia's gaze circled around Ito's face twice and did not answer the question. "Young master has a good face." Chapter 2080. You have a good physiognomy. Jiang Taigong's gaze lingered on Ito's face as he said without answering the question. Of course, that was what he said. However, Jiang Taigong was curious. This young master's physiognomy is very strange. I can't see clearly. It's as if there's a layer of fog on his face. Thinking of this, Jiang Taigong's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that he's the source of my heartbeat? Taigong hasn't answered my question yet. Ito also said without answering the question. Nothing. I just felt a sudden impulse and wanted to see the reason. Jiang Taigong, who had regained his composure, said indifferently, "Oh, did you manage to divine something?" Say Ito asked with interest. I have some clues, Jiang Taigong replied. Then can you tell me? Say Ito asked again. You should be the one doing this. As Jiang Taigong spoke, he suddenly raised his hand. With a splash, a large carp jumped out of the water along with the fishing line and was caught in Jiang Taigong's hand. Then, Jiang Taigong exerted some force and opened the fish's mouth. He took out a long, straight iron needle without a hook from the fish. What good fishing technique! Those who are willing will be hooked. Seito clapped his hands and praised. It's just a small trick, Jiang Taigong said modestly. Does Taigong know the purpose of my visit? After a pause, Seito asked again after Jiang Taigong put the carp in his hand into the bamboo loft. I'm not a deity, nor do I have the ability to read people's minds. How can I know what you're thinking? Jiang Taigong said as he threw the rod back into the stream. My purpose is simple. Hand over the jade knife and the book of Luo in your hands, Seito said indifferently. Hearing this, Jiang Taigong's expression changed slightly. He played dumb and said, I don't know what you're talking about. In the past, the heavenly Emperor Xian Yuan passed down two orthodoxies to Qiyu with the river diagram and the book of Luo. One of them was the river diagram system that inherited the innate Qian Kuan technique, which was the Guangchang celestial sect and the marquis of the West Ji family. The second is the Luo Shu lineage that inherited the art of Chimen Duanjia, which is your Kunlun sect. Am I wrong? Seito lowered his head to look at the fish that occasionally swam by in the stream and explained softly. Jiang Zia had no other choice. He could only respond with silence. I don't want to make things difficult for Taigong, but if Taigong insists on not complying, then I can only do what I have no choice but to do, Seito said after a while, seeing that Taigong Jiang had no intention of speaking. Then, he reached out and grabbed at the void in front of him. With a strange cry, a burly young man with a buzz cut, skin as yellow as copper, and a red pattern that looked like a third eye on his forehead suddenly appeared in his hand. His clothes were tight. His legs struggled in the air. Seeing this young man, Jiang Zi's expression changed greatly as he shouted. This young man was none other than Jiang Zi's son in this world, Jiang Kong. At this moment, Seito's right hand moved horizontally. He grabbed Jiang Tsung's neck and tightened his 5 fingers, causing Jiang Tsung's face to turn slightly red. He looked at Jiang Zia and said, I know that you always carry that jade knife with you and never leave your side. So if you want your son to be safe, then give me that jade knife in exchange. Despicable. Jiang Tsung, who was grabbed by Seito, struggled. He cursed with difficulty. You're a good boy with a backbone, Seito said with a chuckle. However, at this moment, Jiang Zia's body suddenly moved. He arrived in front of Seito and punched at his face. At the same time, he reached out his left hand and grabbed at Seito's left hand. It seemed that he was going to attack to save Jiang Kong facing this attack. Seito's expression didn't change. Instead, he smiled slightly. He spun around Jiang Zia's body and arrived behind him. When Jiang Zia's fist broke the afterimage he left behind, he reached out and grabbed at Jiang Zia's collar. However, at this moment, Jiang Zia's body disappeared from Seito's grasp. A martial art from the Chimen Duanjia. Seito narrowed his eyes and thought to himself, Bang! Interesting boy. Seito, who suddenly felt his ribs and legs being attacked, raised his eyebrows. He looked at Jiang Tsung, who was being held by him, and laughed. At the same time, Jiang Zia reappeared behind Seito. He stretched out his palms and attacked Seito with a double wind-piercing ear. Seito's expression didn't change. He stretched out his feet and stepped forward. It was as if he had shrunk the ground into an inch. He instantly moved more than 10 meters away. Then, he turned around and pointed at Jiang Zia. In an instant, a light flashed. Several blue icicles refracting cold light appeared in the air and shot at Jiang Zia like arrows. Seeing the icicles, Jiang Zia's pupils shrank. He couldn't help but jump back. Bang, 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 bang. The icicles missed and hit the ground, shattering into a pile of ice chips. Jiangxia. Let me see the famous Chimen Duanjia of the Kunlun sect in Jianghu. Ito Mori pointed his finger again, and a large amount of rain gathered in the sky within a radius of tens of meters around him in Jiang Taigong, shooting toward Jiang Taigong like a dense bullet. However, they were not life and death enemies, so Sei Ito didn't use his real strength. Just like when he fought with Yuzi, he only used the strength of an immortal to fight with Jiangxia. Therefore, the attack power and speed of the rainwater weren't too exaggerated. They were at the level that Jiangxia could withstand. However, if he didn't dodge them all, he would be seriously injured even if he didn't die. Jiangxia didn't answer. He spun his body fiercely. His internal qi and primordial qi linked together and condensed into a whirlwind to protect his body. It bounced off all the rainwater that shot at him. Then, he moved his body and rushed to say Ito against the rain. Then, he twisted his body and poured the accumulated whirlwind into his right arm, which had been soaked in the secret technique and gained the effect of reinforced iron bones. He swung his arm at Sei Ito's face. Whoosh! The violent whistling sound brought about a powerful airflow. It blew on Sei Ito's body before the wind from the punch. It lifted his long hair that was transformed by the illusion technique. Ito Mori jumped and flew back like a feather. Then, an earth wall suddenly rose from the ground and blocked in front of Jiang Taigong, taking the blow of his arm. Bang! The stone wall exploded into dozens of pieces of gravel of different sizes and shot out in all directions. Jiangxia, who saw that his attack was blocked by a strange magic-like creation, frowned. He silently circulated the spiritual power in his body. Then, like a woman, he stepped on the Big Dipper and disappeared in front of Sei Ito's eyes in a flash. Camouflage. Sei Ito chuckled. However, before he could break it, Jiang Tsong, who was in his hands, was unwilling to be left out. He straightened his waist and kicked his legs high, aiming at Sei Ito's head. TSK, it seems that if I want to have a good look at this world's Chimen Duanjia, I have to make you behave first. Sei Ito shook his head slightly and chuckled. After that, with a thought, Jiang Tsong's movements suddenly stopped. Like a strange statue, he was taken into the Rubik's Cube world. It was also at this moment that an obscure aura fluctuation was transmitted from his side. Here, Sei Ito smiled and then calmly turned around. He raised his hand and bent his finger, shooting an invisible force in the direction of the aura fluctuation. Puff! In an instant, the air shook and Jiangxia's figure appeared from the void. Jiangxia did not dare to hesitate. He quickly stretched his hands forward, and a light appeared between his fingers and palms. From his palms, a strange net composed of internal qi and primordial qi shot out, covering Sei Ito's body. It was the dragon-locking net of the Kunlun sect's secret Chimen Duanjia technique. However, after using the dragon-locking net to trap Sei Ito, Jiangxia did not continue to attack. Instead, he asked in a deep voice, "Where's Tsong?" I sent him to a safe place with a secret method. So from now on, you could do whatever you want. You don't have to worry about hurting him. Sei Ito smiled. Jiangxia frowned slightly. The 5 fingers of his right hand quickly pinched together to calculate Jiang Tsong's power. However, he was immediately caught off guard by the result. I can't calculate it? Jiangxia was shocked. Don't waste your energy. That place is isolated from the rest of the world. It is isolated from all detection. No matter how powerful you are, you can't calculate it. Sei Ito could guess what Jiangxia was doing from his actions. Of course, only I can open that place. So, you have 2 choices now. Either use all your strength to defeat me and let me bring Jiang Tsong back, or admit defeat and hand over the Chimen Jade Knife and the Book of Luo in exchange for Jiang Kong. Your Excellency is powerful, but you want to make things difficult for a mere child. Don't you think you're going overboard? Jiangxia asked in a deep voice. I'm saving him, Sei Ito said mysteriously. Jiangxia furrowed his brows, disbelief written all over his face. As a member of his family, He did not see any calamity befalling his son, Jiang Kong. Moreover, Jiang Tsong was his son. Even if there was a calamity, there was no need for Sei Ito to save him. Moreover, he used such a method. Must Your Excellency force this old Taoist? Jiang Zia asked in a deep voice. I can't help it. Who told me to be curious about the Chiman Duanjia in your hands? Sei Ito shrugged. If that's the case, then this old Taoist will do as Your Excellency wishes. Jiang Zia shouted. After that, he jumped up fiercely and let his body spin again in the air at high speed. With the help of the strong force generated by the rotation, he kicked Ito Sei's body. Bang! The sound was as dull as a drum, and Ito Sei's figure was broken into pieces, turning into a pile of brown mud fragments scattered all over the ground. Chapter 2081. When Jiang Taigong looked at the flying pieces in front of him, his face was full of shock. When your dragon-locking net covered me, Sei Ito, who was slowly rising from the ground as if he was pushed out of the soil, said faintly. Hearing Sei Ito's voice, Jiang Taigong suddenly turned around and looked at Sei Ito. This is... Jiang Taigong frowned, his eyes flashing as he asked in a deep voice. The 5 elements escape technique, Sei Ito said faintly. What a great 5 elements escape technique, Jiang Taigong praised. I have already seen the water and earth elements. I wonder if I will be lucky enough to see the remaining 3 elements. That is my wish. I dare not ask, Sei Ito said with a smile. This time, it is the fire element. As soon as he finished speaking, without any movement, a line of fire appeared around Sei Ito's body. Like a creature with spiritual intelligence, it quickly rotated around Sei Ito's body. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a thick fire dragon. Then, it fiercely flew out from Sei Ito's left shoulder, opened its brazier mouth, and bit at Jiang Taigong. Dragon-locking net. Jiang Taigong's spirit was shaken. He hurriedly channeled the mana in his body, stretched out his hands, and created a tough, big net. He covered the fire dragon head-on. This time, the dragon-locking net really locked the dragon. However, as the dragon was about to be locked, it was obviously very unwilling to be trapped in the net. Therefore, its whole body violently struggled and twisted, shooting out small sparks that burned the surrounding void. In just an instant, there were several seemingly real pa-pa sounds. The dragon-locking net released by Jiang Taigong was immediately torn to pieces. It could no longer stop the fire dragon from rushing towards him. Feeling the blazing heat from the fire dragon, Jiang Taigong did not dare to be negligent. He immediately jumped off the ground and used his qin gong to rush towards the small stream behind him. How could the fire dragon let the prey in front of it escape? It immediately let out a long roar and quickly chased after Jiang Taigong. However, without Sei Ito's full support, it was still one step slower. It watched Jiang Taigong jump into the stream as if he was standing on a flat point. His right hand formed a sword finger, guiding a stream of water to fly out of the stream and hit it. Chief, in an instant, there were continuous sounds. Sei Ito didn't care about Jiang Taigong, who was invisible, chuckled again. As his words fell, several vines suddenly broke through the surrounding ground and emerged. As if they were fertilized by hormones, they grew and expanded rapidly. In the blink of an eye, they became as thick as a South American python. Their branches fluttered like strange tentacles, whipping the void. A blooming lotus suddenly appeared under Sei Ito's feet. It rose to a height of about 1 meter in the air and looked down at the surroundings. Under the spreading of the vines, there was a crisp pa sound. Jiang Taigong, who was invisible, was hit out of the void. He crossed his arms in front of his body, looking like he was going to take the damage. But before he landed on the ground, another branch turned into a black shadow and viciously whipped his back. Pa! Jiang Taigong's face changed. His body flew out uncontrollably. However, this was just the beginning. More branches twisted and danced. Jiang Taigong was like a football that was being fought over in a football field. He was continuously whipped by the branches within a radius of more than 20 meters, flying here and there. Under such circumstances, even a person with a body of steel and iron would not necessarily feel good, let alone someone like Jiang Taigong, who had only cultivated half of his body because of his age. After a while, his face turned pale, and fine beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. It was obvious that he had been slapped hard. At this time, Jiang Taigong's face turned fierce. He hugged the branch that was whipping him. Ignoring the huge force that surged into his body, he raised his hand and chopped down. It was like a real long knife. The branch immediately broke at the place where Jiang Taigong's palm was cut. Jiang Taigong, who had cut off a branch, reached out and grabbed it. He used the half of the branch in his hand as a weapon. He waved his arm and whipped at the branches that were whipping at him. In an instant, there was a series of pa-pa-pa-pa-pa sounds. All the branches that were whipping at him were swept away by Jiang Taigong, who had sharp eyes. "Your Excellency, please have a taste of this old Taoist fire element magic." Immediately after, Jiang Taigong's palm shook. He used the special heart sutra recorded in the Book of Luo to create a fire force. He ignited the half of the branch in his hand. Then, he poured his magic power into the flame, turning it into a natural fire that he could control. He raised his hand, and the flame shot out like a fire snake. It nimbly wrapped around the branches that were dancing in the air and ignited them all. In just a moment, the area within a radius of 20 meters had turned into a blazing sea of fire. Very interesting, but it seems a bit monotonous. Standing on the lotus, Sei Ito did not care about the flames that were rising under his feet. "Naturally, I won't disappoint you." Jiang Taigong smiled. Then, he flicked his sword finger. A wave of fire fiercely rose from the sea of fire. It was like a wave rolling towards Sei Ito in the air. "Then I will respond with the metal element." Seeing the wave of fire coming towards him, Sei Ito's expression did not change. He said in a relaxed tone, without seeing him do anything, a golden wall that was as thin as a brittle paper suddenly appeared in front of Sei Ito. It turned into a dam that blocked the wave of fire. Whoosh! The wave of fire rolled and sputtered out a large amount of sparks. The sparks spread into the sky and illuminated the surroundings with a scarlet color. Then, in the next moment, the golden dam that blocked the wave of fire suddenly shattered. The fragments could be seen with the naked eye turning into thin and long arrows. Then, with a burst of whistling sounds, they all shot towards Jiang Taigong. "What a good metal element!" Jiang Taigong's expression changed slightly as he praised. However, Jiang Taigong's movements were not slow. He stomped his feet and rushed out of the sea of fire without any hesitation. Bang, 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 bang. Then the arrows missed and pierced deeply into the surrounding ground. Then, under the calcination of the sea of fire, they slowly melted into golden light and dissipated in the hot air. That scene was incomparably magnificent. The 5 elements have passed. "Taigong, do you still have any strange moves in your Chiman Duanjia technique?" Sei Ito looked at Jiang Taigong, who was standing at the edge of the sea of fire, and asked, "Your magic is amazing. This old Taoist is ashamed of his inferiority." Jiang Taigong shook his head and sighed with a look of age. Then, Sei Ito raised his eyebrows. "But this old Taoist is the leader of Kunlun. There is no reason for me to hand over the sex treasure for no reason. Please understand." Jiang Taigong said solemnly, "As for my son Song, this old Taoist believes that with your character, you will not treat him unfairly." "How do you know that I will not treat him unfairly?" Sei Ito said with a smile. "Your Excellency's eyes are bright and without any evil aura. Although your methods at the beginning were somewhat despicable, you did not have any killing intent. Even when the child resisted like that, you only sealed him up and did not take his life. Therefore, I believe that you are not an evil person." Jiang Taigong said, "Moreover, if you use the method of capturing my son from the beginning, this old Taoist believes that there is no reason for me to avoid it. However, you did not use it in your fight with me. Although it is possible that there is some restriction on the method that prevents you from using it, this old Taoist still believes that you did not use it. Therefore, this old Taoist can conclude that although you are not necessarily a good person, you are definitely a righteous person with magnanimity. Oh, why? Sei Ito asked again. This is this old Taoist's intuition. Jiang Taigong slowly shook his head and said something that made Sei Ito feel speechless. All right, I understand. Unfortunately, Taigong, you are wrong, Sei Ito said indifferently. Then, without waiting for Jiang Taigong's reaction, Sei Ito's figure suddenly appeared behind him and imprisoned the space, making it impossible for him to dodge. Then, he waved his hand and chopped at Jiang Taigong's neck. Bang! In an instant, Jiang Taigong felt a pain at the back of his neck. A strange power surged into his mind, causing his consciousness to quickly become blurry. However, just as he was about to lose his last trace of consciousness, a faintly discernible voice entered his ears. The reason why I did not attack you from the beginning was because I wanted to see if there was any difference between the Chiman Duanjia you mastered and the one I know. Then, Jiang Taigong completely fainted. Plop! Jiang Taigong's unconscious body fell heavily to the ground. Sei Ito squatted down and straightened Jiang Taigong's body. He extended his hand into Jiang Taigong's chest and began to search. Soon, he found an object that was cool to the touch, soft to the touch, and hard to the touch. Then, he withdrew his arm and it left Jiang Taigong's body. It was a jade-colored object that was about 50 centimeters long. It looked like a knife, but wasn't a knife. It was completely dark green, and on its surface, there were 7 small holes that faintly followed the pattern of the Big Dipper. It looked extremely strange, and this was the key to correctly deciphering the Book of Luo in this world, the Jade Knife. Now, all that's left is the Book of Luo that Jiang Taigong hid. After roughly examining the jade knife in his hand, Sei Ito did not feel that there was anything new about it. Then, he moved the jade knife into the secret passage of the Rubik's Cube world. Then he extended his hand and pressed it on Jiang Taigong's forehead. The power of his primordial spirit surged and entered Jiang Taigong's mind through his palm. He found his similarly unconscious primordial spirit and vigorously searched Jiang Taigong's memories. In an instant, Jiang Taigong's face in the outside world changed. A large amount of fine sweat began to appear on his forehead. Sure enough, guys who have become primordial spirits are troublesome. It's almost impossible to search for information from their minds without this method. After a moment, Ito Tungching, who had exhaled a long breath, curled his lips and muttered. Chapter 2082. P.S. Thanks to Bear Bear Baby, Depressed Man Kai, and Halcyon for their tips. What was primordial spirit? It was the combination of the 3 souls and 7 spirits of the human body. It was something that was formed after one had gained a bit of enlightenment. It controlled the core of the cultivator's yuan qi, physical body, memory, and everything else. Therefore, at this point, ordinary hypnosis and soul-searching techniques would be very difficult to use on this kind of person. Moreover, the cultivation system of this world leaned towards martial cultivation. Although it was not like the Great Tang world or Huang Yi's world of the chaotic clouds and rain that placed special emphasis on the cultivation of the mind, there was a faint sense that the martial way was as pure as one, and the essence, qi, spirit, and yuan qi were all fused together like a mirror. It was even more troublesome than the yuan spirit of ordinary cultivators. Although with Sei Ito's cultivation realm, the strength of the primordial spirit and the ability to control the mind and spirit, he could still easily crush it, but in the end, it was still pressure. If he did not control it well, it was possible to destroy the other party's primordial spirit, causing the consciousness of the person whose memory was searched to be annihilated and become an idiot or a vegetable. In addition, at his level, he did not care much about small tricks like hypnosis and spirit control. He thought that if he could avoid using it, he would try his best not to use it. So he did not crush Iyuzi's primordial spirit right away and seize everything he wanted to know. Of course, there was also the possibility that Iyuzi's personality was too rigid. It was very likely that he would destroy his own primordial spirit in the process of soul-searching. After all, although it would not really hurt Seito, it was definitely not a problem for him to feel uncomfortable for a few days. Then Seito moved his mind and put Jiang Taigong, whose memory was read, into the Rubik's Cube world. He sent him to the side of Jiang Tsong, who was previously imprisoned, and then stretched his body. He moved towards the place where the Book of Luo obtained from Jiang Taigong's memory was placed. In the process of moving, he sorted out the knowledge about this world's Book of Luo and Chimen Dunjia from Jiang Taigong's mind. And as he sorted out, Seito also gradually understood the difference between this world's Chimen Dunjia and the one he knew. In the world of Tianzi legend, Chimen Dunjia was called that. But in fact, it was only Chimen Dunjia. The main content was about formations. Secondary was the Xiangang spell and some other strange things like spells. For example, the dragon locking net that Jiang Taigong had used before. For example, Jiang Taigong had not yet used the highest skill of the Chimen Dunjia, the stellar transposition. For example, other secret techniques that Jiang Taigong could not use in normal battles. As for the contents of the hidden art, there was very little. Apart from the divination and some minor illusion techniques, there was almost nothing. It was very different from the Chimen Dunjia that Seito had obtained after traveling through many worlds. It recorded all kinds of strange secret techniques and was very close to the basics of immortal cultivation. However, in this world alone, it was still a top-notch godly scripture. It was worth spending some effort to fight for it. Just like that, the location of the Book of Luo appeared in front of Seito amidst his chaotic thoughts. This was a U-shaped valley with cliffs on both sides. The edges and corners of the valley were protruding, and the surface was smooth. There was not the slightest bit of green growing on it. There were only 3 entrances on the innermost mountain wall, and they were sealed with iron-nailed doors. Among them, behind the 2 iron-nailed doors at the bottom, was Jiang Taigong's cultivation room and his son Jiang Tsong's residence. Therefore, the remaining cave that was in the middle of the mountain wall and sealed by the iron-nailed door was where the Book of Luo was hidden. After confirming the location, Seito's figure moved and appeared in front of the iron-nailed door. With a wave of his hand, a whirlwind visible to the naked eye blasted towards the iron-nailed door. In the next moment, there was a muffled bang sound. The tightly shut door was blasted open, and it hit the exposed wall of the cave. Bang! After that, Seito stepped into the air. He walked into the tunnel. The first thing that entered his eyes was a long tunnel that was only wide enough for one person to pass through. The surface of the tunnel was uneven. It looked like the tunnel was dug carelessly, but Seito, who had looked through Jiang Taigong's memories, knew that this crude tunnel was filled with strange formations. If an outsider who was not familiar with the Tao of formations barged in, he would be lost within 5 steps. Then, he would be led to the side of the tunnel and fall into the cliff below, turning into a pile of meat paste. This was naturally not a problem for Seito, who had already grasped the trick from Jiang Taigong and was proficient in strange formations. Furthermore, his primordial spirit was able to illuminate the void. Thus, he was able to easily pass through the various strange formations in the tunnel. In less than half a minute, Seito arrived at the end of the tunnel. Then, 2 tightly shut doors appeared in front of him. 2 black words were written on top of each door, clearly indicating the functions of the 2 caves. Book Cave, Pill Cave. Seito walked straight to the door with the words Book Cave written on it. He reached out and pushed, opening the door. In an instant, an incomparably spacious cave appeared before Seito's eyes. In the center of this cave, there were several strangely shaped illusions of strange beasts and monsters that seemed to exist in legends. They faintly surrounded a green book that was surrounded by a beam of sunlight that shone down from above, isolating outsiders. This green book was none other than Seito's target for this trip. The Book of Luo. Seeing the Seito of the Book of Luo, he smiled. He ignored the strange beasts around him and walked into the illusion with a strange pace. But strangely enough, as he walked forward, the illusions around him seemed to lose their energy and disappeared like a mirage, gradually revealing the true appearance of the cave. In accordance with the 8 gowns theory, the 8 gates hidden schools astrological divination, the 8 gates hidden schools formation immediately appeared on the ground of the cave. And the location where the sunlight shone from above the cave shone was the center of the entire 8 gates 8 trigrams formation. After a dozen steps, Sei Ito arrived at the center of the 8 trigrams. Without any hesitation, he reached out and grabbed the book of Luo that was suspended by a strand of silk. He lifted it in front of him, opened it, and began to read. Tisk, if it wasn't for Jiang Taigong's memories, an ordinary person wouldn't be able to understand it even if they worked themselves to death. Looking at the book of Luo, the 4 symbols, and the 28 constellations, Sei Ito couldn't help but sigh as he looked at the book of Luo that depicted the Big Dipper and the Southern Dipper. However, this was also in line with his imagination. After all, in Sei Ito's consciousness, something that could create the legendary Great Heavenly Cycle star formation. It shouldn't be recorded in words. Then, Sei Ito flipped his palm and took out the jade knife from the space. Following the method in Jiang Taigong's memories, he pressed the jade knife onto the book of Luo. In an instant, the surface of the jade knife flashed slightly, and 7 mysterious light characters emerged from the holes on the jade knife, appearing in front of Ito Seiji. 6. Ren Kue Yi Sheng Fa Creation Hua Qing. Ah, it's really mysterious. Looking at the 7 mysterious words floating in front of him, Sei Ito chuckled. Then, with a thought, he put the book of Luo and the jade knife back into the Rubik's Cube world. It's time to go check out the situation in Zhaoge. After saying that, his figure flashed. He disappeared from the cave. Zhaoge was located in the Qi County of the Southern Province. It was the capital of the Great Shang Dynasty and covered an area of about 16 square kilometers. However, 3 of the areas were farmland and 2 of them were mountains and rocks. Therefore, the area used to build the city was only about 10 square kilometers. Among them, the royal city took up about 2/5 of the total area. The residences of the officials and nobles took up about half of the remaining 3/5. The remaining area was used by the residents of the city. Therefore, although Zhaoge looked huge and beautiful, it was not as prosperous as Shi City in terms of prosperity. In addition, there was the cruelty of King Zhou of this world and the impact of the war that had just happened. This caused the residents of the city to tremble in fear and did not dare to talk. It caused the entire Zhaoge city to be filled with a sense of desolation and decline. Looks like it's really over. Sei Ito walked on the streets of Zhaoge and looked at the dynasty's fate above the royal city. He shook his head slightly and thought to himself, "This is good too. It saved me a lot of trouble." Then, Sei Ito turned around. He walked towards a prison on the west side of Zhaoge City. After a while, Sei Ito arrived in front of the prison that looked like a huge fortress. Then, Sei Ito activated his mind power. After casting an illusion on himself, he swaggered into the heavenly prison city. Pa. As long as you're in the prison, you're no different from a dog. A prison guard waved his whip vigorously and hit a young man whose eyes were filled with righteousness and whose body exuded a noble aura as he shouted. The young man did not resist or talk back. He silently endured the prison guard's whip and scolding. On the contrary, the jailer on the other side reminded him and gloated, "That's enough. This guy is spoiled since childhood. Don't break him." "Oof. You silent dog. It's fine if I don't hit you." Upon hearing his companion's reminder, the prison guard, who realized that he could not get that kind of perverted satisfaction from the young master, snorted coldly in displeasure. He stopped whipping and scolded. "Hee, young Master G, I advise you to be as obedient as a dog. Otherwise, there will be at least 50 punishments for you." Seeing that his companion had stopped, another prison guard continued. "Of course, it's a different story if your family knows how to show filial piety to our master. We'll let you live comfortably. There will be no lack of good wine and delicacies. However, before we show filial piety, you'll have to do rough work first. Sure enough, it was easier to deal with the king of hell than it was to deal with the little ghosts. It was obvious that the rules that had been set in the prisons of the later dynasties had begun in this era. Of course, it was only limited to the era after this world. As for whether it had begun in this era in the real history, it was not known. "Get up. Come with me to clean the cell." The prison guard with the whip scolded. Feeling helpless, young Master G obediently got up from the ground and followed the prison guard out of his cell. He went to the storeroom to get things and water. It's better to come the right time than to come early. I didn't expect that although the so-called marriage between Piamiao City and Shichi was canceled because of my intervention, King Zhou still recruited Ji Cao to Zhaoga City for a groundless reason and absorbed his power. After the prison guard and young Master Ji left the cell, a figure suddenly appeared from the void. He stood in the passage and looked at the three people who were gradually disappearing with interest. This figure was none other than Sei Ito, who had sneaked into the celestial prison. Next, it should be the plot of Ji Cao being possessed by the heavenly demon after cleaning the cell of the heavenly demon. Thinking of this, Sei Ito's figure flashed again and disappeared into the void. On the other side, Ji Cao, who was carrying a big bucket of clean water like a servant, was sent into a cell by the two prison guards as expected. A middle-aged man with broken arms and legs and a dull expression on his face, like a person with dementia, with feces and urine flowing under him, came into Ji Cao's sight. At the same time, an extremely foul smell also rushed into his nostrils with the flow of the air. So smelly, Ji Cao's face was slightly pale as he thought to himself, "Clean up the feces here and then give this guy a bath." Before Ji Cao could ponder over the identity of the man lying on the straw mat, the jailer's voice rang out once again. "Clean it up obediently, or you'll have to eat my 10 whips." The prison guard said loudly. "It stinks, Jew, get out quickly." The prison guard on the other side pinched his nose and said in a muffled voice, "Remember to be quick." The prison guard named Aju nodded and shouted sternly at Ji Cao again. Then he left the stinky cell with his companion and locked Ji Cao in with a bang. "This guy is of noble birth. Let's let him suffer this kind of torture. If we don't torture him severely, how can we give him a big gift? We're really lucky this time to have met such a fat sheep. Who knows? We might become rich overnight and not have to worry for the rest of our lives." Yes. Amidst their nonsense, the two prison guards gradually disappeared into the long and narrow passageway of the prison. "TSK, it stinks. I'd better wait until Ji Cao is almost done cleaning up before I take action." Sei Ito, who was standing at the door of the prison, shook his head and looked in through the window. "Sigh, I didn't expect this peerless master to end up in such a miserable state." Ji Cao walked to the side of the primeval demon and sighed with pity. "Actually, you've already enjoyed all the glory and splendor. Why did you covet the throne and end up like this?" Then he put the rag on the primeval demon's body and helped him wash his body. At the same time, he continued to talk to himself. "Your Majesty said that my father rebelled. What a great injustice." Sigh, thinking of my father, loyal and devoted to the country and the people, why can't your Majesty understand? At this time, Ji Cao picked up the dirty rag again, turned around, and threw it into a bucket of water to wash. However, Ji Cao, who had turned around, did not notice that the primeval demon, who should have been muddle-headed, suddenly changed his expression and stared at his back with a burning gaze. Why did the surroundings suddenly become abnormally cold and piercing? Although Ji Cao's internal strength had been absorbed, he still had his foundation and was stunned. Chapter 2083. At this moment, the primordial demon, who was lying on the ground, suddenly moved and shot up into the air. It was heading toward Ji Cao's head from head to toe. "It seems like I have no choice but to dirty my hands," Sei Ito said helplessly when he saw the primeval demon moving. With a flash, He appeared in the cell and grabbed the primordial demon who was about to collide with G-Cow. Then, he threw the primordial demon towards the wall. Bang! Amidst the loud crash, a crack appeared on the brick wall. Who are you? Why are you stopping me? The primeval demon looked at Sei Ito coldly and questioned him. Thank you for your help, Mr. G-Cow, who recovered from the shock, hurriedly bowed to Ito Sei and thanked him. You are about to die. There is no need for you to know so much, Sei Ito said with a cold smile. I would like to see how you are going to kill me. The primeval demon said sternly. Then, he dashed towards Sei Ito with his head. Sei Ito did not move. Instead, he stretched out his right arm and hit the primeval demon's head with his palm. Then, with a loud bang, the two of them collided with each other. Then, Sei Ito swung his arm down, and the primeval demon's body hit the solid ground heavily. Bang! Cough! The primeval demon opened his mouth and coughed up a mouthful of blood. If you were still in your complete body, you might be able to fight me for a while. But now, I will take your soul, Sei Ito said flatly. Then, he waved his left hand. His palm lit up with a white light. He waved his hand and pressed it on the primeval demon's head. Come out. Then, he grabbed upward. An illusory figure, which looked exactly like the primeval demon, was pulled out of the primeval demon's body along with Sei Ito's action. The primeval demon, who felt like he was being cut by thousands of knives, could not help but scream. This! G-Cow looked at the scene in front of him with a pale face. He could not say a complete sentence. Fortunately, this situation did not last long. In about a minute, with the last scream of the primordial devil, his primordial spirit was completely pulled out of his body and disappeared into the blazing white light ball in Ito Sei's palm. He was still struggling and roaring. Release this heavenly demon, or else this heavenly demon will make you die a horrible death. If a living great primeval demon said that, I might be afraid. Sei Ito's primeval demon said spirit. It's impossible in this life. Ito Sei sneered. Then, without any visible movement, golden characters with cloud patterns appeared out of thin air around the blazing white light ball. Like falling meteors, they shot into the light ball one after another until the entire light ball was dyed golden. They formed a huge seal and sealed the primeval demon. There's still half of it left. Ito Sei closed his palm and put away the golden ball of light and said secretly, Good luck, Sei Ito said. Ito Sei glanced at G-Cow, who was a little nervous, and said lightly. Just like he appeared, he disappeared from the cell in an instant. And almost at the very next moment after he left, the two jailers who had left earlier appeared in front of the cell. Damn it, why are you so noisy? The jailers opened the cell door unhappily and shouted at G-Cow. Since I'm already here, I have to see Dodgy. It's a good opportunity to observe the owner of the other half of the great primeval demon's soul, King Zhou. Sei Ito flashed out of the prison. Sei Ito thought to himself as he hovered above Chaoga City. Then he flashed again and appeared in the place where the demonic chi was the thickest in Chaoga City. It was a dazzling hall of gold and jade. Inside, there were carved beams, carved pillars, painted walls, and hanging gauze. In the entire hall, there were only two reclining chairs that were neither beds nor seats. One was a domineering man with a burly figure, a thick beard on his square face, and a golden crown on his head. The other was a graceful woman who wore a light gauze dress, had a graceful figure, and a face that was as beautiful as a fairy, but there was always a faint sense of lust between her brows, making her look a little evil. Together, they enjoyed the service of dozens of scantily clad, beautiful maids who held fruit platters in their hands. The man and woman were none other than the noblest people in the world, the king of Shang and his wife, Dodgy. Who's there? At this moment, King Zhou, whose sensitive spiritual sense allowed him to feel a peeping gaze, pushed away the maids around him. He sat up and looked in the direction of the peeping with his spiritual sense. At the same time, Dodgy's expression became cautious. As expected of Dodgy, you're so beautiful and alluring. Ito Sei, who was gradually showing himself, ignored King Zhou's existence and looked at Daji from head to toe with interest. How dare you? Although she felt a little strange because of Sei Ito's gaze, Daji knew that it would make King Zhou unhappy. She immediately scolded him angrily. Kid, you're asking for it. Just like how no man would like his woman to be unscrupulously admired by other men, King Zhou, who already faintly thought that he was the most powerful person in the world, was even more so. Therefore, he immediately roared angrily and rushed in front of Sei Ito. He reached out his hand and grabbed at his face. Sei Ito did not dodge. Instead, he raised his arm and blocked King Zhou's grab. King Zhou flipped his palm and grabbed Sei Ito's wrist. With a ferocious look on his face, he immediately activated the demonic erosion of the 4 demonic erosion. In an instant, a burning sensation appeared on Sei Ito's wrist, as if he had been drenched in acid. So this is the demonic erosion of the demonic erosion. Just as King Zhou was waiting for the enemy in front of him to cry out in pain, Sei Ito's expression suddenly changed slightly. He said softly with a look of realization, as expected of the demonic arts created by the great celestial demon. It's really strange. Even I can feel the pain clearly. Then, Sei Ito's arm trembled slightly. A force that was beyond King Zhou's expectations suddenly bounced his palm away. Even his body subconsciously took 2 steps back under the shock of the sudden surge of force. King Zhou's expression changed slightly and became gloomy. Who are you? King Zhou, who had encountered an enemy whose demonic erosion did not work for the first time, could not help but ask again. You want to know? If you defeat me, I'll tell you, Sei Ito said with a frivolous smile. Oomph. King Zhou snorted angrily when he heard that. He gathered power in his hands and swung them down fiercely as if he was swinging a big axe. A turquoise primordial chi flying blade immediately flew out from King Zhou's hands and slashed at Sei Ito at high speed. It was the Sky Demon Blade. Sei Ito put his left hand behind his back. At the same time, he raised his right hand slightly and bent his index finger. The moment the Sky Demon Blade was about to hit him, he flicked the blade with a bang. In an instant, there was a crisp "pa" sound. The turquoise Sky Demon Blade immediately exploded into pieces and turned into ownerless primordial chi that melted into the air. Seeing Sei Ito destroy King Zhou's Sky Demon Blade so easily, Daji subconsciously cried out in surprise. What? It's impolite not to reciprocate. King Zhou, take this attack from me. As Sei Ito spoke, his right index finger lightly drew a white chi blade that was visible to the naked eye. Then, he swung his arm, and a crescent-shaped chi blade immediately flew towards King Zhou. Sky Demon Golden Body. From the 2 simple exchanges, King Zhou, who could feel the strength of his enemy, did not dare to be careless. He roared and activated the defensive technique of the Sky Demon art. His entire body became as hard as gold. Then he gathered energy in his hands again and slashed out 2 Sky Demon Blades at the white chi blade. The green chi blade spun and instantly collided with the white chi blade. Boom! A violent explosion and primordial chi immediately spread throughout the hall. Then, King Zhou waved his hands and continuously slashed out dozens of turquoise chi blades of the same size. They cut through the air and flew in front of Sei Ito, but this time, Sei Ito still did not move. Then, with a few bang 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 sounds, all the turquoise chi blades mysteriously shattered and turned into primordial chi that melted into the air. Looks like you're only at this level. Sei Ito slightly shook his head and said, Damn it. Seeing Sei Ito's expression, King Zhou felt as if he had been humiliated. He cursed and fiercely pushed his energy to the limit. In an instant, a huge sky demon shadow appeared behind King Zhou. A strong sense of oppression immediately pressed down on Sei Ito. It's still not enough. Looking at the sky demon shadow behind King Zhou, Sei Ito could not help but shake his head and said, It seems that you still need my help. After saying that, Sei Ito who had not moved since he appeared, suddenly flashed and appeared behind King Zhou. He stretched out his palm and lightly pressed it on King Zhou's back. However, although the palm was light, the power was extremely strong. It instantly shattered the sky demon golden body on King Zhou's body into pieces. Puff! King Zhou could not help but spit out a large mouthful of bright red blood due to the counterattack of his energy. Ah! King Zhou roared angrily. Ignoring his own injuries, he waved his arm and swept it towards Seito. But before his arm reached halfway, Seito's figure suddenly appeared in front of King Zhou again. He stretched out his hand and slapped King Zhou's forehead. In an instant, King Zhou felt dizzy, and his consciousness quickly dissipated. Plop! Then, his unconscious body fell heavily to the ground. King Zhou! Daji screamed when she saw this. Then, without caring about the difference in strength, she quickly channeled her energy into her palm and condensed an illusory ball of light. She swung her arm and shot it towards Seito. Chapter 2084. The ball of light flew towards Seito like a meteor, leaving a long trail of light behind it. At the same time, Daji used the secret technique of the Tianmu sect, the divine immortal mystifying technique. She arrived beside King Zhou like a fairy and reached out to grab King Zhou's collar. I still need him. I can't give him to you now, Seito said softly as he grabbed the ball of light in his hand, as if he was grabbing an egg. As soon as he finished speaking, Daji felt her body stiffen. Her entire body was out of her control. Only her primordial spirit was still under her control, allowing her to clearly feel everything around her. Just watch. We'll talk about your matter later, Seito said calmly as he closed his palms and crushed the ball of light into a pile of primordial chi. It was as if he had crushed the air. Then, he flipped his palm and took out a golden ball of light from the void. What do you want to do to the king? Daji, who could not move, asked. I want to help him become a real heavenly demon, Seito said with a smile. Then, with a flip of his palm, he threw the golden ball of light into King Zhou's forehead. At the same time, with a thought, he sent a trace of his spirit into King Zhou's mind and found the sleeping King Zhou together with the golden ball of light. If you don't wake up now, when are you going to wake up? Seito shouted with the Taoist sound mind cleansing technique. In an instant, King Zhou, who was in a coma, moved his eyebrows slightly and slowly opened his eyes. Where is this? King Zhou, who had just woken up, looked at the pitch-black space in front of him and asked blankly. This is your mind, Seito said calmly. King Zhou was shocked when he heard that. His expression changed drastically as he looked at Seito, who was standing not far away from him, and said, It's you. That's right. It's me, Seito said. What are you going to do? King Zhou, who already knew that he was no match for Yishuan, did not resist and asked, Help you become a demon, Seito said with a smile. What do you mean? King Zhou stood up from the ground. He asked rhetorically, Look behind you. Seito signaled King Zhou to look behind him with his eyes. King Zhou frowned slightly and turned his head to look behind him as he was told. A 3-meter-tall monster with muscles all over its body, a ferocious and terrifying face, and 3 strange long horns on its forehead immediately entered his sight. This is King Zhou, who vaguely remembered that the primordial devil's aura looked like this, said hesitantly. This is a great sky fiend. Seito continued to explain, the creator of the heavenly demon technique that you and the primeval demon cultivate, the real demon among demons. Why is he here? King Zhou retracted his gaze and asked Seito, Do you still remember the battle that day? Seito asked. After King Zhou nodded, he continued, During the battle that day. Because the primordial devil had absorbed enough power and demonic aura, it had almost reached the limit of the human world. Somehow, it had awakened the great Sky Fiend's original soul that was scattered between heaven and earth, allowing it to instinctively possess the primordial devil's body and use his demonic technique, demonic aura, and the chi and blood of the people around it to nourish its divine soul. If you had not dressed up as the primordial devil that day, the primordial devil could have become another great sky fiend in 10 years at most. Unfortunately, the primordial devil did not have that fate, and your luck was enough, so you defeated him. Therefore, after you used the heavenly demon technique to absorb the primordial devil's power, the great sky fiend followed the aura of the same origin and possessed you. You came to me because of it, King Zhou asked in a deep voice. Although there was doubt in his tone, his expression was full of certainty about his guess. Yes, Sei Ito admitted without hesitation. Then, Sei Ito shook his head slightly and said, "It's just that it does not meet my requirements now." Then, without waiting for King Zhou to respond, he waved his arm, and the golden ball of light that was the light's source suddenly exploded, revealing the primordial devil's original soul and the great Skyfiend's shadow that faintly appeared behind it. King Zhou's expression darkened when he saw the primordial devil. His body emitted a terrifying murderous intent. "It's you, Zishout." Sensing King Zhou's murderous intent, the primordial devil raised his head and looked at King Zhou. He sneered. "You didn't become an idiot?" King Zhou asked in a deep voice. "Your heavenly demon 4 erosions were taught by me. How could your heavenly demon soul erosion really hurt me?" The primordial devil sneered disdainfully. Then he turned to look at Sei Ito and continued, "But the matter between you and me is a private matter. Why don't we put aside first and settle it after we kill this guy together?" King Zhou's expression changed slightly when he heard that. Apparently, he was somewhat tempted by the primordial devil's proposal. However, considering the primordial devil's behavior, he could not immediately agree. "You two should think carefully. Don't forget that both of you are original souls now. If you're killed by me this time, your souls will really be scattered and you will not be able to come back to life." Sei Ito looked at King Zhou and the primordial devil on both sides with a relaxed expression and said with a chuckle. Hearing this, King Zhou's expression changed again and his expression calmed down. "Boy, who are you trying to scare? If it was not because my body was incomplete and my internal strength was not there, how could you defeat me outside? Now that we are both original souls, it means that we are on the same level. We will not know who will win until we fight." The primordial devil sneered. "So, you want to have a try?" Sei Ito asked with a faint smile. Looking at the strange expression on Sei Ito's face, the primordial devil's heart skipped a beat and a bad feeling rose in his heart. However, he immediately suppressed it and said in a ferocious voice, "Of course." As soon as he finished speaking, the primordial devil's body changed and emitted a golden light. His body turned into a golden light and attacked Sei Ito. Sei Ito's expression did not change. He just flashed one of his hands forward, and 6 flat energy light marks suddenly appeared in King Zhou's sea of consciousness. They ignored the primordial heavenly devil's golden body and stabbed into his waist. Binding path number 61, 6 light prison. Although this was King Zhou's sea of consciousness, and it was usually impossible to receive the supply of primordial chi from the outside world, Sei Ito was willing to consume energy. After all, his original body was only formed by part of his mind, but he was at a high level. A little bit of his energy was enough to kill the original soul of an ordinary master. How can this be? The primordial devil, who could not break free from the shackles of the binding path, shouted loudly. When King Zhou saw that the primeval demon was easily subdued, he was even more nervous. He did not dare to resist anymore. He stood aside obediently, waiting for Ito Sei's order at any time. "King Zhou, devour him." Sei Ito turned to look at King Zhou and said calmly. King Zhou's expression changed slightly. He did not say anything, but walked silently to the primordial devil and put his hand on his head. "Zishout, are you going to deceive your master and kill your ancestors?" The primordial devil said with a changed expression, "I've already deceived my master and killed my ancestors more than half a month ago, so it doesn't matter if I do it again," King Zhou said with a cold smile. Then, without wasting any more time, he operated the demonic skill and launched the demonic erosion, one of the four demonic erosions, at the primordial devil. In an instant, a torrential demonic chi spread out from King Zhou and the primordial devil. However, one of them looked ferocious and pleased, while the other's face was distorted and his facial features were twisted. He kept screaming miserably. During this process, the primordial devil's original soul became transparent at a speed visible to the naked eye. At the same time, the shadow of the great celestial devil behind him began to dissipate. It rushed into King Zhou's body along with the demonic chi and merged into the shadow of the great celestial devil behind King Zhou. In just an instant, the great celestial demon's projection became much more solid, and a sliver of light appeared in its eyes. Obviously, after being nourished by the demonic chi, the great celestial devil, whose two souls had merged into one, was gradually recovering its former divine power. Although the quality is enough, the quantity is still not enough, Saito said to himself as he looked at the great celestial devil behind King Zhou with narrowed eyes. After a while, as the last wisp of black smoke disappeared, the shadow of the primordial devil completely disappeared, and its existence was erased from this world. Ha! This feeling is great. King Zhou, who felt the surge of power in his body and the solidification of his original soul, immediately ignored Saito's existence and laughed excitedly and complacently. Very good. After King Zhou laughed for a while, Saito praised him. In an instant, King Zhou's expression froze, and his expression returned to its previous solemn state. Thank you for your help. King Zhou clasped his hands and bowed. There's no need for that. I'm doing this for myself. Saito did not back down and accepted King Zhou's thanks. When King Zhou saw this, he did not say anything, but in his heart, he was filled with anger towards Saito. He wanted to skin him alive and devour him like the primordial devil. Enjoy the feeling of becoming a devil. I'll come to you again soon. I hope you won't disappoint me then. Saito, who did not care about King Zhou's thoughts, said again. King Zhou was speechless, but his eyes flickered. Saito smiled faintly and waved his hand to release a ray of light. In an instant, King Zhou felt his original soul sink, and his consciousness fell into a deep sleep uncontrollably. It was the nameless composite ghost Bai Fu. Seeing that King Zhou's original soul had fallen into a deep sleep again, Saito smiled and left King Zhou's consciousness in a flash, returning to his own body. Although it seemed like a long time had passed, to the outside world, it was only the blink of an eye. Daji did not even have time to react before everything was over. All right, let's talk about the matter between us. Saito looked at Daji and said faintly, You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.